Hi, I'm John Vibes, and this is all of my Epstein research from the past couple months since the files came out. This isn't really a new story to me. I covered Epstein in my first book, Alchemy of the Timeless Renaissance, and it's been one of those things that I've kept up on a lot ever since. But once these files came out, I started going through them live with my community, and we figured out a lot of interesting things. So I cut out all of the dead space for one massive video here. I cut everything up into chapters so you could easily browse through it, find what you're interested in, or just leave and come back. So let me know what you think in the comments, and definitely let me know if I got anything wrong too. Please subscribe, and you can join the discussion in our Discord. Richard Marcinko, founder of U.S. Navy SEAL Team 6, held a trove of videos of Epstein and other U.S. citizens with minors. So what's up here? This guy, intending to use it for blackmail. This lead was generated to follow up on information that USC Richard Marcinko is in custody in Mexico regarding a trafficking ring investigated by Mexican authorities. This is purported to include video evidence held by Mexican law enforcement officials of Jeffrey Epstein engaging in acts with minors. And so he was holding on to blackmail material. He was holding on to blackmail material of Jeffrey Epstein. So he had blackmail on the blackmail guy and other. This is crazy. This Richard Marcinko thing. What's going on here? Is anybody talking about this? So this guy's already dead now. Does it say anything about his arrest? It doesn't say anything about that. Let's look at, because he's got to be, let's look up Mexico. That's crazy. That's not in here. I wonder if he was able to get out of charges and keep it under the radar because of his connections and who he was. That really could be it. The author received information while assigned to the Bureau hotline concerning the Jeffrey Epstein investigation that video evidence of Epstein engaged in acts with minors is in evidence in Mexico. Oh man, yo, so Mexico has the blackmail material. No way. That is crazy. Mexico, I feel like their government is trying to do okay things right now, and I hope they don't get invaded, you know what I mean? So hopefully they have some leverage against Trump on this, just for the sake of the world. That is a wild revelation. This hadn't been reported anywhere, I don't think. That is nuts. And the whole chain of custody of this is batshit. Like, you got this SEAL Team 6 guy, has blackmail, and that is insane. Oh, let's see, there's more. Turner stated that he has some type of Mexican deputization and is working along with female former South African law enforcement official. Yo. So he was involved with a child trafficking ring and got away with it, and he died without being disgraced. It isn't even in any of the articles about when he died. This is crazy. Like, especially because they let him get away with it. Turner has been insistent that Richard Marcinko, who is a former U.S. Navy SEAL top commander, is currently in custody in Mexico City. Turner states that Marcinko is being held on charges pertaining to a child trafficking ring, and Mexican law enforcement official, known only to the author as George, is in possession of a trove of video footage of Jeffrey Epstein and other United States citizens engaged in acts with minor children, some of whom are reported to be United States citizens as well. Maybe this is why he wants to invade Mexico, actually. That is nuts. Dude. This article talks about how Jeffrey Epstein was Ehud Barak's partner as late as 2015. Now, it was actually much more recently than that. It was like they were dealing with all of Epstein's PR problems like the minute that he went into jail. And even I think after he went into jail, Ehud Barak was a part of trying to figure out how to get him out. So here it says that Barack formed a limited partnership company in Israel in 2015 called Sum 2015, I guess, to invest in a high-tech startup then called Reporty. Now it's called Carbine. And they say that it developed a video streaming and geolocation service for emergency services, which is like 911 stuff. But I think it's equally about surveillance. So a large part of the money to buy the large portion of the stock that they had in the company came from Epstein. So let's look a little bit into the company itself. So it says that Carbine is an Israeli technology company that develops advanced emergency communication technologies. Carbine focuses on providing real-time video, location, and data transmission to enhance emergency response systems worldwide. It's a platform that enables public safety answering points to receive critical information from callers, improving response times and situational awareness. That means they got to know what's going on everywhere. The company, headquartered in New York with R&D operations in Tel Aviv, has attracted significant investment and partnered with global telecoms. Carbine's technology has been adopted by emergency services in 23 U.S. states. And yeah, I was looking at a lot of videos, and it's in places like Miami, Atlanta, New Orleans, New York, and also in South America and Central America as well, in Mexico and Colombia. They raised about $24 million in venture funding, including backing from the Founders Fund, the first Israeli startup in the fund's portfolio. So the Founders Fund is Peter Thiel's thing. Let's see if it says that here. Yeah, notable partners include Peter Thiel, Trey Stevens, and Mark Solana. So they are also doing partnerships with Cisco, Google, getting expanded all over the place. Let's see here. Carbine Systems can provide the 911 dispatcher with the caller's precise GPS location, live video feed from the caller's smartphone camera, audio streaming, text messaging, and other telemetry in parallel with the voice call. So it's like a bunch of data that they're collecting from all over the place to figure out where you are. And this is the emergency response system, which means that it's also the police. The company offers both an app-based service and an app-free option, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, alternative. Carbine's web-based feature allows 911 center to text an auto-generated URL link to a caller, which when tapped activates the phone's camera and streams video and location to the dispatcher. So this can tap into your phone, turn your camera on, and dispatch it to whoever has access to this program. Carbine claims its technology can significantly improve response efficiency, which it probably can, but it can probably also improve a lot of other things that maybe not be so great. Let's see. Carbine's services are built on a secure cloud, Amazon Web Services. Yeah, very secure. We all know how that goes. This definitely is significant. So at startup, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak invested approximately $1 million in the company in 2015 and assumed the role of chairman. Haaretz reported that a large part of the money was supplied by disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. Barak publicly admitted to the partnership with Epstein. In 2020, the company announced board changes and that the former prime minister was no longer on the company's board. So he is no longer technically on the board, probably still invested. Obviously not a great company. We got Peter Thiel still involved, and even here it says Carbine raised another $25 million in a Series B in 2021, including David Petraeus, who is the retired Army general, who, served as the fourth director of the CIA. And then continued to raise more money. So it's raised well over 200 million at this point. And privacy risks has a small footnote here. Civil liberties organizations have cautioned that the emergency services platforms like Carbine's must implement strong privacy policy safeguards to prevent misuse of sensitive data. For instance, the ability to live stream 911 callers' cameras, while potentially life-saving, also raises privacy concerns if abused. Carbine has responded by highlighting its consent-based activation and security measures and by emphasizing the public safety benefits of the system. I'll get into an article in a minute where I found a couple of other companies that a lot of these people are attached to with the same investors and stuff. and they kind of play symbiotic roles in this tech intelligence world. So I found some videos on this. This here is a interview with the CEO. I'll play this first, and then there's like a commercial that they have that really kind of shows you what it's all about, and kind of you can see even through how they're advertising it, like how it can be a little bit scary. But there's even a few things that the CEO says in this short interview here that I think are a little bit weird.
Today I am joined by Amir. He is the co-founder and CEO of Carbine. We're going to discuss how the company recently raised $70 million in funding and how it will be used to enhance emergency services on a global scale. We're also going to discuss how they're prioritizing to improve the efficiency of emergency response systems and how they plan to integrate emerging technologies like AI and IoT into their platform. On this episode of Taking Stock.
Citizens are looking for a new way to communicate with governments. Governments are looking for new ways to serve their citizens. And basically, Carbine is coming in between by providing citizens with the ability to collaborate with emergency services in a better way. Things like enhanced location, real-time video streaming, real-time translation capabilities, and AI. Those are the things that Carbine is focusing on and make it more accessible for government services.
But what technological advancements would you say you're focusing on to enhance emergency services on a global scale?
So when we started the company 6-7 years ago, basically the goal was to bring simple things like location, real-time video streaming, real-time chat. But the world is moving fast, and now we are seeing AI capabilities coming and becoming more and more popular. So for example, recently we have announced dual-way translation capabilities. So if you're a foreign speaker here in New York and you're dialing to emergency service and you don't speak English, in these days you can communicate with 911 with AI capabilities that will translate in real time the voice that you're sharing with the call taker. So you can be a French speaker, they will see it in English, they can speak back, you will hear it in French. Those are just, simple things and kind of small examples of the thing that we are providing to 911.
Oh, wow. So
it's IoT based as well. So basically we're also integrating into anything that can share data with 911, whether it's your, smart car, smart watch, your Alexa in your apartment, all of those things will be eventually connected into 911, and Carbine basically with our API enable.
Notice there that he said any kind of smart device that you have will be tied into this emergency services. So whether that's your Alexa or, your smart TV, your phone, whatever, it is going to be very easy for the police to tap into that kind of stuff and just see whatever you're doing. Of course, it can be helpful in emergencies, sure, but
kind of a smarter communication with 911 agencies.
There are definitely a lot of risks, and we'll get into that in a minute. You think about how Epstein was an early investor, right? And that his thing was eavesdropping on people, blackmailing people, stuff like that. I mean, I know I'm taking a reach here, but, if somebody has control of a system like that likes to do those kind of things, would they use it for that? Would they tap into influential people's phones? And you wouldn't even need to invite them to the island. You wouldn't even need to get them to do anything incriminating per se, but you could just follow them around for enough of their lives and they could be embarrassed by something in their personal lives that isn't even necessarily illegal. But that is just something that entered my mind as I started learning more about this company. And it's like, man, this would be like his ultimate weapon if he was able to tap into this. You don't know how much ability investors have to do things like that. From my experience, they don't have a ton, but when you're like a founding investor and you're the chairman of the board, like Barack was, then yeah, you could probably have some power to do things like that, I'd imagine. But let's take a look also at this. This is like a commercial for it, but it really gives you Panopticon vibes for sure.
More than 240 million people call 911 in the United States.
Always in the beginning.
Moments when every second feels like forever. But the longest moment is the one waiting for help. Your car can drive itself. Your watch can warn you before you're in danger. Your fridge can order milk. But when you call 911, the system built to send help still runs on decades-old technology. built for landlines, blind to video, and too slow for a mobile world. This isn't just a miss. It's a mission-critical gap, and we're closing it.
What's your emergency?
So he went somewhere in that direction, but I didn't see.
For the first time, intelligence from the 911 call, from cameras, from sensors, from cell phones, all converge in real time, powered by AI at every turn, instantly understood and shared across the Axon ecosystem. Chaos becomes clarity. Dispatchers, command, and first responders all see the same evolving picture instantly. To bring help to those in need faster and keep those responding safer.
Call playing. The call came in at 11:15 and the RP says they saw a man with a gun around Main Street.
And when it's over, every word, every video, every transcript is already preserved in Axon evidence, flagged by AI, ready for review, closing the loop from call to courtroom. The 911 call of tomorrow.
Yeah, so that is pretty wild. And the fact that all these people, and you're right, they were pitching this to dictatorships and stuff like that. That is correct. They did sell this to many US cities as well, but I believe that their main clients were dictators, and you would imagine what they would do with stuff like this. And even in the US, I mean, we have our own style of dictators as well. And the other thing is there are already privacy concerns with this kind of stuff. There was this big story out about these cameras that follow you around that most people don't even know about, but I'll start this and it kind of explains it.
A lot about Flock here on 9 News. They're known for their cameras used by law enforcement to track drivers and locations. But the company also makes a line of cameras for the private sector, watching places and the people inside them. This week, links to streams of those cameras were plastered on the internet for anyone to see. Our Spencer Soicher found that includes some right here in Colorado.
I just couldn't believe what I was seeing.
If there was a camera pointed at your children on the playground, live streaming it on the internet with the capability to rewind and look at what it captured, would you be happy?
When I found that playground camera, it's like my stomach sank.
That playground is in California, and the video was obtained and published by YouTuber and researcher Ben Jordan. He just partnered with a reporter at 404 Media to break a story. Links to streams of 67 Flock cameras nationwide, 5 labeled as in Colorado, and their last month's worth of footage posted on a website on the internet that requires no login. And these aren't just license plate reading cameras.
They're Condor cams. They're kind of the newer cameras that Flock is making. Part of their design is to track people, to zoom in on them and follow them.
One other camera on that list appears to be this one at a trailhead here in Douglas County, the Sandstone Ranch. Get that camera off of me. Here's video from this camera accessible on the internet without a login just this past week. Sandstone Ranch open space is managed by Douglas County, who has a contract with Flock.
Every city and law enforcement agency needs to independently assess the security and the efficacy versus risk of these devices.
Flock says it has since cut off the access to the stream links posted online, and in a tweet about it this morning wrote that, quote, transparency and trust matter. They then went on to say it was a limited configuration issue affecting a small number of devices and that the company told affected customers.
If you're depending on a for-profit tech startup to do that for you, they're just going to tell you what you want to hear. That's common sense. They're not going to tell you about all of the risks and problems.
So when I was looking through this, I was digging into Carbine. I found this article, and this talked about how Peter Thiel, their founder fund, invested in Carbine. So I was going through here and I found a couple of other companies that were discussed. Epistema Ltd is one. I couldn't find much on that, but there's another one, Toka, right here. It seems like a very similar kind of organization, a similar kind of company. So it says Toka empowers trusted governments with breakthrough intelligence and defense technologies, strengthening national security, resilience, and impact. That's just the landing page. They don't have much more than a landing page. Then I came across this, which was just somebody asking in a Reddit for their opinion on what the company's like. It says that he's trying to do due diligence. From what I can tell from reading up on them, it is of the same vein as Paragon Predator in that they are effectively an Israeli spyware for purchase by governments, but it uses IoT devices as the entry point rather than mobile devices. Is that a fair description? So this is again talking about the IoT devices, which is all of those, anything that can send a smart signal or whatever they call it somewhere, that's included in that. Have they got better or worse reputation than the other vendors in the space? Now, nobody really answered. I've previously looked into Paragon Predator and they sound super sketchy in that they sell to nation states with dubious motives. It says, how does Toka fit in with that side of things? And they couldn't get a clear answer. But there was this article in TechCrunch that came out. Toka wants to help U.S. agencies hack into security cameras and other IoT devices. Like what? U.S. government agencies legally hack into cell phones or emails all the time. Think of the FBI wiretapping a suspected drug lord or the NSA monitoring emails for terrorism plots. But now there's rising interest in hacking other kinds of devices people use, like Wi-Fi connected security cameras and other IoT products. Toka, an Israeli startup backed by Andreessen Horowitz, specializes in this type of work. It previously gained attention for a 2022 Haaretz article detailing its claims about being able to obtain and even delete security camera footage. The company is now looking to hire a client director, USA, to support new business growth within the U.S. government market. What we can say is that Toka only sells to militaries, homeland security organizations, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies in the United States and its closest allies who use our products in compliance with local laws. Yeah. Which means, like, if you have a dictatorship, it is whatever, or even if you have a crazy president. So yeah, last night we talked a lot about Robert Maxwell, but it's pretty well established that he was a triple agent, most likely, for the MI6 in the UK, the Soviet KGB, and the Israeli Mossad. So shortly before his death, a former employee of Israel's Military Intelligence Directorate approached a number of news organizations in Britain and the US with the allegation that Maxwell and the Daily Mirror's foreign editor were both longtime agents of the Mossad. Maxwell was alleged to have distributed a bugged version of the software Promise to a plethora of national governments and global financial institutions that enabled mass spying by the government of Israel. Maxwell was allegedly able to sell the bugged Israeli version of Promise software to Sandia National Laboratories and Los Alamos National Laboratories, two of the most important nuclear research and national security facilities in the United States. Maxwell allegedly employed John Tower, chairman of the United States Senate Committee on Armed Forces, to facilitate the sales of the bugged Israeli version of Promise software to Sandia and Los Alamos. So, his intelligence connections are very clear. It's also known that he introduced Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell, his daughter. So definitely something going on there. Now, for Epstein's history, I think the best place to start is at the Dalton School. And for there, I think we should start with Donald Barr, Bill Barr's father, the one who was in charge of the prison system when Epstein, ended himself, allegedly. Probably not. So, thing to know about Donald Barr is that he was a member of the Office of Strategic Services. Now, this was basically the CIA before the CIA was the CIA. When you're a part of one of these intelligence agencies, you just don't stop being a member of it. You go into other sections of society and you most likely still retain some level of those connections. So he was an administrator at Columbia University, and then he was the headmaster at the Dalton School in New York City. And he hired Epstein at the Dalton School. And that's when he started to kind of rise up through, the ranks of society, I guess you could say. But let's see if we could find out anything else significant about Donald Barr's career, because the main thing that I know about him is that he wrote an alien porn called Space Relations. But yeah, let's see what else he had in here. For a brief time at the end of his tenure as headmaster, Jeffrey Epstein was employed as the math teacher. It is unclear. Oh, they're saying it is unclear whether Barr hired Epstein. I've definitely seen it in numerous sources, but I guess, hey, it's disputed. But regardless, Epstein was hired at the Dalton School at the time when he was the headmaster, probably in charge of hiring people. And they most likely interacted. And so, yeah, here's this. In 1973, Barr published Space Relations, a science fiction novel about a planet ruled by oligarchs who engage in slavery. Wow, I didn't realize that part. It has been noted that the plot of the novel anticipates the crimes of Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Wow, I just thought it was like alien porn. I didn't realize that it had that sick element to it. And it's wild that they still have that like in a glass case at the Dalton School or something like that. So yeah, let's see. Barr also reviewed books for the New York Times. Not much there aside from that, but that is definitely significant. So from there, Epstein goes on to Bear Stearns, where he is hired by this guy named Alan Greenberg. So this guy had some interesting connections as well. He was the CEO of Bear Stearns from 1978 to 1993. So this was a couple years before they ended up collapsing. He was also an author. While serving as chairman, Bear Stearns oversaw the collapse of the company. Okay, he did oversee the collapse of the company in March 2008. So he was the chairman of the executive committee after he was CEO. Very interesting. He was subsequently involved in the talks with JP Morgan Chase, which eventually bought out the company. Okay, so the other interesting thing about this guy is that he was also connected to Roy Cohn, who we talked about last night. So let's see where this starts. 2 years later, Ronald Lauder, whose only professional experience at that point was working for his parents' cosmetic company, was appointed to serve as the United States Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the European and NATO affairs. I love how these titles are so long when they give people who shouldn't have a job, and they just make up these really long titles, Deputy Assistant. Soon after his appointment, he served on the Dinner Tribute Committee for a dinner hosted by the Jewish fraternity and strongly pro-Israel organization B'nai B'rith, the parent organization of the controversial Anti-Defamation League in Roy Cohn's honor. Cohn's influential father, Albert Cohn, was longtime president. So the dinner specifically sought to honor Cohn for his pro-Israel advocacy and his efforts to fortify Israel's economy. And its honorary chairman included media mogul Rupert Murdoch, who's another connection with at least the Maxwells, Donald Trump, and then head of Bear Stearns, Alan Greenberg, all of whom are connected to Epstein. But either way, there are some threads linking Epstein's boss at Bear Stearns to Roy Cohn, which is just another interesting connection. So then, after leaving Bear Stearns in 1981, Epstein founded an Intercontinental Assets Group, and he described it as a financial bounty hunter organization. He said that he was recovering hidden money, essentially. And during that time, he was said to work with Adnan Khashoggi, Douglas Leese. Khashoggi was a Saudi arms dealer, and he was also involved with Iran-Contra, which stuff came out on that recently. Douglas Leese, who was a British arms dealer connected to MI6. So a couple of interesting connections there. So that the period that he was at Bear Stearns is kind of one of the most mysterious parts of his life, I'd say. Not a ton is known except for the fact that he rose through the ranks pretty quickly. he lied on his resume and he got caught. And instead of trying to lie his way out of it, he actually just told the truth and said, yeah, I lied because you would have never accepted me anyway. And then kind of flipped it around on them. And then they let him keep his position. And then he just continued to kind of rise through the ranks there, mostly through kissing ass is the most honest descriptions that I've heard. Yeah, so that period of time is a little bit mysterious. But after that, we know that he hooked up with Les Wexner, which is kind of where his wealth really starts to explode. Les Wexner is the founder of Victoria's Secret, and he is just a general business tycoon from Ohio, and also probably involved with the mafia. There are a lot of different situations where I'll just get into the main one. He is suspected of being behind like a mafia style murder of a lawyer named Arthur Shapiro. So let's take a look at this situation here. And then we'll look at Les Wexner's connections to Epstein and some of the other stuff there. So Arthur Shapiro was in trouble. The shy, secretive lawyer, a partner in the Columbus, Ohio law firm Schwartz, Shapiro, Kelm, and Warren, was under investigation by the Internal Revenue Service for failing to file income tax returns for 7 years and for possible investments in shady tax shelters. In March 1985, Shapiro was due to testify before a grand jury over his tax dodging and whether anyone had helped him hide the money. What he might reveal, no one knew, but he and his firm had several high-profile clients and a long history in Columbus. But Arthur Shapiro never made it to the stand. A day before his scheduled testimony, someone fired 2 bullets point blank into his head as he fled from a secretive breakfast meeting held in his red BMW at a Columbus cemetery. The mob-style murder has never been solved. Shapiro reportedly personally oversaw the account for The Limited, the clothing company owned by billionaire Les Wexner, whose empire also included popular brands like Lane Bryant Express and Victoria's Secret. Neither Wexner, whose communications team declined to comment for this piece, nor anyone tied to him were ever thought to be involved in Arthur Shapiro's death. Instead, a business partner of Shapiro's was the prime suspect. The case's curious twists and turns, though, would result in a controversial police report that accused some of Wexner's business associates of having mob associations. Shapiro's name would also appear decades later, seemingly as a red herring in an FBI file involving the activities of another man important to Wexner's businesses, the financier Jeffrey Epstein. But for the most part, Arthur Shapiro's death became just that, a footnote in a bureaucratic file. So this is, it kind of gets deeper into that, and if you want to research the story further, you can, but it essentially gets into the fact that this guy was very likely taken out by the mafia, by somebody who, he was going to testify about in this case of whoever he was messing around with their money or hiding their money or whatever was happening. And yeah, so this was one of the main things that kind of linked him to violence, but they were also very close to the crime families in New York. I'm not sure if that's mentioned here, but that is mentioned in another article I found, where the other wild thing is that let's take a look at Wexner's Wikipedia page and let's look at Southern Air Transport. So this is a wild, wild story. Wexner hired Jeffrey Epstein as his personal financial manager from 1987 to 2007. He was the primary client of Epstein, who claimed to only work with clients with a net worth of over $1 billion. Wexner purchased his New York property, the Hubert N. Strauss House, in 1989 and sold it to Epstein in the mid-1990s following Wexner's marriage to Abigail. I'm pretty sure he gave that to him or sold it to him for a very cheap price. In July 1991, Wexner granted Epstein power of attorney, and he also instated him as a trustee on the board of the Wexner Foundation. So this was just probably a couple years after meeting him. In the 1990s, Les Wexner and Jeffrey Epstein were involved in relocating Southern Air Transport, a CIA front organization with ties to the Iran-Contra affair and alleged CIA drug smuggling, from Miami to Columbus. So this is confirmed. This is Wikipedia confirmed by multiple mainstream news outlets. Southern Air transported goods related to Wexner's businesses. But in 1996, customs agents found a hidden shipment of cocaine on one of the planes. Southern Air was shut down in 1998 after Wexner had received federal aid for relocation of the airline, just weeks before the CIA Inspector General released its official findings on the Contra cocaine trafficking allegations. Wexner had been accused of failing to take action when complaints were raised against Epstein after executive of L Brands reported in the mid-1990s that Epstein was abusing his power and his connection to Wexner by posing as a recruiter for Victoria's Secret models. Yeah, he definitely used that a lot in his schemes, the fact that he was connected to that business. Let's see if I can actually share this.
Was shot down over Nicaragua. The aircraft belonged to Southern Air Transport, a CIA front company used to move weapons in secret. After the scandal broke, one man quietly helped clean up the aftermath: Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein assisted in relocating Southern Air Transport's aircraft to a new base in Columbus, Ohio. The same planes that once carried arms to Nicaragua and Iran soon began servicing the retail empire of Leslie Wexner, the pro-Israel billionaire owner of Victoria's Secret and Abercrombie & Fitch. Just a few years later, in 1991, Wexner granted Epstein power of attorney over his vast fortune. The move came as Wexner was under scrutiny following the mafia-style murder of a lawyer connected to his company named Arthur Shapiro. Epstein's role in inheriting and repurposing the Southern Air Transport planes was just one of his many links tying him to the Iran-Contra network. He also moved in elite circles with major arms dealers like Adnan Khashoggi and Douglas Leese, figures known or alleged to have been involved in Iran-Contra. A recent profile of Epstein revealed another striking detail. During the 1980s, Epstein lived with John Stanley Pottinger, a figure who also played a key role in CIA-backed efforts to traffic weapons illegally to Iran. This story of Epstein, Iran-Contra, and hidden power is told through the trail of Southern Air Transport aircraft and private emails from Epstein's own leaked Yahoo inbox. You can read the full investigation on DropSite.
That was the DropSite report that came out a couple weeks ago. And, you know, that was one of the most telling pieces of evidence I think we have on the whole intelligence connections. So after that, let's see what else I had. There's also the Ehud Barak stuff. So we're really still not entirely clear on the extent of what was going on with Epstein and Ehud Barak, but they had a intelligence offering similar to Palantir, I believe, that they were shopping around to different governments. And I think we can probably dig in a little bit into the emails between them and see what was going on there. Let's go into the photos. There were quite a few things in here, one of which I noticed last night that gave me pause. And this makes it very easy to scroll through them. But yeah, like look at this. She's with these Russian soldiers. This makes me think of that whole triple agent thing. Like, how many different countries are y'all involved with on this spy intelligence level? There's also a couple of photos of passports. He had multiple passports. I was going to look at which countries they were from. Maybe I could just search Epstein's passports and they'll come up, but because I think one of them might have been Saudi Arabian, if I'm not mistaken. Why isn't it up at the top though? For some reason, I was thinking it was up at the top before. Yeah, we have this right here. Requests for multiple passports. That's a U.S. passport. Yeah, this was the one I saw in the files here. Yeah, so it's listing his residence as Saudi Arabia. That's what it was. But this is apparently an Austrian passport. Earlier on, we reported that images of an old U.S. passport belonging to Epstein had been included in the data release. So he has multiple passports from multiple different countries. This was just published today, March 2nd, 2026. Ghislaine Maxwell, friend named in Epstein files, found dead by her own hand, allegedly. A former Russian senator who appeared in Jeffrey Epstein's files and reportedly called Ghislaine Maxwell a friend has been found dead in Moscow, Russian state media reported. Remember just a couple days ago, that guy from the Netherlands, he almost died in a similar situation. Umar Dazalbrov, 67, was discovered in a residential complex in the center of the capital on Monday with a gun next to him. Umar Dazabrov's name surfaced in the recently released Epstein files due to 2001 emails with Ghislaine Maxwell, drawing renewed attention to his connections. He previously had to comment on his friendship with Sean Diddy Combs. That's wild. Yeah, it was the former Prime Minister of Norway and also the chairman of the Nobel Prize Committee. Jagland was his name, I believe. So he was found, first of all, found in a residential complex in the center of the capital. Were you found indoors or were you found outdoors? He was taken to the hospital but was unable to be saved before he died. He was hospitalized following another attempt in 2020, according to the agency. Oh, that's ironic. That's suspicious, right? Because he tried to make an attempt in 2020, which was immediately after Epstein was in the news. Files released by the U.S. Department of Justice show Dyatlov wrote to Maxwell in May 2001, "Dear Ghislaine, I'm back from London, planning to be in Moscow. Really want to see you, but I need to know exactly when you arrive because I want to take care of you and arrange welcoming things. Wish you the best." So then Maxwell responded, apologized. He ran for Russian presidency in 2000. "We were social friends and vacationed together in various parts of Europe," he said about Epstein. "That's all. A friendly message from an acquaintance I was friends with back then." He was arrested again in 2017 after firing a decorative pistol at Moscow's Four Seasons Hotel. Also spoke out about being questioned about his friendship with Sean Diddy Combs. So his excuse for meeting Sean Diddy Combs was, "As it happened, my yacht was docked next to theirs. We became friends and later began attending various events together. There were no oil parties or any other shady stuff," he said. Like, you're friends with Epstein, so like. And then there was this other video I found. So, daughter of Russian billionaire. This is apparently the daughter of this dude that we were just talking about. She's saying that he did not take himself out. Let's see.
"Hey y'all, I'm sharing this with everyone so you know, my dad didn't kill himself. I just learned my dad died. I'm gonna be emotional about it. I don't really like him very much, but still. He didn't kill himself right now. He got killed because he's linked to the Epstein files. Sorry, I look crazy. I was about to tell this. If I suddenly kill myself in the next year, no, in the next few months, it's not me. If suddenly, like, yes, I'm going through things and stuff, but I don't want to die. I want to live. I wanted for my abusers to die. So my dad's gone. So thank you, Vladimir Putin, for taking care of him. He didn't kill himself. And my mom is here, but hey, if she kills herself, but yeah, so my dad's dead. Send me money if you want to help. He didn't kill himself.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if that is really the daughter, if that is real, but it's from a trusted source. She has publicly stated that she was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. She specifically alleges that she was groomed by them and beginning at a young age. Accusations against her father. She has accused her father of being complicit in her abuse, claiming he trafficked her into Epstein's circle, which it kind of matches up with what she said and the emotion that she had. She describes her father as an associate of Epstein who used his connections to facilitate her involvement. Mother's alleged involvement. She's made serious allegations against her mother as well, claiming she was on the couch with her mother when some of these events occurred. She asserted that her mother was aware of and enabled the grooming and abuse, effectively acting in concert with her father to hand over Epstein and Maxwell. Yeah, I mean, this has been described by many of the other survivors as well. That's pretty crazy. Look at this. Jeffrey Epstein to Eva Dubin. Sultan's mother-in-law died today in Colombia. Whoops. What? There are multiple references to people's lives stopping, and then whoops. Let's go through a few of these. This email here from Jeffrey Epstein to Steve Bannon. Erdogan predicts war between Cross and Crescent over Austria mosque closures. Epstein just says whoops. Now, that's like a trend in a lot of his things. Here's another whoops. Redacted said that she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her, and he helped save her life. Whoops. That's weird. The worst thing my brain goes is like, is she alive? Like, it's because saved her life, or is it just like something more innocuous than that? So right here, let's look up whoops. There are 428 to Jean-Luc Brunel from Jeffrey. Subject is he deserves it. Whoops. Like when you say whoops, that usually means that you have done something, like you're involved in something somehow. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. It says, turns out Ornella was assaulted when she was 18. Anna just told me today. I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with Redacted. He lied to you and he lied to me. This is June 30th, 2:59. Jeffrey Epstein responds within a minute and says, whoops. And then he says, no one will lie to you and get away with it from me. No one. Whoops is correct. Something going on with that. That was one of the craziest ones. I will give you permission to take him out. And then, whoops. Nice, Skinny. You might want to see a doctor about reducing the nose a little before you turn 23. Whoops, too late. Whoops, I forgot to attach. Some of them are going to be innocuous like that, but some of these are ominous. Some of these are definitely ominous. And it also could be a code. The eagle has landed kind of deal, like we've taken the person out. Oh, means she didn't make it to 23. I didn't read behind. Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder how many pages of this there are. That's a really crazy kind of thing to look for, because it's a potential that you could find a bunch of references to people that they've taken out with him saying whoops. And the other weird thing is there's a lot of emails here that are just blank and just say whoops, or the subject is whoops and the email is blank. Look at this. Jeffrey Epstein to Eva Dubin. Sultan's mother-in-law died today in Colombia. Whoops. What? There are multiple references to people's lives stopping, and then whoops. Who's Eva Dubin? Swedish physician, former model, and beauty pageant title holder. Epstein's ex-girlfriend and current wife of a billionaire founder of Highbridge Capital, Glenn Dubin, was writing Epstein's prescriptions for things like STD medication and erectile dysfunctional pills. What? In 2012. That's a pretty weird one, for sure. Tillerson probably leaving. Ivanka wants Nikki Haley. Whoops. From Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff. So this is 2017. They might be talking about the 2020 election. No, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I think that whoops could mean like the deed is done type of deal. And in many cases, it could be like the hit that we just put out on that person is done. But in other places, it could be like I used leverage on that person to get what we wanted. Look at this. These are pictures that were in the documents, and this is clearly like writing on young girls. And in the bottom one, I wonder if you could see the book Lolita in there. This is obviously a reference to that. And I've seen a couple people post on this, but look, this doesn't even have any likes. And this is the first thing that came up when I searched it. That is insane. And I feel like that should be kind of a massive controversy. Like, it is so obvious that he was deep in this, and none of his people want to admit it. It's really wild. I I think that this is clearly a reference, and maybe it has something to do with that Luleta book. Maybe it would be good to read for research purposes to see what the hell they are talking about. But I've heard it's one of them. I've heard it's pretty twisted and not even worth reading. But yeah, so I think that that's another development, and that's the other thing is a lot of people were curious of like, why was Trump so angry about this letter coming out? Why was he freaking out? And he ended up suing the Wall Street Journal for like $10 billion or something like that. And he was denying, you know, he never drew a picture in his life and stuff. And it made sense. It makes sense now because a lot of people who are close to the situation were saying, like Michael Wolff, for example, who I don't like some of his work, but he did interview Epstein for a couple years before he died, as proven by those emails. So he has some kind of glimpse into this. They said that this letter coming out was like a warning from Ghislaine Maxwell's family or from her personally, that she told her family to release it or something like that, or to give it to Wall Street Journal, who's owned by Rupert Murdoch, who is very close to the Maxwell family. So, and everybody was wondering, like, why is Trump so adamant that this wasn't him? Because yeah, it's a dumb, raunchy, creepy birthday card, but that's not really off brand for him. Well, maybe it's because he knew that these pictures were coming and would provide greater context to this. I think that that's pretty clear. She named two people that I don't think have been named before. One of them was named by Virginia, but that's not this one. Michael Bay. I guess this is the film director, Michael Bay, and she tagged him too. Juliette Bryant, right? That's it. Yeah. It looks like she is legit. I'll pull that up in a minute, but she is accusing Michael Bay here. I hope that was not her picture at the time. Jeez. And then there's another one here, Bill Richardson. This guy is in the files. He was accused of, well, he admitted going to the ranch in New Mexico. He said he was there with his wife, which seems to be the excuse that all of them use. Yeah. So he was also accused by Virginia, and he's of course denied it. He's still not disgraced, as he should be. But yeah, those are two new names that have been thrown down. Oh, I keep on popping in that way. Let's see. I did find a couple of links here. This one right here talks about her book that was released. So, and this was earlier this year. This is a legit press release. So yeah, that's at least, I don't think Michael Bay has been called out. And this is more corroboration to Virginia's story. So let's see Bill Richardson and see what his mentions were in the documents. I searched for Michael Bay. I couldn't find him, but I could find this guy. She's also in the flight logs as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if these are one of the 10 co-conspirators. That it's possible because of the fact that she's naming them and they were already in the files from the depositions or the interviews. So that's highly possible. But yeah, we'll definitely see on that. And in addition to that, there was another, and this I found to be quite a surprise at first. But then when I did some research on the guy, I learned that it shouldn't have been a surprise at all. This wasn't, I think it's making its rounds again because of the fact that she's been doing a lot of media recently. But let's see right here, Jack Nicholson, the famous actor, is pictured with Lisa Phillips in 2002. And yeah, that is her, and that's Jack Nicholson. When I look the situation up further, it turns out that he has a history of being abusive with workers. And this was back in, what is this, 25-year-old article, 2000. So Jack Nicholson has been hit with a lawsuit alleging that he promised $1,000 and then assaulted her when she asked for the money. And it gets into here the fact that she sustained like significant injuries. Medical bills were over $60,000. And, she was left with literally like life-threatening injuries. So, it's not a big shock that he was involved, just because he was talking to her. I guess, on the mainstream, they would say it's not any indication of wrongdoing. But I would think that, yeah. And she was one of the people who publicly said that she wanted the people to be named. So that's 3 new names that have came out. Let's look up this Bill Richardson guy and see what mentions are in here. Let's see. And when he left office, he continued building his legacy by negotiating the release of international hostages and servicemen. That's up until his recent death. Oh, okay, so he's dead now. There has been another side of Richardson that has been described in a recent unsealing of depositions taken from women who claim they performed acts for Jeffrey Epstein and his powerful friends while they were underage. The billionaire, who had a mansion here in New Mexico, was charged with trafficking underage girls before he... So yeah, take note that this was a politician in New Mexico where his ranch was. So, there was definitely probably some protection happening there. The document contains more than 900 pages, released last week, describing what occurred in Epstein's ranch in Santa Fe County and his estates in New York, Florida, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Back here at the web, let's see what we got with Bill Richardson. Here we go. Now I think this will give me the summary. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of strange that wherever he was, whether it was Florida, New York, New Mexico, the Virgin Islands, he was in with the local politicians. And, he kind of had them in his back pocket, or he had blackmail on them because he had invited them to his parties and his ranch or whatever. So hopefully, yeah, this'll load up in a minute and we could take a look at his situation there. Unfortunately, I couldn't find Michael Bay in here, but there's a chance that he is either in the redacted portions or he is in the portions that are currently being held back. I haven't heard anything. Maybe I could look up Michael Bay allegations, see if just seeing if there's like a pattern of behavior, Yeah, it seems like it's loading. Okay, here we go. Bill Richardson. He has 87 mentions in the files that have been released. He's the former New Mexico governor, appears in the Epstein files primarily through allegations made by Virginia Giuffre, who claimed Maxwell directed her to give him a massage in New Mexico when she was underage. Richardson received $50,000 in campaign contributions from Epstein's and appears in flight logs, personal correspondence, and court filings. Okay, why does he need to appear in why is he appearing in flight logs if he has never been to any of the other places and has only been to the New Mexico ranch once? Interesting. Richardson appears in high signal documents, including Virginia Giuffre's deposition testimony alleging trafficking. He's named in court filings where attorneys sought to depose him as a potential witness, and appears in Epstein's personal contact book alongside other political figures. Multiple news articles reference his connections to Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, where Epstein owned what Richardson himself, the largest home in the state. Wow. So the governor is saying that his house was the largest in the state. And I guess this is just probably a summary of what I just read. Yeah, here we go. Attorneys in the Giuffre case attempted to depose Richardson as a witness, though this was blocked by Epstein's legal team. Richardson denied all allegations through spokespeople, stating that he was neither a target nor subject of an investigation and had only visited the ranch once with his wife. Yeah. Yet, he appears in 2011 flight logs traveling with Epstein from British Virgin Islands to U.S. Virgin Islands. Let's see if anything is going on with Michael Bay. No? There's probably going to be a new entry in here soon, I'm guessing. All right. So yeah, that is the new names that have come through. Another thing that I wanted to share that was really weird was this Epstein Reddit page, right? It is probably the most, oh wow, that hey, that is a character, description for sure when they're mistreating actors on set and animals as well. This is like probably the most popular Epstein Reddit page that I've seen, and it is filled with people who are like Jeffrey Epstein defenders or skeptics, it says. This subreddit serves as a hub for civil, intelligent, evidence-driven Epstein discourse that discusses claims, court documents, and journalist accounts through a more skeptical lens. So a lot of these posts are directly from Alan Dershowitz, like linking to his Substack, saying that the victims are lying and all this stuff. And that other Michael Tracy guy who's like been crashing out on Twitter about this, trying to say that, railing against the age of consent laws and such. Let's see the kind of crazy stuff that we could find in here. So it's basically saying here's a headshot from a victim who is expressing love for Epstein, and it's like, they're trying to twist the kind of manipulation that happens there. They're trying to just gloss over that and act like these underage girls who, many of whom had been in very messed up situations their whole lives and really did not know how to navigate that situation. They're kind of just acting like they should have known what they were doing and known what they were getting involved in. And I've said many times before, if you read Virginia Giuffre's book, you will be able to tell that, there was really no way that they could have prevented what happened to them because they were so young and so vulnerable and really had no other support system. So last night, we talked a lot about Roy Cohn, who was Trump's mentor in many ways. And he taught Trump pretty much most of what he knows about strong-arming people in business and especially blackmail. He was a notorious blackmailer who, being a lawyer in New York, he did things that were impossible, like getting mob bosses off of massive charges. He himself was charged with blackmail on numerous occasions. And even with Trump, early in his career, he was able to use blackmail and other strong-arm tactics to get Trump what he wanted, whether it was zoning issues where he only wanted to sell to white people in one circumstance, and he was going to get in trouble for that. Roy Cohn got him out of that. There was a lot of different circumstances where Roy Cohn helped him out. And so notoriously, he was deeply involved with the mob. And this story here talks about how Roy Cohn basically brought Trump in to the New York Mafia, introduced him to a lot of different mobsters, including Fat Tony Salerno, Carmine Galante, and Paul Castellano. They are bosses in the Genovese, Bonanno, and Gambino crime families. He maintained those connections through the years. The whole Atlantic City thing is notorious. That city was deeply embedded in the mob, and nobody would really do business there until Trump came along. And so one of the things that was really, really interesting was the Plaza Hotel and Roy Cohn's involvement there. Yeah, I tried to show a clip from The Apprentice. This movie gave an interesting depiction of how he had like the whole Plaza Hotel wired, and he had all of this blackmail material and all these different people. He had like a collection of tapes. And of course, this was a dramatization for the movies. But at the same time, like this was all based on whether it was court information, which we'll get into later. I'll bring up some of the court documents against him, or just admissions that he made to the police even. There isn't a ton of media reporting about it, unfortunately, but there are court documents that I was able to find. But let's take a look at what the directors from The Apprentice said, because there was some very interesting things in here. Let's see. Yeah, so he says, Roy's use of blackmail, and especially tape recordings, phone calls, is well documented. Roy had a woman in the basement who actually ran a switchboard, and she would tape and listen to all the conversations. I found it so powerful that Roy would basically tape record his own clients for blackmail and for leverage. And this was something that he was known to do on a regular basis. This is how he got people off their charges. This is how he rose up in the world. a lot of the blackmail went down at the Plaza Hotel, and he had parties that were similar to Epstein's parties. So this here is some court documentation from back then. And this is showing, it's a very, very long document. It's over 100 pages, this type, but right here gives the summary. And it says, testimony regarding child trafficking investigation from New York State in 1982 regarding specifically the trafficking of underage boys, creation of abuse material, nationwide tracking networks, etc. Testimony includes allegations that international intelligence agencies use these networks to collect information on clients of underage abuse. So yeah, this was one of the cases that Roy Cohn was involved in. There are some really, really weird things with the Plaza Hotel. So Trump bought this 2 years after Roy Cohn died. So the hotel where Roy Cohn famously blackmailed a bunch of people, 2 years after he died, Trump bought it for over $400 million. And then there were some issues though later on, because it only was under his control for a couple years because he kind of ran it into the ground. But when things were going downhill, it says Citibank, the hotel's creditor, was close to reaching a deal for a Singaporean billionaire and Saudi prince to become new owners of the Plaza. In an effort to undermine the deal, which was being discussed in the hotel's Vanderbilt suite, a Trump executive hid for 10 days in a secret room of the suite to eavesdrop. Trump still lost. So he hid in a secret room for 10 days to eavesdrop. The detail isn't given here, but I would think that there's probably some kind of recording devices involved with that, because it's not just like he's hiding in a room where he can hear things in the next room. There has to be some kind of elaborate operation which would have some kind of recording devices. So there's that. But another weird angle of this is there's a very real possibility that Trump hosted these same kind of parties for those couple years that he owned the hotel. So there is actually some documentation on that as well. This talks also about the Plaza Hotel. It says here that Trump was known for hosting parties at the Plaza Hotel, which he owned at the time, that attracted rich men and younger women. And now somebody says if they were checking IDs, it was to make sure the girls were young enough. Gross, who's known Trump for 40 years, said jokingly. So this is like a friend of Trump who said that they were checking IDs to make sure that they were young. And now this is very similar to the type of things we saw in the documents from Jeffrey a couple weeks ago. So there's that, but it actually gets a little bit crazier because there's an entirely different source here that says that drugs were given to the children at these parties, essentially. And I believe that this was even admitted from people who were actually friends with Trump too, and still Trump supporters. Donald Trump allegedly held cocaine-fueled parties in the 1990s where wealthy old men would hook up with young models, some as young as 15, according to the Daily Mail. The parties were hosted in the New York Plaza Hotel, which Trump owned from 1988 until 1992, when he could no longer manage the debt load and came to an agreement to give up a large share of the building to its creditors, according to sources who attended the parties and spoke to the U.S. news outlet. A photographer who attended some of the parties and wished to remain anonymous said that the models were enticed to attend by being promised that you'll meet rich guys who will help you. And the attraction for the men was young girls assuming they'd get somewhere. He claimed that the girls were as young as 15 and they were over their heads. They had no idea and they ended up in situations, the man told the Daily Beast, according to the report. There were always dramas because the men threw money and drugs at them to keep them enticed. It's based on power and dominating girls who can't push back and can be discarded. There's always someone to pick them back up. Nobody wants to call home and say, help me. So there was another part in here. Trump would allegedly wander through the parties enjoying himself. Trump was in and out. He would wander off with a couple girls. I saw him. He was getting, like crazy. Trump was at the heart of it. He loved the attention. And in private, he was a total beast, he says. Describing his lifestyle before his first marriage. So yeah, Andy Lucia, a male model who allegedly organized the parties. So this was the party organizers, and he's a current Trump supporter. And he says, there was cocaine around. I never saw him do that. Donald Trump does not do cocaine. He's in control of himself. So, like, we don't really care if Donald's doing cocaine, but he's like serving cocaine to underage girls, and it's basically admitted by the guy who hosted the party. When asked about the age of the girls, Lucchesi told the Daily Beast that there were a lot of girls. 14 look 24. That's as juicy as I can get. I never asked how old they were. I just partook. What? This guy, I didn't even get to that part when I was looking through this earlier. So this guy is total creep and just admitting to it and admitting to what was going down at this Plaza hotel. So Trump, he held a memorial for Robert Maxwell at the Trump Plaza. This was the first time that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were pictured together. So that's just another very weird connection. After Maxwell's death, and we're going to get into Maxwell in a minute, Trump held this memorial service, and this was the first time that Ghislaine and Epstein were photographed together. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, I think that there's a lot going on with that place. So these are all of the Prince Andrew emails. So I haven't went through this yet, but I think we can probably find some stuff. There was one in particular that I was told to pay attention to. Let's take a look at that. Life in my world is as busy as ever, and the demands are increasing on my time. I have to go to Paris this coming weekend, and I remember that you have an apartment in Paris and was just wondering if I might be allowed to use it for the weekend. This is a private weekend, and I am already booked into a hotel, but on the off chance that you would allow me to use your apartment, it would be great from a number of perspectives. Yeah. If this is either inappropriate or unavailable, then I apologize for asking. I will look forward to catching up with you personally before long, and in the meantime, send you my very best wishes. Wow. So he was definitely like, what's up? What's up with the Paris spot? A lot of them is exchanging locations, scheduling. Yeah, I think I'll fast forward to when they started drifting apart and when the media started catching on. Maybe there's some stuff in there. But yeah, I mean, the reason why they're taking this so seriously is because the monarchy is at risk. We can start by pointing out that fled the country after a warrant had been issued for her arrest for police report or available. This is March 2011. This was around the time that Virginia Giuffre went public. So this is him definitely talking about Virginia right here. We can start to point out that he fled, that he meant to put she fled the country because he put her here. Let's see. These stories are complete and utter fantasy. I don't know and have never met Al Gore. Clinton was never on the island. The telephone book is not mine. It was stolen by my horseman that is currently in prison for doing so. My houseman. What is your press people? Did he say? Yeah, he just spelled it weird. Scott Rothstein is serving a 50-year prison sentence for using these exact same allegations, Epstein's friends, to perpetuate the largest fraud in South Florida's history. $1.2 billion. Brad Edwards, the lawyer they kept quoting, was a partner of the Rothstein firm. Paragraphs are 40 and 41 of the complaint pages. There are two competing issues to deal with. One is clearly state that this is fabrication, and two is to distance me from any of this if you can. As is said at the bottom now, we are getting questions from the MOS as well. I should go with something along the following lines. The allegations that are made in paragraph 6 in relation to the Duke of York are completely untrue and without foundation. So this is they're drafting his PR response here. The prince's PR response. That's insane. Can you send me a statement that the judge said that had no credibility? I will email you our line from last week. Those are the same allegations that were laid at me last week. You need to find a way of disassociating yourself from these allegations and me from any of it. I will be back in touch when I have more. That's what the prince is saying. You need to find a way to disassociate yourself from these allegations and me from any of it. What? I don't know any of this. How are you responding? And then he sent this big chain here. I left you a telephone message earlier. The Mail on Sunday newspaper is running a story on Ghislaine Maxwell. We urgently require responses from Miss Maxwell to the following questions. Our deadline is noon tomorrow. So this is all of they're forwarding the Daily Mail article to each other. Please make sure that every statement or legal letter states clearly that I am not involved and that I knew and know nothing about any of these allegations. I can't take any more of this on my end. This was 2011 when he said it. And boy, like he didn't know how good he had it then, because he may be screwed. I actually believe that he might actually face consequences because of the fact that the royal family wants to throw him under the bus to save their own asses, because people want to abolish the monarchy. Let's see if there's anything else in this thread here. No. A lot of these are duplicates. I don't know why there's so many duplicates. The beat goes on, ignoring this, from Jack Goldberger. I am working on an article on Jeffrey Epstein for tomorrow's London Telegraph and wondered if you or Mr. Epstein would like to comment. A former staff member said Prince Andrew insisted on cleaning his own room while staying at Mr. Epstein's home. He had massages in the bedroom. Does Mr. Epstein know why this was? The Telegraph is at John Alessi's house offering money for story photos, etc. Oh, okay. So this is when reporters are starting to kind of swarm on people in their life offering money for things. A British reporter is calling my Sarah, asking for interviews, said he is working on another story. This is them freaking out. Call me, please. That's what the Duke is saying. Like, what the fuck? I spoke to him. You can call me. I don't like email traffic. Are you going to sue for your 22K? From period. My concern is now that he will go to not whatever deal. I can only offer him 25% and nothing more. I spoke to him. He repeated what you said. I told him I would no longer be able to speak with him. I have spoken to .. Jay has been contacted. Apparently, the fake sheik who wrote the article last week says he's got a source in your office. You need to tell Jay that I'll have no further dealings with him on any deal to help him. The Duke's 25% still stands, but as a result of this, there is no way anyone will have anything to do with an enhanced package, at least in the short term. What? They're talking about some 25% deal? I have spoken to S. J has been contacted, apparently by the fake sheik. Have Amanda talk directly to Johnny. Sorry, on a more positive note, Jess Staley will be in London on next Tuesday afternoon if you have time. Never been on a boat in Thailand. If there's something I can do, let me know. Good morning from a very dull London. I'm afraid I haven't read any of the Mail articles. I don't on principle, but I will be discussing with my team today any further action to be taken in light of another in today's Mail as well. The press is piling on me in the States. Nothing to do. Just want to make sure you're okay. This is what Epstein's saying. And it was a response to the Duke saying, we have had a discussion this morning and we are somewhat at a loss of how to deal with this, as it is now innuendo rather than substantial allegations. Notwithstanding anything false they have said about you or Ghislaine, we are having discreet discussions with Press Complaints Commission, but don't hold out much hope for a sensible period. We will be writing a lawyer's letter to the Mail group again upon accuracy and innuendo failures. This is a regular thing and has to be done to register our displeasure. No one else has even sparked at the story over here, which is a good thing. Unfortunately, this is what we have come to expect of the poor editorial standards and poor journalism of the Mail group. Most people here, sadly, just raise their shoulders and shrug, saying it's just the Mail again. Yes, he said he would take 60K in wages, pay tax, and be done. I don't trust him at all. And a payment from me at the moment, if disclosed to the press, would look like a payoff for the little shit. So they're talking about a catch and kill, perhaps here, where they buy the story so it isn't published. Let's see. Sorry. Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see their fallout here, like the panic when all this is first starting to come out in 2011. The reporter Churcher is calling around in New York now. Terribly sorry. I would have hoped this would have gone away. Possible that I met her in a group with others, and possible there is a photograph. Interestingly, the article last week in our paper, The News of the World, was written by the fake sheik that did, and that's in caps, that did in April last year. Maybe it's supposed to be died. Had his fingers in that little conspiracy, but I think it's directly from him, but through a female friend of his. I can't remember her name. Who knows? And has admitted she set up. Also, we received no notification in the now about checking the story about publication, and also have received no follow-up calls from any media outlet globally on this story. The MOS are the one paper here everyone least likes, and it's gradually, gratuitously trying it on. And I suspect after speaking to you, aptly abetted by who they will have contacted, as her identity will have been known for court records, I assume. Not bothered any further about it, but we'll keep in touch. This was before they started freaking out, so I'm kind of going back in time. I wanted to start with the interesting stuff instead of never finding it. So this is rumored to be talking about Trump. It's talking about him like peeing on people. But they're referring to him as Barran. He actually held his bladder all night until at Fisher, although he jumped on Cairo the other night and seriously tried her on the bed, big time humping. She is his size. The Baron is growing up. This is Philip Levine to Maxwell. But let's see what the whole exchange says, because for some reason it wouldn't bring the thing up. How could you send me pictures of Barron being unfaithful with another woman? I am devastated. Tell me he did not pee on her too. At least if he did not do that, I know that he does not feel threatened. So I still hold pride of place. Let me look up pride of place, just make sure that one's. She used that a lot. Okay, yeah, this is legit. I found it on Gmail. So I want to find out, did Trump go by John Barron? Yeah, and then apparently named his son. Oh my God, look at this. This is actually true. Trump used the alias John Barron, sometimes John Barron, throughout the 1980s, with its earliest known usage in 1980s and its last acknowledgement in 1990. Trump stopped using the pseudonym after he was compelled to testify in court proceedings that John Barron was one of his pseudonyms. So he stopped using this name after it became public that he was using this name. So he was using this name for some kind of shady reasons, I'm sure. Look, there is a Wikipedia page dedicated to pseudonyms used by Donald Trump. That doesn't sound right. Like, here's all the fake names your president had because he was running scams and faking publicity. He would call in to radio shows and stuff as other people, I think. Yeah, see, look. In 1991, a reporter for People attempted to interview Trump about the end of his marriage to Ivana Trump and his rumored association with other women. She was called back by a publicist who gave his name as John Miller, who gave her a long interview about Trump's marital affairs. He's a good guy and he's not going to hurt anybody. He treated his wife well and he will treat Marla well. His attractiveness to women and his wealth. So he basically made up a fake character to call reporters and tell them how awesome Trump was. And he had many of these aliases, and he probably did. I'm pretty sure there were scam things happening too. I mean, come on. Maybe it was just a publicity game, but I feel like it was deeper. So they're talking about here, how could you send me pictures of Barron being unfaithful with another woman? I don't know. Tell me he did not pee on her too. So I don't know, like, were Trump and Maxwell a thing? Is she just being sarcastic? Who is Philip Levine? Because that's who this is happening with. I don't think it's the poet. Former Miami Beach mayor. That's who it is. When was this email sent? 2002. So, I mean, this is not long. This is like a decade after he stopped using that name publicly, but I would imagine his friends would still. Let's see, John Barron? No? What about Barron? So there was pictures of somebody performing some kind of medical procedure inside of Epstein's house. Look at this. This was in the files. Let's see what kind of details we could get on this. Newly uncovered photo from the Epstein files revealed a shocking home surgery appealed to show a woman getting stitches on his dining room table as the disgraced financier ties to the medical industry are exposed. Epstein told Dubin that he was flying to New York with a Russian female student whose name was redacted in the files after she fell off an ATV on his private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And he wrote, I am flying to New York and will land at 6:30. Fell off an ATV and needs stitches in her forehead and an x-ray to ensure no concussion. Can you organize? Thanks. We'll call later or try on my cell. What? Dubin responded that top plastic surgeon Jess Ting was standing by and told Epstein to call her when they landed so she could go with them. The next day, Epstein sent another email to his assistant instructing her to purchase large first aid kits and asking for a defibrillator. Redacted had a bad accident on the island. Dr. Ting put 35 stitches in her head, laid her out on the dining room table. A photo in the files show a woman laying down, apparently undergoing a medical procedure. Her face was blocked by towels, and the faces of the other individuals in the picture were redacted. A person in a checkered shirt who looked like a man who was seen sitting near the woman while two other women stood near them, and one held a lamp over the alleged procedure. The New York Times also found several other emails included in the files between Dr. Ting and Epstein. One of the emails revealed correspondence about Ting's family taking a trip to Epstein's island. Another email months later revealed that Epstein agreed to donate $50,000 to breast cancer research. Ting denied any wrongdoing and said he was not in the photo of the alleged home at the procedure. He added that he never witnessed any criminal activity from Epstein. I'm wondering if this whole ATV thing, I mean, they did ride on ATVs. I did read stories. Like in Virginia's book, she talked about them riding on ATVs. So I think that is somewhat plausible, but I think it's also plausible that something else could have happened as well, like some kind of attack of some sort. But yeah, that was a little bit disturbing, especially with that photo. If you're on the island, it makes sense that there is not necessarily a hospital right there, but it also would make sense that if you don't want people asking questions, you're just gonna get it done there. This is the craziest one. And this is the one that I was talking about earlier that might bring some Nobel Prize things into question. Let's see.
Prime Minister Torbjörn Jagland on the left here is among the latest batch of high-profile politicians and business executives to face scrutiny over their relationship with late U.S. sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Police searched Jagland's homes on Wednesday, and he was questioned on suspicion of aggravated corruption. Jagland has said he was.
This is the former Prime Minister of Norway and also was on the board or the chairman of the Nobel Prize Committee. So this story was from a week ago, but today, more recently, like yesterday or something like that, news came out that he had actually tried to take his own life after this happened. So that's the thing that we're going to look into. And we're also going to look into the potential that there was something shady going on with the Nobel Prize and the two friends of Epstein that got a Nobel Prize from this guy. One of them appears in the files like hundreds of times.
Looking forward to helping to clarify the situation.
Former Norwegian Prime Minister Thorbjørn Jagland was reportedly hospitalized last week following an attempt days after he was charged with gross corruption linked to his relationship with late convicted child offender Jeffrey Epstein, according to a media report Tuesday. See, like, why can't we just hit our people with something vague like gross corruption? The former Nobel Prize chairman is in critical condition after facing gross corruption charges linked to the Epstein case. Jagland is one of Norway's most prominent political figures, having served as prime minister and as secretary general of the Council of Europe. He was also a long-standing member of the Norwegian Nobel Committee, serving as its influential chairman from 2009 to 2015 before leaving in 2000. So what I did was I looked at this time period, 2009 to basically 2020. Some of Epstein's friends got Nobel Prizes during that time. And Epstein also joked with Steve Bannon about how Trump would lose his shit if he knew that Epstein had the guy who controlled the Nobel Prize. And you got to imagine that Epstein had blackmail on this guy too, because this guy was caught not just trading information, but also on the more sketchy end of things. The disclosure about Jagland's hospitalization has triggered a debate about media transparency in Norway. So this happened in February 17th, and they tried to keep this out of the news. And now there's a big controversy in Norway about censorship. While the publication acknowledged the sensitive nature of the hospitalization, it argued that Jagland's status as a public figure and the gravity of the criminal charges justified the disclosure. Yeah, the other thing is, how do we know that this was him trying to do it to himself and not somebody? Maybe I'm jumping to too many conclusions there, but it's happened so much in this case where people have just disappeared when they're getting ready to go on trial. I think we should look more into what this guy knew. There was this thing called the Confronting Gravity Conference where all these scientists were at. Jeffrey Epstein held it in 2006. That's where a lot of the scientists that were discussed come up. But let's look at this guy right here, Kip Thorne. He won a Nobel Prize in 2017. Let's take a look at this guy. Kip Thorne, Nobel Prize in Physics in 2017. So yeah, let's take a look at how many times this guy appears. Let's see if he appears in the emails, and let's try to look for him in the files. So let's see. Kip Thorne is mentioned in documents. He has 90 document mentions. Kip Thorne is in here, to Al Sackle. The site you are creating for Jeffrey Epstein is impressive. This is 2010. That makes sense. I don't have a site of my own where I provide links to any funding sources or anything other than the research programs that I am myself involved in, and the website of research organization Caltech Theoretical Physics that I belong to. However, if we add any such links, I will surely include Jeffrey. Is that the most recent? I was not the chairman of Bear Stearns. Sorry, I was not Kip Thorne. Use Seth Lloyd or Marvin Minsky. Just looking through these emails to see what I can see him saying about Kip Thorne. What I would like to find is him talking about a Nobel Prize or him introducing Kip Thorne to Jagland. He was regularly talking to Bill Gates about the Nobel Prize and saying that was something that he could do for him. Like, I know that Epstein was friends with a bunch of scientists, and but the fact that he had blackmail over the Nobel Prize guy and two of his scientist friends got Nobel Prizes, one of which has 90 mentions. I want to find out what kind of mentions these are, though. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing with a lot of these rich people, they have literally everything. There are certain things that they want in their lives that are like the only things that are impossible to attain. And the Nobel Prize is definitely going to be one of those things. That's why Trump is so obsessed with it, because he literally has had whatever he wanted for his entire life. The only thing that he can't get is the love of people, which he is obviously so desperate for, just like Elon, and the Nobel Prize. The desire for it in academia is probably more genuine in most cases, but he wasn't a Nobel laureate yet. This was published in 2012. This is a press release that Epstein probably put out. This press release was probably a part of Epstein trying to push his charges. When you Google his name, push it down on the page by releasing a bunch of bullshit press releases. I read about this, but this happens to mention this scientist, Barry Barish. So he was at this conference here at St. Thomas. He was on the island, mentioned in this press release, and he gets a Nobel Prize in 2017, along with Kip Thorne, who was also on Epstein's island at least once. Jim Peebles is another guy who pretty sure this guy was on the island, and he got a Nobel Prize in 2019. Young women joined Epstein's science event attended by Stephen Hawking. This was published like a couple hours ago. Top physicist has recalled how women he now believes were victims of the financiers suddenly appeared with no explanation at the symposium. A Nobel Prize winning physicist has described how a group of young women suddenly appeared without explanation at a scientific symposium funded by Jeffrey Epstein and attended by Stephen Hawking. Oh, so Philip Peebles, he is talking to the media about this. This is a brand new article in the Times. I guess the London Times or something. So is he trying to get out ahead of this or what? Philip Peebles, who won the Nobel Prize for Physics in 2019, had no knowledge of Epstein's crimes at the time. However, he said that he now believed the young women he saw at the March 2006 meeting on the Caribbean island were probably victims. The event was held on St. Thomas, part of the U.S. Virgin Islands, 5 months before Epstein was charged with what he was charged with in 2007. Attended by 24 eminent scientists, it focused on one of the deepest unresolved. Peebles said the meeting was presented to participants as a serious academic gathering supported by a wealthy benefactor interested in establishing an institute for advanced study in the Virgin Islands. It was a good one, he said of the conference. Asked how many were there, he estimated 6 to 10. They were younger than any of the women scientists taking part in the conference, he said, though he could not estimate their exact ages. Were they 25? Were they 15? I had no idea, he said. That's a big difference. Come on now. And like, I just stumbled across this article because I was wondering if this dude got his Nobel Prize dishonestly. It did not raise any alarm bells. It was puzzling at the moment, but then I more or less forgot about it. Only later, after Epstein's arrest and the subsequent revelations about his abuse of underage girls and young women, did Peebles revisit the memory. He was a registered offender, bro. Do these scientists not Google the people that they're getting their money from? I don't understand. As far as Peebles was aware, Epstein was not at the event, but he and other scientists did take a boat trip to picnic on the financier's nearby private island, Little St. James. Peebles also remembers the event being unusual because there were very few observers who were not speaking. He said Epstein sought to cultivate links with leading scientists. Epstein liked to operate in science as well as finance and, of course, sex. He liked to talk big. What? Privately funded science events backed by wealthy individuals were not unusual in his experience. I didn't wonder at all who's this benefactor, and I didn't hear any of the other participants. Through my long career, I've been to quite a few conferences that are supported by enthusiasts who want something. This is not an unusual thing. What distinguished this meeting, he said, was its small size and, in retrospect, the unexplained presence of young women who just stood there. A spokesperson for the Hawking family said Professor Hawking made some of the greatest contributions. Any insinuation of inappropriate conduct on his part is wrong and far fetched in the extreme. Wow. That's a little bit of an extreme response. So that's quite interesting. This guy Peebles is already talking to the media about his experience here. And the other one was what? Yeah, Barish, who we looked up and saw. That's definitely pretty strange, huh? Not sure what the deal is there. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on that to see if there are any leads. Is this guy going to survive? Are they going to find out that he was selling or handing out Nobel prizes to whoever Epstein wanted? In other words, this document shows that in choosing to withhold 3 of the 4 interviews from the Epstein files, the DOJ has granted Maxwell potential blackmail on the sitting president of the United States. That is kind of wild. This guy, Roger Solenberger, has been putting out all of these new articles on the Trump accuser. And this is a new one that was published today. This is something that has been known since the birthday book. It's been speculated that she released it or her family released it. The document, which was reposted after I reposted the removal, shows Maxwell's lawyers possess 3 FBI interviews with an underage Trump accuser that haven't been released to the public. So these are probably things that are in the 6 million or 3 million or how many of her files still haven't been released to the public. On Wednesday, I reported that the Justice Department had removed from its Epstein file database a key document about a woman who told the FBI that Donald Trump assaulted her when she was a child. By Thursday evening, it was once again live. It's unclear why the DOJ deleted the document in the first place. It's also unclear why they put it back up after my reporting, which included a screenshot of relevant information and a link to an internet archive of the full record. That's probably why, because they were like, oh, okay, it's all over the internet anyway. We can't. You would think that they would have learned that they can't just like delete things after putting them up, but they do it anyway, which just makes them look more guilty. The information in the document pertaining to the Trump accuser, whom the DOJ identifies as a victim of Jeffrey Epstein in the early mid-1980s, doesn't appear altered in any way. However, the existence of this record, more specifically the public's knowledge of its existence, carries significant implications when it comes to the president and the DOJ's posture against Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. That's because this document shows the FBI conducted not just 1, but 4 interviews with Trump's accuser. And as I reported Wednesday, while the government gave all 4 of those interviews to Maxwell's legal team ahead of their trial, the government gave only 1 of those 4 interviews to us in the Epstein files. And that was probably by mistake. In other words, this document shows that in choosing to withhold 3 of the 4 interviews from the Epstein files, the DOJ has granted Maxwell potential blackmail on the sitting president of the United States. That is kind of wild because it's saying basically the summary here is that the Maxwell legal team has a whole bunch of different documents that the public doesn't have, obviously from discovery and disclosures and things like that that have happened in the course of their various legal proceedings. So many of these documents probably incriminate a bunch of people, including Trump. And anything that Maxwell has that the public doesn't have is leverage for her. And it says Maxwell held this leverage over Trump since her team received the files in batches from DOJ prosecutors as a standard part of their trial prep in 2021. In April, July, and October, the records show. The victim was suing Epstein's estate at the time, settling with a reported payout in December 2021. So a court has determined that this was credible enough to get a payout from Epstein's estate, and this is somebody that's also accusing Trump. But if DOJ had released those interviews with the Epstein files, as it appears the laws absolutely requires, any leverage Maxwell had would be gone. Yeah, so it's saying if the DOJ actually did what the law said with releasing everything in full, then this leverage would not exist. Instead, Trump's DOJ, starring Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, and Kash Patel, let her keep it. What's more, the American people still wouldn't even know that Maxwell could potentially be blackmailing the president with these sworn victim statements if it weren't for the existence of precisely this document. The record that disappeared and is now back online is an evidence catalog showing that those interviews were among the non-witness material that the DOJ prosecutors produced for Maxwell's defense team. In other words, this document is proof that Maxwell's attorney have those 3 interviews. It's also proof that all 4 of those interviews, part of DOJ's Maxwell trial evidence, should in fact have been released to the public in the Epstein files. Why didn't Trump's DOJ release all of the victims' FBI interviews? Why would the DOJ be fine with Maxwell's attorney holding these records while apparently denying them to the American public in defense of the law? The DOJ should release those interviews to the public, an act that would coincidentally considerably weaken the hand that we now know Maxwell perhaps uniquely holds over the president. Trump has said multiple times in recent months that he would consider clemency for Maxwell. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this has a big part to do with it. Yeah, so this basically talks about how they're kind of positioning for some kind of pardon or clemency or something like that. And this document here is all of the evidence that the Maxwell legal team has from a specific trial. I'm not sure if this is her whole trial because this seems like a short list, but regardless, I think because of how these interviews are labeled and the initial release that happened, they were able to kind of pinpoint that some of these documents that the Maxwell team has are incriminating things about Trump that the public doesn't have. So it's literal proof that she has blackmail on him. And this is probably why she's staying in that nice place and all that. But an email thread between presumably DOJ attorneys a few weeks after Trump lost in 2020 discussing the possibility of him pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. For reference, Maxwell was arrested in July of 2020. She wasn't convicted until December 2021. So is it because of that thing that we saw because she had that info that we just saw a minute ago? Let's see what it says. Thanks. Let's just hope it's as off base as it sounds. The reporter is Tim Wick, who correctly reported, even though it's much easier to predict, the Flynn pardon before it happened. Where can we get on a call now? I'll call in and conference you. Just FYI, I forget how this went with D'Souza, but there wouldn't necessarily need to be any communication with us before pardoning one of our defendants, correct? That's correct. So they, for some reason, put this on the second page. Normally, I wouldn't send something like this because it seems so unlikely. But just FYI, a reporter who's been reliable in the past is hearing serious rumblings from the White House about a pardon. Oh, wait, it says subject, Ghislaine Maxwell pardon down here. Wow. And they're talking about this in 2020, November of 2020. So this was after he lost the election, but before he was put out of office, before January 6th, but I believe after Election Day, right? So they were thinking that he was going to pardon Ghislaine on his way out. He might already knew that she had that information from Discovery or whatever. This is just crazy. This recording is very weird. It's Epstein's employees seemingly yelling at each other about, I don't know. They're talking about deer at one point, but then they're talking about moving bodies, and then they're talking about a boat crashing, and they're talking about disposing of the bodies and stuff, and maybe they're talking about the bodies of the deer, but I don't know what's going on about this.
I'm confused because this is upsetting.
This is the thing with Epstein's employees. This was in the files with no context, of course.
I was told Peter showed up on his own. Peter said he called and spoke to you guys.
Not me.
Peter, you didn't speak to Danny?
Nobody talking.
He wants to get to the bottom of this, and I want to get to the bottom of this because this is my ass. This is not y'all ass. Okay? I called you last night. You said you did not speak to Peter.
I did until we got here.
Peter said he called and spoke to you.
I talked to Peter.
So Guy talked to Peter. Peter talked to Guy. No one talked to Danny. No one decided to call.
I just don't know why this was recorded and like what the deal. Like, it's very weird. Like, if it is bodies, why are you recording this? And why just audio? What is it? What is this?
Yeah.
Basically, that's what it is. No, you called me after the fact. You didn't call me when the fucking boat crashed. No one called me. Let's get that straight. Listen, I got the message from you midnight. Did it happen at midnight? No. Did anybody think to call me and say they're going to use the boat to come get some dead fucking deer? No. No, right?
No, you're right.
Yeah, she just said use the boat to get some dead deer. I don't know.
And now we're dealing with this. Look at the boat. Look at the man's boat. You the head electrician. You like one of the head landscapers. I finally got you a gig as a boat captain. And this is the bullshit I'm dealing with. This is bullshit. Oh, y'all know better than this. This man is livid right now with us.
What?
I mean, I don't even know what. I'm so fucking cross right now, right? This is just completely. This makes absolutely no sense.
This is what I got really pissed off about. I told both of these guys, I said, you want these deers, you wait for the morning. And then all of a sudden.
But that was the plan, to kill them, wait till daylight, and then we dispose of them properly. And then I get these calls and this bullshit happened. This is the man's crew boat. It's bad enough he don't have another boat. We don't have another boat. What are we going to use? A barge? How much money is that going to cost us to run the staff back and forth on a damn barge now?
So there are deer on the U.S. Virgin Islands, but they're specifically on St. John's, St. Thomas, and St. Croix, and they're in like a national park usually. See, location, most often spotted in the Virgin Islands National Park on St. John, as well as on St. Thomas and St. Croix. Yeah, like it just seems weird. A deer hitting a boat. What is going on there? It is very strange. Yeah, I mean, exactly. It seems like it's a smaller island. Like if you look at it, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like there's gonna be a lot of deer on here. You know, like. They're talking about the deer, and then they're saying, and when you're talking about deer, why are you using the word bodies? I'm not a hunter, but I've never heard a hunter use the word body. Well, no, there are national parks on certain islands in the Virgin Islands, and that's where the deer are. But they aren't on these random ass islands, I don't think. It's just that his email is the only one I can see. The others are redacted. So here it says, worse than fragile, deep shit. They already threw their contact off a 40-story building. Same with Adelson. Anyone with Macau interests is fragile, right? So let's look at this. You remember some things here. Macau, 40-story building. What's this? Like 2019, the first, right? Now, look at this. China's top Macau liaison, suffering from depression, dies after falling from the building where he lived. This was in October 21st, 2018. So this is basically 2 months and a week after this happened. There's emails with Epstein and redacted people talking about this, but it's talking about it in a different context. Of course, this article here makes note that he was suffering from depression, and then it doesn't say he jumped, it says he fell. But it's a weird. But then there was another story related to this, which was years before. Remember? Oh, it wasn't just. So back to this. We had 40-story building, and we had Macau, and then we had a case that was very similar to that, right? And also, same with Adelson, right? He's talking about Donald in here too. Donald doesn't respect him at all. So he said same with Adelson, right? Now, look at this. This was from 2015. China feared CIA worked with Sheldon Adelson's Macau casinos to snare officials. Report commissioned by Adelson's company uncovered from documents filed as part of the ongoing lawsuit shows Beijing was concerned officials were gambling with public money, leaving them vulnerable to blackmail. So what I'm putting together now is either they did push him off the roof, or they had blackmail on him, and the other thing happened. China feared that casinos in Macau owned by the billionaire gambling magnate and Republican Party funder Sheldon Adelson. This is, of course, Miriam Adelson was a large donor. Yeah, that was why the name sounded familiar. That makes sense. They gave Trump like 250, 300 million or something. So yeah, interesting, right? That he's involved in this Macau thing. There's blackmail involved. Epstein is having private iMessages about this. This is very, very weird. The report, citing sources in Beijing, said Sands Macau is the primary subject of claims by Chinese officials of collusion with American intelligence services. So let's look at this conversation again with that context. I think I could get this done. His wife would never speak to him again, probably a blessing. Reed wouldn't be military with the required courtesy. I'm not sure who Reed is or who Reed could be. I convinced Reed not to be Pelosi's bitch. That gives more context. Reed Hoffman. Okay, that makes sense. Would be a huge move. Media would go nuts because of the criminal implications. You're right. It would need some finesse. Vernon Jordan played that role with Bill. Trump ain't got a Vernon Jordan. Ain't got a friend. If Wynn thinks he needs an intervention, that's a huge tell. No, F 100%. And it's unfortunate because I don't know who is sending what. You know what I mean? Because of the way the redactions are. However, he has a DOJ issue. So nervous. All tangentially related to your boy K-Walk. In the early 90s, DJT had to go his brother and sister to borrow money. And I'm reading this verbatim, so that's why it's being said like that. Otherwise, the end. No one knew. I guess I could tell that this is Epstein typing because of that. Matt, Sammy the Bull, so he's talking about mobsters now, kept him sane. Can't do algebra. Now COO of Trump org. Ha. I exist as I am. That is enough. Walt Whitman. I know. That is why and I'm reading the whole thing just to try to get more context of why they were talking about this person falling off the building. The Dems are using Farah potent. Donald doesn't respect him at all. Win? Yep. Same with Adelson. Anyone with Macau interests. Fragile. Worse than fragile. Deep shit. They already threw their contact off a 40-story building. Interesting. I wonder which one is Jeffrey and which one's the other person. And like, why is this person redacted? Like this this is crazy because they're essentially talking about blackmailed public officials from other countries. Worse than fragile, deep shit. They already threw their contact off a 40-story building. He was the lucky one. Indeed. You in town week of the 8th? Like it was nothing, should be. Trying to figure out my schedule, I give a major address to the World Affairs Club of Philadelphia on our economic war with China. Okay, let's figure this shit out. Who said that? Who? Let me figure this out. Hold on. Can you figure out from this context who this is that said this? Let's see what we got. Okay, so this is Steve Bannon. That was Steve Bannon on January 15, 2019. He gave a talk titled America Fights Back, Our Economic War with China at the Lowe's Philadelphia Hotel. So that's who's in this. And that's who he's talking about the blackmail contact stuff. That's pretty crazy. And the whole, you know, and he's talking about the economic war with China. It's pretty crazy. And who knows? Like, and that's just a whole other. Who was tossed off the building? Let's see. Zhang Zhaizong, the head of China's liaison office to Macau. Let's see. Yeah, there's a couple stories about it. He was the head of a Chinese government office, born 1979. So could be. But that one was pretty wild, for sure. Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico has never been searched, even though numerous survivors testified about the horrible things that took place there. The recently released Epstein files mention the ranch over 4,000 times, and there are now new calls for the property to be investigated. The FBI searched his Manhattan townhouse, private island, and Palm Beach mansion, but for some reason they never made it to Zorro Ranch. When the DOJ cut Epstein's infamous non-prosecution agreement in 2008, the whole investigation was narrowly focused on his crimes in Florida. The DOJ's own Office of Professional Responsibility later reviewed that decision and found that the federal government was uniquely positioned to fully investigate Epstein's other properties, but the investigation was closed before it ever expanded. Nobody was looking at Zorro Ranch because the people who had the authority to look had already closed the book. When federal prosecutors in New York finally reopened the case in 2019, they focused on Manhattan and Palm Beach, but no warrant was ever obtained for Zorro Ranch. A December 2019 email between a federal prosecutor and a lawyer for Epstein's estate confirmed that authorities had not searched the New Mexico property before the investigation was closed. Epstein purchased Zorro Ranch in 1993 from former New Mexico Governor Bruce King. The King family appears in Epstein's Little Black Book of Contacts, and Epstein donated money to Bruce King's son, Gary King, who went on to serve as New Mexico's Attorney General from 2007 through 2015. Gary King received $15,000 from Epstein in 2006 during his first run for Attorney General, then received another $35,000 from Epstein-linked firms in 2014. The son of the man who sold Epstein the ranch was running the state's top law enforcement office for 8 years, while Epstein was actively using the property. Then there's Bill Richardson, who served as governor from 2003 through 2010. His people initially claimed he only visited the ranch once in 2002. The recently released DOJ files tell a very different story. Emails show Richardson arranged to meet with Epstein at least 9 times after Epstein's 2008 conviction, including a visit to Epstein's private island. He was scheduling meetings with Epstein as late as 2018, just over a year before Epstein's final arrest. Virginia Giuffre testified that Richardson assaulted her, and he denied the allegations before his death in 2023. but recently the University of New Mexico Hospital quietly removed his name from one of its buildings. When you have the former governor's family selling you the land, the current governor meeting with you after your conviction, and the attorney general taking your donations, who exactly is going to order a search of your ranch? There was one moment when the ranch could have actually been searched. In early 2019, months before Epstein was arrested in New York, New Mexico Attorney General Hector Balderas opened his own investigation into potential crimes at the property. 2 or more women came forward as victims. Investigators collected over 100 pages of flight records showing more than 90 flights tied to Epstein's plane going in and out of New Mexico. Then the Federal Department of Justice under Donald Trump stepped in and told New Mexico to back off. The state was informed that the case was being prosecuted in New York and that their help would not be needed, but the investigation was shut down within the year and no search ever happened. When whatever happened to Epstein occurred, the whole investigation was shut down. State Representative Andrea Romero, who is now pushing for a truth commission on the ranch, said the overlapping jurisdiction with federal investigators prevented the state from acting on its own. In November of 2019, a few months after Epstein's death certificate was published, a local conservative radio host in Albuquerque named Eddie Aragon received an email from an encrypted Proton Mail account. The sender claimed to be a former staff member at Zorro Ranch, and he said that at least 2 young victims of Epstein were buried on the property. The sender said he had 7 videos proving his claims and offered to send them on a thumb drive in exchange for 1 Bitcoin, which was about $10,000 at the time. Aragon didn't respond and instead forwarded the email to the FBI right away. The FBI assured him that they would tell him whether they investigated and what they found, but he never heard anything back. He later said the email felt very legitimate and he believed it came from someone he had already spoken to who had worked at the ranch. The email sat in government files for over 6 years until it was made public in the DOJ's recent document releases. A few years later, in 2023, the ranch was sold to a company called San Rafael Ranch LLC for an undisclosed amount. That LLC had been created just 1 month before the purchase, which made it clear that the buyer did not want to be known. The ranch was renamed, the address was changed, and every visible connection to Epstein was scrubbed from the property records. New Mexico allows anonymous property ownership through LLCs, so the buyer's identity stayed hidden for years. It wasn't until the owners contested its tax valuation that reporters traced the ownership. The property had been assessed at $21.1 million, but the owners protested, arguing that the notoriety of the property justified a lower value. The county assessor dropped it to $13.4 million. Public records revealed the true owner is Don Huff Fines, a Texas real estate mogul, and the current frontrunner in the Republican primary for Texas comptroller. His wife, Mary Catherine, is listed as a trustee. His son Colin is listed as the entity's manager. Huff Fines brands himself as a courageous MAGA Republican. He has endorsements from Ted Cruz, Vivek Ramaswamy, and was very recently endorsed by Turning Point Action. Huff Fines' campaign says he raised over $1.5 million for Trump's campaigns and was a sponsor of the Trump-Vance inaugural committee. His son, Russell Huff Fines, was hired by the Trump administration in June of 2025 as Associate Director of Agency Outreach in the White House Office of Cabinet Affairs. That position coordinates interactions between the White House and federal agencies, including the Department of Justice, which is the same agency currently covering up the Epstein files. Huff Fines has even gotten criticism from his own party for his purchase of Zorro Ranch. Wayne Hamilton, the former executive director of the Republican Party of Texas, said the purchase shows incredibly bad judgment. Texas Governor Greg Abbott's own campaign consultant called it a sleazeball secret land deal. When reporters asked for an explanation, Huff Fines' spokesperson said the family purchased the property at a public auction and that the proceeds benefited Epstein's victims. An attorney for Epstein's estate contradicted that, telling reporters the proceeds went to estate administration, including payment of creditors. Huff Fines himself has not spoken publicly about the purchase and did not respond to reporters. Land Commissioner Garcia Richards sent a letter on February 10th to both the state and federal departments of justice, asking them to investigate the burial allegations and use radar and search dogs on the lands surrounding the ranch. There are currently efforts underway to force a new investigation of the property through Congress, and new Epstein file releases continue to put the pressure on local, state, and federal authorities. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel to see more content like this and to join the discussion in my live stream every night at 10 p.m. Eastern. He has 500 emails that say something about designer babies in it. That is so bizarre. There was this article. It's about this. So he was talking to this guy. At his keyboard in Austin, Brian Bishop was writing quickly. This is from the MIT Technology Review. Of course, MIT Epstein was deeply involved with the place. For a few years now, Bishop, 29-year-old programmer and Bitcoin investor, has been leaving a trail of comments about human enhancement on the web. He's a transhumanist, which means he thinks humans can be improved in profound ways by technology. He'd long be extorted by others to do something about the human condition. Now he'd decided to do it himself. According to the email sent in May, Bishop and his partner in the enterprise, Max Berry, a former biotech company lab specialist, were starting a company focused on the production of designer babies and human germline genetic engineering. He noted that lab work has started, and we have initial parent couple customer. He said he wanted ethics advice to help win the endorsement of a prominent geneticist, George Church of Harvard University, whose tally of potential genetic enhancements, a scroll of genes with names like PCSK9 and CCR5, presented in dozens of talks, has been called the wish list for the post-human era. Bishop is to make these possibilities real. A copy of his business proposal says his venture plans to let parents have transgenic children who can grow muscle without weightlifting, who possess genes from long-lived supercentenarians who are endowed with the AB plus type blood, meaning they could receive a transfusion from anyone. In November, a Chinese biophysicist claimed he'd made the first gene-edited babies, news that sparked global outcry and could lead to stiff penalties in China for the scientists responsible. Since his undertaking was first revealed by MIT's Technology Review, science leaders have raced to stop the next rogue researcher. Some want a strict moratorium on gene editing babies. While the new guidelines and public scolding may keep professional scientists with government grants in check, they don't help with the people like Bishop, a relatively well-known do-it-yourself biohacker, according to his resume, who has spent thousands of dollars on furthering his own vision for adding genetic superpowers to newborns. This is crazy. Several weeks ago, a concerned individual sent me a copy of fundraising slides outlining. That was the thing I just tried to access in the PDF. I'm going to highlight this and find out when this was published real quick. This was published in 2019. This was published before Epstein died. So, yeah, I'm going to look and see if we have 2019 emails. But let's take a look at this. The fundraising slides outline Bishop's business proposal, which contained projections of millions, billions in revenue from creating hundreds and thousands of advanced babies. This person, who asked to remain anonymous, was unsure whether it was bullshit or horrifyingly plausible. The individual expressed concerns that transhumanists were going to try to put their ideas for improving the species into action, and felt it was time to blow the whistle on Bishop. They are paying to conduct exploratory experiments on mice. It is a part of an Institute of Gerontology at UK's Academy of Medical Sciences in Kiev. Wow. So yeah, let's take a look at this guy's emails. I like implant embryo, wait 9 months, great ending. Jeffrey Epstein says, what? Other updates, proceeding with more mouse testing at my Ukraine lab. Mississippi has been testing human sperm modification. Just fluorescent tagging so far. Doesn't work for my purposes yet. This weekend, I'm heading to Biohack the Planet, which I guess was a biohacker conference. It looks like they're passing this deck back and forth to each other. Like, it looks like they're collaborating on it. Brian Bishop wants to talk to me. Do you know him? Okay, so this was 2018. This was a year before that article was written. Yeah, I do. He's a smart guy. So he didn't know him long, but it seems like they got along quite well about this designer babies project. And this was before he started putting that deck out, because this deck was leaked to MIT Technology Review in 2019, in the beginning of 2019. And they're talking about it a few months before that. So I'm not sure. It was somebody in their circle probably got freaked out about it. Probably somebody that worked at MIT, I would imagine. Attaches the doc you requested. So look, he's requesting to, yeah, spreadsheet for the designer baby and human cloning company. Human cloning company. Next steps. I am happy to hop on another call, or I could take a trip to meet you in person. Okay, I'm back in the US Tuesday, be back in action on Wednesday. That's human cloning company as well. This is an interesting resource here. Let's check this out a minute since we're here, right? Wow. What is this? Okay. This is quite a web here. And I can see there's victims here. Maria Farmer, she was the first victim. She went to the cops in 1996. She went to the FBI in 1996, and they did not take her seriously, or more correctly, they participated in the cover up. What this is wild. Yeah, so Adam Horowitz, Jack P. Hill. Some of these we looked through. I'm trying to find some new names in here. Larry Summers, John F. Kennedy. What? Why are you in here? Why are you in here? It's probably because he's in the. Okay. He appears 100. So okay. So this is kind of interesting because it shows you how much each person appears too. So Sergey Brin, let's take a look at him, because this is the guy who founded Google, one of the founders of Google. There's a lot of sketchy stuff with him. So 62 times across 43 documents, primarily in the Epstein files, or primarily in emails and book apps. See the key highlights. Multiple documents describe Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin visiting Epstein's plane on the Monterey tarmac when their company was still in infancy, or rising into the stratosphere. 2019 email from Epstein to himself lists Sergey among names in what's labeled lists for Bannon Steve, alongside figures like Dersh and others. So that could just be a name of people that or a list of people that he wanted to name drop to Bannon. Apparently, Epstein and Bannon's relationship is very much centered on their mutual hate for Donald Trump, because they were both, on the outs with Trump at the time. A lot of book references. And I'm curious why these people are all off to the side here. Okay, Abraham Lincoln's in here. Why is he catching strays? What? See, this is the thing that I was saying about how they're putting everything they can out there to delude the. Yeah, I don't know why these are listed so far away in this map. And it's like they're only connected through Robert Maxwell. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So Robert Maxwell was Ghislaine Maxwell's father, who was like a media tycoon. So he knew all these are people from his generation, I guess, that he was connected with. Even George Soros, Richard Dawkins. I don't think he's legitimately old enough for. Let's see, Leon Black. This is one of the people who a lot of Epstein's wealth came from. This guy and Les Wexner, listed in emails as one of several pro-Jeffrey power brokers contacted during damage control efforts. See, look at this. He gave Epstein $158 million for tax and estate planning. I've heard a lot of different things about whether or not he was actually smart enough to do tax stuff, because there is, of course, thank you, a lot of theories that, he was just dumb and couldn't even do math, basically. And, but I don't think that was accurate. I think it was like kind of more in between. is that he was intelligent enough in some ways, but he was an expert scammer. And there's a lot of those people around, but I think he got lucky to fall into the right places. But let's look back at this and just kind of compare. I'm surprised that Leon Black was only in there 70 sometimes. Paul Ryan's in there. This is a good resource too. People are really going ham. These developers are really going crazy with their interfaces that they're making for this. Let's see how Bush is in here. 302 times. Clinton is in there 1,255. Let's see with Trump, which will not be accurate because there's so many redactions, but I'm kind of curious. I saw him when we first were in here. I'll keep my eye open. Bill Clinton has more mentions than Ghislaine Maxwell. That's kind of wild. Virginia has 279. I will say, I said this a couple streams ago, but I'd highly recommend reading that book. It is very, very powerful, and it really describes kind of the problems in our society that enable this kind of stuff. I mean, that was the really, really profound thing about that book. I mean, a lot of the stuff about the case has been said before. Les Wexner is only in here 191 times. See, he granted Epstein power of attorney over him while he's just, he's not on his deathbed or anything. Like, you got to be under blackmail for that. But yeah, there are big debates about whether he was Donald Trump 2,775. Is that more than Clinton? I'm be shocked if that's more than Clinton, because I know he put out. Yeah, that's twice as much. Wow. I mean, a lot of that is sketch. A lot of that is also his discussions with Bannon and Michael Wolff, because a lot of that has been introduced as evidence. But let's see the key highlights. Ghislaine Maxwell was questioned about Trump in her DOJ proffer transcript. Oh, yeah, that was when she said he was a gentleman. Well-documented photographs show Trump and Epstein socializing at Mar-a-Lago and New York parties. We all know that. Seen personal email shows inner circle discussing Trump. Mark Epstein called him Donnie D, and associates forwarded research to the DJT Brain Trust. Mentioned Epstein-related litigation. He banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after an incident. That incident was most likely a real estate argument, or really Trump kind of screwed him over. The archive also contains automated newsletters and campaign emails. And by screwed him over, I mean that to just give the full story. Epstein had found a property that he liked in Palm Beach, and Trump's the real estate guy, and he thought they were friends. So he's like, "You take a look at this for me." So then Trump bought the property and then sold it for like 3 times what it was worth. And then ever since then, Epstein has been like, with the board where you're pinning the things, like basically what I have a digital version of right here, where he is really insistent that Trump is on some big money laundering thing, which with like a foreign oligarchs, apparently. That was his theory, and that came up in some of those emails. Bradley Edwards, that is the victim's attorney. Jeff Sessions is catching strays in here. Let's see what this nerd is. Okay, multiple documents use sessions, a common word, massage sessions, training sessions, music sessions, with no relation to Jeff Sessions, the person. I'm sure a lot of it is that. Yeah, that's funny. So there's some anomalies in here that get through. But overall, like these resources make the information more digestible because of the fact that they're dumping so much paperwork on people. It's that classic move. Prince Andrew, we didn't look at him. You can move these around. Okay. 296, that's it. And he's screwed. He's not a prince anymore. So they're saying that he might actually end up in jail because of the fact that the British royal family is rightfully concerned that people don't want a royalty anymore, especially after a lot of this. And people are fed up with having a royalty. So they are essentially going to try to sacrifice him, most likely, as a way of prolonging the inevitable. Kevin Spacey, we all know about a lot of these, but I like how they have the summaries that tell you, Netanyahu, what's up here? 96 times. What's this guy? What's going on with you? Most mentioned are from automated news subscriptions, one satirical email, a crude financial passage referencing Bill Clinton on the phone with Netanyahu during inappropriate conduct with Monica Lewinsky. Yeah, this has come out that there's a very good chance that Bill Clinton was blackmailed, and it correlated with things that were happening in Israel apparently too. I saw on some video. I'm not sure if that's confirmed, but I saw in some documentary I was watching a while ago, and I think it was like a PBS documentary, not some like random internet thing. Okay. It could have been some of the mentions could have been somebody called BB Stark instead, covering multiple. So this is, I was curious about him because of the fact that Epstein and Ehud Barak had the intelligence company. It was I don't know exactly. It was like the kind of counterintelligence. I'm not sure how you would describe it, but it was kind of like a private Palantir kind of offering that they were trying to shop around to different countries. And let's see if we could find him. You spell his name. Oh, what? Persons, organizations. Why isn't he in here? Here we go. Let's see what his mentions were. Listed among prominent Epstein jet passengers. Okay. 2016 email article describes Barak having breakfast with Epstein, where he is over his omelet able to defend both Obama and Putin. Spokesman statement confirms Barak attended several small functions at Epstein's New York home with leading businessmen. Court documents explicitly states, yeah, that I don't believe, especially from what Virginia Giuffre has said. She has said that he was like the most brutal person that she dealt with and was probably one of the main reasons why she ended up leaving and realizing that Epstein really didn't care about her, because when she told him about her interaction with Ehud Barak and how he was like violent with her, Epstein's response was, you get that sometimes. And that was kind of the moment where she was like, I need to get out of here. This isn't safe. And of course it was never safe, but because she really did a good job of explaining that, because a lot of things were normalized throughout her life, you know, that it was very hard for her to see what she was a part of. And they definitely targeted people like that. So it appears in one court filing among individuals, someone was allegedly, yes, this is that situation, the Virginia Giuffre situation. Let's see what else they got in here. Because like I said, these interfaces really help you kind of make sense of what's in these documents. And the website is just epsteinsecrets.com, and the other one is Jmail or jmail.world. So those are the two best documents that I think are the best resources that I think are available now. But if you find any other ones, let me know and I'll definitely look through them. This is the whole list here of names of people that are on here. And of course, as they always say, every 2 seconds on the news, this does not indicate any wrongdoing. Of course, it does in like 90% of the circumstances as far as I'm concerned. But there are a lot of random ass people that do catch strays for no reason. Like Harry Reid, let's see if Harry Reid appears in media personality lists, names sound, okay. So yeah, like this guy appears in the Epstein files a lot because he is in news articles that's sent back and forth. So that's the reason why I said like we got to be somewhat careful with some of these. But it is really good that they've isolated the people like this, because that eliminates a lot of the work for us, at least to some extent. Because the thing with some of these websites is you never know like how recently they've been updated. Jmail's been pretty good. But yeah. So with Harry Reid, he was like this very weird congressman who like was into like UFOs and stuff. I remember doing a couple articles about him way back in the day when he was like saying he had information on UFOs and shit. 'Cause yeah, definitely always covered all that kind of stuff. All right, Acosta. I know there's not going to be enough on here for him. I mean, we all know that he was the one who, you know, was responsible for the plea deal. And he also is the person who said that he was told to back off because Epstein was intelligence. had intelligence connections. Yeah, I really think that there's a lot going on with him. And it's really so weird that he ended up being Trump's labor secretary. And then you got Howard Lutnick, who's in there now. I forget what position he's in. He's in one of them treasury positions. And he was Epstein's next door neighbor. There's all these weird connections. Yeah, Epstein was really close to him. Larry Summers, mega creep. He's the guy that had the email that said, "Do not share this observation." And then he proceeds to say like the most creepy thing while he's asking for advice on how to like creep on his mentee, which is like right there. Like, you don't do that at all. Like, leave her the hell alone, dude. Let's see. Hello, Jonathan. Welcome. I'm going through the list of names compiled here on EpsteinSecrets.com. I've been browsing through a couple of these different interfaces that help us make sense of the files, trying to see if I could find anything new in here. A lot of these are quite, I think we've went through a lot of these, but some of them are new. Let's see. Bill Gates. We all know he's been in there, but let's see if there's anything. Multiple documents reference Epstein advising Gates on ways to increase the Gates Foundation's impact by pulling funds from other wealthy individuals. And he was like a lot closer to Epstein than he let on before. That's actually one of the reasons why his wife left him. And she ended up saying that publicly too. This is EpsteinSecrets.com. Yeah. Peter Thiel, 82 mentions across 51 documents. Yeah, see, so he was at Epstein's house with Bill Gates and Mort Zuckerman. Okay, I thought that said Mark Zuckerberg for a minute there. Described in what appears to be a media article about Epstein's social circle, mentioned in a brief. Lawrence Krauss, we looked him up the other night, and he had a bunch of not just in trouble for hanging out with Epstein, but also like allegations. This one's on Trump. I'll take a look at that. Yeah, I'll take a look at that one, Jonathan. Let's see. Henry Jiraki, American psychiatrist. Let's see. See, he's got some awards. Nothing really that stands out. Ooh, okay. Okay. So he is one of these people who are accused. And apparently after he sent one of these victims to this guy for psychiatric treatment. Wow. And this guy was in the birthday book too. Let's see if there's anybody else of interest that we can take a look at here. John Brockman. He's a literary agent. This is why I'm not getting signed. Scientific literature. He established the Edge Foundation. I've heard of that. He's got a whole section here. So he attended a dinner at Epstein's to celebrate his release from prison back in the day. Wow. So Andrew's presence at the part. So Andrew was there too. And he had a bunch of parties during the TED conferences. Well, that's an interesting one. And yeah, that's why like whoever did this, and it's apparently like facial recognition. This guy that set this up did not go through and tag all these people. From the post that he unfortunately deleted on Twitter, he was saying that it was like, you know, some kind of facial recognition, and it only flagged it if it was 99% accurate or something like that. Let's see. Freeman Dyson. This ain't the vacuum cleaner guy, is it? Let's see what's up with this guy. Theoretical physicist and mathematician, known for quantum field theory. Dyson disagreed with the scientific consensus on climate change. Interesting. This guy was quite accomplished, it seemed. He is no longer alive, so I guess he doesn't have to deal with any of this. See, that's the interesting thing, is they're probably putting out a lot of people that really aren't facing any consequences. And that's really the only reason why the Democrats are actually, they're sacrificing Bill Clinton, because he's politically irrelevant, which is a good strategy. I mean, Benoit Mandelbrot. This ain't the guy who discovered the fractal, is it? If this is the guy who discovered the fractal, that's gonna be not cool. Let's see what's up with this. Because I think it's like the Mandelbrot set, like, right? That's the fractal thing. No, that's not cool. What's up with this? Chomsky, this guy, this is very disappointing. So, like, the guy that discovered fractals, I mean, maybe he was just talking with Epstein. Let's see the pictures. Let's see the context. It could have just been one of these dinners, but, you know, I mean, it's still sus. Like, is this at the home? Is this at a conference? Yeah, it's creepy. It is weird that he is in these, but maybe they were just it's like Chris Tucker. Like I'm not too, I don't really think Chris Tucker, like, especially because we know the context of why he was in those photos. Like they did use his plane to go to a charity thing in Africa. So it makes sense. Let's see who this is. William. Ooh, so his picture isn't even in here. Let's see who this guy is. William Butler Yeats. Let's see. This guy is no longer alive. When did he pass? What? No, that can't be it. 1939. What is going on? That's what the name is. William Butler Yeats. That might have just, since it was not a photo, maybe it was okay, book, invitation to a party. Okay. Or invitation to poetry. I couldn't read that handwriting there. Walt Whitman? Yeah, Walt Whitman was not on Epstein's plane. It doesn't, unless he had a time machine. See, Prince Andrew, photo framed. Okay. Yeah, they couldn't scan it, I guess, because it was framed. What else we got? I think we got one or two more of these names in here. I've got a couple more than that. Brett Ratner. He is like hugging Jean-Luc Brunel. So this guy is definitely sus right now. Let's see. Oop. Brett Ratner. Let's look this guy up. See what his deal is. This guy definitely looks familiar. American film director. So he is maybe he's directing the Melania film? No. Doesn't say that, does it? Okay. That would be wild. Let's see. Brett Ratner, an American film director and producer. He directed the Rush Hour film series, which Trump wants to bring back. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. He's producer of several films, including the Horrible Bosses series, The Reverend, and War Dogs. War Dogs was good. It was about those like arms dealers that took advantage of the Afghanistan war or something like that. Like it was years ago I saw it. I'm not used to talking this much without getting a drink. I want to see if he's directing the Melania movie because that would be crazy. January 2025, Amazon confirmed its Prime Video has exclusively licensed an upcoming documentary film on the first upcoming Lady Melania Trump that will be directed by Ratner. What? That I did see that correctly. This guy hugging Jean-Luc Brunel, the guy who delivered 2 14-year-olds to Jeffrey Epstein. That's a crazy one. I'm gonna have to favorite that one to cover later. So that's a interesting like lead we just discovered, because not only is he doing Melania's movie, but he's also the Rush Hour director. And actually that kind of makes Chris Tucker a little bit more sus, actually, now that comes to light. Solar. All right, let's see who this guy is. It looks like he's at the scientist party too. Unless this is just Jeffrey's house and it looks the same because of that. Let's see here. I have to Solar Kamangar. Let's see what's up with this one. Former CEO of YouTube. Wow. He has a very, very small, like a very small bio for somebody who was the CEO of YouTube. How'd you become the CEO of YouTube? How old are you? Okay, 1977. Okay, I can see that. Did you found YouTube? Like, let's see. Yeah, I don't think he was. Yeah, he would replace Chad Hurley. He created the company's first business plan and was responsible for. So maybe he was an early YouTube employee who rose through the ranks or whatever. But you know, kind of weird. Usually, CEOs of companies like that would have a lot more in their bio. That's crazy that he's there, though. That's another wild one that I haven't seen on the news yet. Let's see the next one. Arnie Glimsher. So I guess that's the guy sitting down there on the plane. Let's see what's up with this guy. Well, keep on clicking back when I want to. Let's see. Arnie Glimmer, American art dealer and gallerist. All right, money launderer. He also produced and directed several films, including The Mambo Kings and Just Cause. He is the founder of Pace Gallery, which by 2001 sold more than $400 million in art annually. Probably a lot to people like Jeffrey Epstein. Let's see if he has any controversies. Personal life. No. Nothing too crazy. Well, who else we got? Arnie Glimner, Diana Ross. Okay, yeah, that was Diana Ross and her kids with Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. Who do we got here? Don't recognize them. Let's see. Former senator of the Russian Federation. Ooh, that's interesting. And let's see the context of this guy. Where is it again? All right, let's see. Okay, so this. Let's make sure that this matches up. I don't know if this is the same guy. This might be a facial recognition fail here. We gotta do some comparisons in a minute. See if we can find some younger photos of him. Because that looked like it was kind of old. I think we might have had a facial recognition fail there. Because it ain't the same dude. With the other ones, you could see that it was obviously the same person when we looked them up. I don't know. It's possible. The hair. Like, and in some of those, his the beard, the hair. Here, I could see it possibly being him. I don't know. That's an interesting one. Let's see what we got. Dean Kamen on the Segway with Glenn. Let's see if we see a resemblance in this guy with what we got on Google. Yeah, that's the same dude. Definitely the same dude. Who is this guy? This is the guy that invented the Segway. Watch this be. This is the guy that invented the Segway, riding on a Segway with Glenn Maxwell. Okay, and here he is with Bill Clinton. Or no, maybe President Bill Clinton and Kamen in the White House. Yeah. All right. Fascinating. So his story is quite interesting too, because like they have written books about it being a failure. Like it was one of the biggest failures ever in like business history, the Segway. I'm pretty sure that's why it has become such a joke, or you know, it just was such a joke and that's why it failed. I'm not really sure about which one came first. But anyway, so okay, the guy who invented the set, that could be at a demo or something like that, you know. Actually, we didn't look up his allegations. Let's go and see if there's any allegations. Personal life. His residence was a hexagonal shed-style mansion. What the fuck is a shed-style mansion? Okay. Oh no, that isn't a picture of it. Okay. Let's see if we can see a picture of this. Nope. I want to see what a shed-style mansion looks like. Let's see what we got. Subject of codename Ginger. His company Deca. Dean of Invention. A TV show on Planet Green. Starred Cayman. Okay. I thought he ran for office, but he didn't. Cayman appeared in photographs from the Epstein of Jeffrey Epstein that were released. Oh, they are quick to update this. So that, I guess they, let's see. Where he was shown with Epstein and Richard Branson. I didn't even see those pictures yet. Let's see. Yeah. Probably from Bronson's Necker Island, and claimed to have no connection with Epstein. His name had earlier appeared in the 2003 flight logs of Epstein's private jet. So, yeah. All right. So actually, I think that, okay. So that's the guy who was with Richard Branson. All right. I didn't recognize him in those earlier photos. Let's see who else we got. Ronald Burkle. That's the guy who's standing with Bill Clinton. Has executed grocery chain mergers and acquisitions. Murders and executions involving supermarket chains, including Fred Meyer, Ralph's, and Jurgensen's, and once owned stakes in about 35 companies, including grocery store chains. So this guy owns the food industry, basically. His net worth is $2 billion. He's an activist and fundraiser for the Democratic Party, which makes sense why he is in the photo with Bill Clinton. Let's see if he's got any sketchiness going on. He's invested in the media too. Concert booking though. Oh, he was close friends and business partner of Harvey Weinstein. And he produced films with Harvey Weinstein. Okay. And he financed the Weinstein brothers' attempt to take over Miramax in 2010. Wow. And then in 2018, after all of the shit went down, he attempted an unsuccessful takeover of the bankrupt Weinstein Company as part of the investor consortium. That's insane. And that he is in these pictures with Epstein too. Like when it gets to that, and then, oh, well, Anthony Kiedis, that's another one. That's another one. That's three. You can't have three offenders in one section of your Wikipedia bio. That's right there. I think I've made my decision on this one. He's hosted fundraisers for a bunch of corporate Democrats, basically. Bunch of corporate right-wing Democrats. Bill Clinton ended his relationship with Yukabaya due to potential conflict of interest. Okay, so Bill Clinton had his hands in this dude's business, so there was probably some kind of revolving door government corruption situation going on. Controversies. Let's see what we got here. He defrauded his wife. Okay. According to his own daughter, he had compromising photos of his ex-wife produced for blackmail purposes. Interesting. He had a lawsuit against the ex-boyfriend of actress Anne Hathaway. So, yeah, I mean, most of the people who are in these photos, like, also got weird stuff going on, or, you know, it's just, like, not Marilyn Monroe. Facial recognition is wild. Albert Einstein in the files. I don't know what the That can't be right. That's Woody, yeah. Woody Allen, that's his name, right? It looks like the photo's just got a bunch of glare on it. Phidias. Oh my god. That's amazing. Martin A. Nowak. Ah, that's that. How can you get it from a side? If this is, I'm gonna be impressed if this is accurate, if this is actually this dude, because you're seeing like 2% of his face here. Like you can hardly see his face. How can it? Is that probably the dude? Yeah, that I don't know. I could see it, but let's take a look. Let's see if anything weird's going on here. No. I mean, it's possible it's him, but with how little we can see of his face, I wouldn't trust the AI there. Walter Jones. What's going on here? This is Zorro Ranch. Crack hole proposal. Bali, Thailand, Asia, Russia. More redacted. Peter Mandelson. Let's see who this is. I don't think that's the same dude. Is that the same? Nah, that's not the same dude. Let's see if he's got any he's got a loan scandal. But I'm just looking for some of these ones where it's like up in the air. I'm checking because the bio might say they were in Epstein photos or something like that, and then that would confirm it. But I'm just kind of scrolling through here pretty quickly. Personal life. No. Probably not the same person because he looks super young there. It looks fairly recent. You could tell because of how old Epstein is. And this guy looks pretty older in comparison. They have a similar shaped face, but I don't see a resemblance there. That seems to be an AI fail. I don't know. See, results are 99% confident. I don't know about that. I guess the confidence, that's like their confidence metrics. But I mean, it still has been pretty decent. It's been very helpful to actually make sense of these. Because some of these people, I would scroll through and I would just, not really have any idea. Lawyer and former governor of Puerto Rico. Yeah, I could see that because partial government, he's got federal charges. And it's funny, like, even if it isn't for, the thing that Epstein's known for, a lot of these people have some kind of shady thing, like even in their bios. All right, let's see what else. I think that's the same science guy from earlier. Freeman Dyson, yeah. But this guy is named Robert Trivers. American evolutionary biologist. Here we go. Trivers took $40,000 from notorious, Jeffrey Epstein. Trivers made remarks indicating his support for Epstein even after his conviction, minimizing Epstein's crimes and defending his reputation. Trivers said of Epstein's assaults, "By the time they're 14 or 15, they are grown women, so I don't see those acts as so heinous." I remember hearing about this guy. I just didn't know who he was. See, it's like his earlier stuff is, it's disappointing to see these people are like this. The biggest disappointment so far, I think, has been Noam Chomsky, for sure, though. Yeah, so, and then he had a controversy at Rutgers, too. Dispute regarding a class on human aggression, the anthropology department assigned to him. He said that he was told to teach the class even though he objected that he knew nothing about the subject. Wow, what? That's pretty wild. He's one of the most influential evolutionary theorists alive today. I mean, a lot of that is bullshit. It's bullshit to justify existing hierarchies. So much of it, not all of it, but like a lot of that evolutionary theory stuff. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to establish what the nature of humanity is and what we should be like, and they try to prescribe things most of the time. Most of the people who I wouldn't say most of the actual researchers, but most of the researchers that end up on podcasts, for sure. Let's see. I think we just got a couple more left. Les Wexner, we all know that. Kevin Spacey, David Copperfield. I knew that guy looked familiar. Okay. Yeah, we all knew the deal with him for sure. That was a old name. Then we saw that. Joseph E. Ledoux. Sorry. Let's see what this guy. He's a neuroscientist. Is it the same guy? I don't know. Is it just one? 3 pictures. Let's check it just in case. I really don't think it's him though. Yeah, it's not him. So yeah, I think that was everything I was going to go through today. Let's look at this. First, pulling the MCC records of commissary shows they did stock blank postcards in packs of 6, something you'd have to be familiar with to fake. But Epstein's receipts don't show any purchase of postcards. The closest was a single envelope. The postcard uses Roger Dodger Hot Wheels postage stamp, which was sold briefly in 2018. Given the commissary's turnover of mail products, it's very unlikely a 2018 stamp was still being sold there in August of 2019. The DOJ claims that the postmark is wrong. What they are referring to is the Nova 220 and stylized imprint over the stamp, which you can see right here. This shows where something entered the USPS mail system and the stamp was marked as used. This letter entered the post service not from MCC, but from Nova Processing in Northern Virginia. So this is closer to DC and the CIA, of course. So according to stamp collecting websites, the code matches the same cancel pattern that was in use at the time, meaning it was authentically mailed from this region and not MCC. The first option here is that Epstein gave a note to his own attorney to write. Reed Weingarten represented Epstein and met him with 2 days before his death. He could have facilitated the drop-off of this letter. And Nova is right across the river from where Steptoe LLC is located. I don't know what Steptoe. I think he'll probably bring that up. But at the time, Reed seemed to work out of their New York office. Oh, okay, I think that's the law firm. We also have Reed's signature in the documents from the recent DOJ file, and that looks nothing like the letter. So the attorney's pretty much out. But the postcard writing doesn't look like anything that Epstein would write either. Epstein also signed his name with some sloppy Luke mark. I could totally see that for sure from his emails. In fact, Epstein's writing is hard to find because he mostly had Maxwell take notes for him. So yeah, his writing is notoriously sloppy. Let me try to get to the good part of this here. So much needed to someone. Okay, so this needed to be someone in Northern Virginia, DC area that knew the prisons used blank postcards, who knew that Epstein was dead right away, and who wanted a note that made it look like a suicide note, who had access to earlier Epstein files to know about his language of nubiles, who knew Nasser was moved, and who had a similar penmanship, who had connection to Epstein. And it just so happens that Bill Barr, the son of Epstein's first boss, was the attorney general under Trump at the time. He was in charge of the case. He was alerted of Epstein's death. He had inside access to the case. He knew about the birthday book. And where did Bill Barr live at the time? A custom-built home in McLean, Virginia, in the Nova Processing region with zip codes 220. Nova 220. Like, this is lining up pretty good. Now, this is a crazy theory, right? The Attorney General planting a letter to look like a suicide note in the Epstein case is crazy. His handwriting would also need to match the rather unique handwriting of the letter. Oh, wow. That W is definitely an interesting. Let's see the L's too. I mean, that's closer than any of the other ones were for sure. And somebody inside that prison system with that knowledge, like, had to have written it. It couldn't have just been some crazy person or some researcher or somebody trolling. The stylized W is consistent. Let's see. The stylized W. Yeah, that's the thing we were just looking at. There is also a consistent lazy R, but even more telling is the fact that there are two different styles of R's in the writing, which isn't common. But Barr's signature has appeared with both styles of R's in the comment, just like in the letter. Wow. So that is a very unique writing style that's matching for Bill Barr. The letter open loops its L. Okay, it open loops its L's and D's and other cursive letters, as we see in Barr's full signature. Yeah, I mean, it was looking pretty identical to me. Barr has also used upward flourishes at the end of words. In his public office signature, he adopted a long tail off, and he does this in his signature. Steen, Bill, wow. You gotta switch up the signature, bro. Like, this is looking like one of the most compelling things I think we've seen from these documents, as far as things matching up for his death anyway. And for an initial, he uses a flared letter with a sharp point, notably spaced from the letter. The single dot is clean with no motion. The letter does this as well. Okay. Lastly is the fact that the letters are darker on the ends. This is a straight of high-end pens like the roller ball or fountain pen, where the ink is continuous, not a Bic ballpoint pen. In 2019, when photographed for NY Mag, what pen did Barr have? Some variety of either these or those models. The exact type of pens that can bleed, he had a typo there, almost messed me up, on letter ends, but have also sharp points after the initial. And most people don't use them. There's a lot of details. So what would this mean if the theory is accurate? That Bill Barr would be part of a cover-up to hide details about Epstein's death by writing a fake letter he knew would be found. The timeline matches. The insider knowledge of Epstein case matches. The location mailed from matches his home. The handwriting matches. The motive matches. Even the content matches. The note conveniently starts off with Epstein alluding to kill himself to someone he's never met, then mentions something about Trump's interest in young women, something that no one would ever suspect was a part of a cover-up. They'd simply then, in the future, claim that the letter was a plant without examining who or why. But if the letter was taken at face value, it'd give Bill Barr, the DOJ, and the BOP the cover they needed for whatever actually happened in the prison that night. Whether it was negligence, encouraged suicide, or murder, something was covered up. The AG, DOJ, and BOP all cared about saving their own ass. But if Barr did this, he'd never tell the incoming DOJ, so they denounced this letter because of its mention of Trump, drawing unwanted scrutiny, like me, to look at it more closely. This is a wild theory and one of the most interesting, like the handwriting, the knowledge. So this would mean that he was involved with the murder. You know what I mean? That would stand to reason, which it would also stand to reason that it was ordered by somebody, or Barr's involved in all this wild stuff too. Yeah, because of his dad worked at Space Relations. That is that book that was about, it was some kind of, I forget the plot, but it was like a space porn or something like that. Like literary space porn, which is quite interesting. Yeah, exactly. And he was the one that hired Epstein. I've never read Space Relations. I'm kind of curious about what his dad had to say there. But I think I'll do the flights first. Let's see if, because earlier I found that MMA guy. What was his name? Hell was his name? He was one of the guys, Igor Zivanov, who was on there 250 times. Definitely something up with that dude. And Lance Calloway, I think that was the scientist that I just searched. No, that was not him. I'm seeing a couple of different potential people that it could be. which is weird because he was on there 88 times with J.M. Molyneux. They were going to Newark. They were going all over the place. And he was going to the U.S. Virgin Islands. But I can't find him on Google. Maybe if I search Lance Calloway Epstein. Nope. Nothing on that one. Let's see. David Mullen. Yeah, I'll just go down this line because we could, from these people, we can determine like if they had went to the island or not. That's the difference between when we were looking up the other night. It was essentially just if they had appeared in photos, and the only thing that we could really do as far as measuring it, if this was just a random encounter or if they were close, is like judging by how they were acting in the photo, which is why Brett Ratner looks so suspicious, because he was like hugging a shirtless Jean-Luc Brunel. But let's look up this David Mullen guy. I think this appears to be a country singer of some sort. Let's see who this guy is. All right. Looks like somebody who'd be hanging out in there. But he doesn't have any other kind of biographical information that would suggest anything else going on. But there's actually another David Mullen that's it's actually quite a popular name. There are a few. Have one filmmaker and another musician, but that guy looks like the most likely. But let's see, Luella. That's an interesting name. They're going from unknown to San Juan, and they're going to the island a lot. I don't know if that's a real Luella. It's a business name. Let me see if I can. Alvin and okay. Let's see what this is. Alvin and Luella Epstein Foundation. It's a nonprofit. So I'm gonna make a note to look into that, because this was like 24 flights and they were all back and forth to the Virgin Islands and West Palm Beach and New York, which was all of his locations. Whoa. I don't know why the world isn't showing on my screen here. Like, it's weird. Anyway. Yeah, so that seems to be some kind of foundation that he had with somebody. But, ooh, it's his housekeeper. Hold on. I found something. Let's see. There's a charge against him, possibly. Defendant herself called Epstein's housekeeper, Luella Rabio, told her not to come over to their house until the day in the afternoon. Okay, this is when the police... Okay, when the police conducted the search warrant. So that's just the housekeeper going back and forth. That makes sense. Let's see. Let's see. Neil Gershenfield. This is another MIT guy. Let's see. Whoop, wrong page. There we go. He's another scientist. Let's see. He's got another... So he got a lot of money from Epstein, basically. And Ito. Who was Ito? Oh, okay, the director of the lab. So yeah, he apparently visited him in his, let's see, he admitted to visiting him at his home in New York City. Let's see what's up with the flights though. He took 12 flights. JFK, LaGuardia to airport. It just says to airport, unknown, to house. It's very weird. From house to JFK. LaGuardia to house. I don't know about that. I'm wondering if it's Epstein's house, but it would have said West Palm Beach because that's what happened when the housekeeper's itinerary came up. All right, so I guess this was Epstein's lawyer. Executor of the estate. See how much he was in there. 5 flights. That's not really much, but that it is interesting because of the fact that, and he did go to the Virgin Islands. They're still in control. This guy, Darren Indyke, is still in control of the estate, which means he's in control of releasing all of these files from, because they're trying to get files from 2 different places, the Department of Justice and from the estate. And so this guy is in charge of dishing out the stuff that's coming from the estate. Kevin Maxwell. He's riding with Ghislaine. He's probably related, probably Ghislaine's brother or something, I would assume. Yeah. I think that seems to be the case. Yep. And he was acquitted of all the financial crimes related to business practices of his father, publishing tycoon Robert Maxwell, who was definitely very shady. So let's see what else. Woody Allen, he was on there 10 times. This is a really crazy resource, though. And it seems like they're going to be adding more stuff to it as these things get released. Of course, a VC. AI VC. Oh, wow. PayPal Mafia. I never even heard of this guy, but he's definitely appears to be PayPal Mafia. He's another one who came into Epstein's orbit through the MIT lab. In 2019, it was reported that Hoffman had hosted a dinner attended by Epstein along with Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. And then in September of 2023, the Wall Street Journal reported that Hoffman visited Epstein's island for a weekend in 2014. He claimed that it was to raise funds for MIT and that he regretted interacting with him. Wow. Bondi called Reid Hoffman one of Epstein's closest confidants while being questioned by Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, but that is what Pam Bondi's saying, so who knows how close to reality that is. But, I mean, he is clearly involved with him. It's just interesting that he is a target. Yeah, even Thomas Massey says that this and other, investigations may be trying to distract, and that's what it seems like. Even though he is probably guilty. I mean, you spend a whole weekend on that island, you're definitely guilty. All right, I think we got 1 or 2 more on the flight logs. Let's see. J.P. Molyneux. Remember that guy, Stefan Molyneux, who really sucks? And he's gotten worse and worse. He might still be around, but I think he ended up like crashing and burning and having some crash out for some reason. See, this guy's like an interior designer. Jean Pablo Molyneux. No info about that situation. Let's see what the flights were. So all these people claim that, like, oh, I just used the plane to go places, but they're all going to places where he had these, his bases, I guess you could say. Except for the one guy who was just going to New York. But even that, it looked kind of sketchy because it just said home. So, yeah. I really wonder why it's only showing me half the screen here. I think I might be zoomed in too much. Anyway. Do a quick run through this Amazon thing. I don't think there's anything interesting other than the books that I pointed out earlier. It probably would have been reported. Yeah, so let's go to the Chomsky and Michael Wolff email, see if there's anything interesting in there. And then I think I'm going to play that David Graeber thing and sign out for the night. Let's see. See if there's anything in here interesting with Steve Bannon, Michael Wolff, and Jeffrey Epstein's. That's not that interesting. So it looks like, yeah, they were writing a book together. And this is... And Trump, I think, was very closely, like, was mentioned a lot because they had a pretty brutal falling out, which had nothing to do with his personal activities, apparently, and everything to do with a real estate deal where he got screwed over. Oh, wait. From Jeffrey to Michael Wolff. Lots of reporter inquiries. Do I think that Trump set me up? What do I know about his dealings? Did I speak to you? Suggestions, all public record. House bought out by a bankruptcy proceeding. I think this might be what he's talking about. I was the stalking horse bid. Yeah, that's the other thing. This guy does not know how to type for how rich he is. Never before was there a prosecution of erotic massage by woman for money in someone's home. What? Most interviewed by police. So he's talking, do I think Trump set me up? Again, why you need a team in place. And this is basically what people were criticizing Michael Wolff for this, because he had a very like supportive tone with Epstein, I guess you could say. He's great. He needs to get the documents from the law firms that are wholly focused on this submission to the judge. Yeah. But that is quite interesting how he is talking here about how he thinks that Trump set him up in a lot of circumstances. Let's see. You have an art guy. Of course he has an art guy. You know, this money could have been taken knowingly through the blackmail situation. And when his wife went through the books and found all this money was missing, Wexner probably made a play at that point where he was like, all right, this guy just got locked up. So he's looking shady already. So, you know, I don't want to get caught in all this shit that I was involved with Jeffrey in. So I'm just going to act like I don't know nothing about this money. Let's take a look at his actual statement. I am pleased to testify today, pleased because it is an opportunity to set the record straight. Over the years, I have been the subject of an outrageous, untrue statements and hurtful rumor, innuendo, and speculation. Let me state from the start, I was naive, foolish, and gullible to put any trust in Jeffrey Epstein. He was a con man, and while I was conned, I have done nothing wrong and have nothing to hide. I completely and irrevocably cut ties with Epstein nearly 20 years ago when I learned that he was an abuser, a crook, and a liar. And let me be crystal clear, I never witnessed nor had any knowledge of Epstein's criminal activity. I was never a participant nor a co-conspirator in any of Epstein's illegal activities. To my enormous embarrassment and regret, I, like many others, was duped by a world-class con man. I cannot undo that part of my personal history, even as I regret ever having met him. Before going any further, though, I want to acknowledge the survivors of Epstein's terrible crimes and devastation that to each of them has endured as a result. The pain that he inflicted upon them is unfathomable to me. My heart goes out to each of them. I want you to know something about the man seated before you. I am 88 years old, a husband to Abigail since 1993, the father of 4 adult children, and profoundly a grandfather. I have lived in Ohio my entire life. I am a philanthropist, blah, blah, blah. I founded the Limited Stores in 1963 with a $5,000 loan from my Aunt Ida, blah, 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 blah. It's like his bio he's put in here. Literally, like, these brands, as an important part of my longstanding commitment to philanthropy, I created and continue to. All right, I'm not reading that part. See if he says, I have been married to her for 33 years. We are completely devoted to each other. To be clear, never once in my 36 years have I been unfaithful to Abigail in any way, shape, or form. Never any suggestion to the contrary is absolutely entirely false. Again, to be clear, I have never heard about Epstein being in the company of a minor girl. To the contrary, he led me to believe he was in a serious and long-term relationships with 2 women, Dr. Eva Anderson and later Ghislaine Maxwell, both of whom he said he had contemplated marrying. I was never on his airplane, contrary to rumor. I did not give Epstein the New York townhouse. He purchased it from me for what I was told was an appraised value. After we moved out, I never set foot in the house again. Didn't he sell it to him for like $10 or something, or like nothing? Or there was some weird thing like that where it was pretty much free. I visited Epstein's island only once, short after he purchased it, when Abigail and our young children and I stopped a few hours one morning while we were on our cruise on our boat. Again, the side of Epstein that he chose to reveal to me was far different from the predator he was actually exposed to be. Yeah, $1. Yeah, that's crazy. So something was definitely going on there. As I have stated before, my contact with Epstein entirely terminated nearly 20 years ago. In late 2006, Epstein told Abigail that he had a legal issue in Palm Beach, but insisted that what he referred to as baseless, trumped-up charges by an over-aggressive police chief would be dismissed. In 2007, however, Epstein informed Abigail that his situation could become messy, and he might have to spend time away. To say the least, this was shocking. At the same time, Epstein suggested that Abigail could handle our personal finances if he were to become unavailable, and for the first time, he provided her with the financial information that she would need. Due to the complexity of the information, it took time to unravel, but after reviewing the information, it became clear to Abigail that Epstein had stolen vast sums of money from our family. Once I learned of his abusive conduct and theft from my family, I never spoke with Epstein again. Never. Okay, so I mean, that could be true, and all the other stuff could also be true too. Like, you could have still been criminals together, and he could have also stolen from you. I mean, that often happens. In September of 2007, 9 months after he pled guilty in Florida, we revoked Epstein's power of attorney, removed his access from our bank account, and forced him to resign from all of our affiliated entities. Confronted with his financial wrongdoing by Abigail, Epstein agreed to and did return a substantial amount of money, even while continuing to maintain his total innocence of any wrongdoing, never dropping the con. In light of his eventual guilty plea and deception of our family, we completely severed our relationship with Epstein. Epstein was permanently and irrevocably out of my life. While others visited Epstein in jail and associated with him after his release, I did not, nor did I witness, condone, or enable his crimes in any way. I want to thank the committee for its efforts to get to the bottom of Epstein's con and illegal activity. I hope that you are successful in uncovering the truth and bringing closure to all survivors. If I am able to assist you in that effort by answering your questions, I am grateful for the opportunity to do so. And then he went on for 2 hours to say, I don't know, I was conned, you know. So I think that was it, right? Oh, wait. Nearly every waking hour during my work week was spent on my business. My weekends were also filled with business responsibilities, my real estate development interests, community charitable projects, and ultimately my growing family. Blah, blah, blah. I was introduced to Epstein in the mid to late 1980s by Bob Meister, the former vice chairman of Aon, Bob knew I needed help managing my personal finances and suggested that I speak with Epstein. I did not rely solely on Bob's recommendation. I consulted Ace Greenberg and Jimmy Kane of Bear Stearns, Epstein's former employer, both of whom endorsed Epstein without hesitation. I consulted oh yeah, I already put that. Epstein also offered a reference, Ellie de Rothschild. When I spoke with Ellie, he highly recommended Epstein based upon work Epstein had done for his family. At first, Epstein was unwilling to take me on as a client. In fact, for the first few years I was acquainted with him, Epstein offered me advice here and there while explaining that giving financial advice was not his focus and refusing to accept compensation. He said he was assisting me as a favor. Little did I realize that from the very start, Epstein was conniving to gain my trust. So what's also, yeah, that's definitely true. That probably the recommendation from Rothschild was one of the things that led him to trust him. But at the same time, I do feel like there was something more going on. And I feel like, this money could have been taken knowingly through the blackmail situation. And when his wife went through the books and found all this money was missing, Wexner probably made a play at that point where he was like, all right, this guy just got locked up. So he's looking shady already. So, you know, I don't want to get caught in all this shit that I was involved with Jeffrey in. So I'm just going to act like I don't know nothing about this money and he stole it. So, it already, I want to go back and look at that email that he wrote to Wexner. We read it on the stream, but now like it has even more context. But yeah, I think that's might have been what happened, I think, is him just deciding at that point in time that that was his opportunity to kind of get out of whatever blackmail situation he was in with Epstein, if that's what was happening. Yeah, exactly. As my financial resources and time demands continued to grow, I formally hired Epstein to manage my first personal finances. Because my public company and other duties required my full attention, I provided Epstein with a power of attorney so he could execute transactions quickly without constantly requiring my signature. The need for a power of attorney was clear to me, and I provided the same scope of authority to Epstein as I did to his successor, Dennis Hirsch. What I did not anticipate was Epstein misusing the trust I had placed in him despite his fiduciary obligation to act in my best interest. Is it normal for rich people to hand over power of attorney to other people? That sounds weird to me. And this has always sounded weird to me. What is so clear only now is that Epstein lived a double life. He was clever, diabolical, and a master manipulator. I believe the second part, but I don't believe the first part. I do not believe that he led a double life. He led a very open life of what he was doing. He was meticulous and revealing to me only glimpses into the life in which he was a sophisticated financial guru who consulted with heads of state, high-ranking politicians, royalty, university presidents, professors, CEOs, musicians, and other luminaries. He was a member of the Trilateral Commission and was a trustee of the Rockefeller University. While I did not socialize in Epstein's social circle, he often told me about his famous acquaintances and important positions he held. And at times, I experienced what seemed to be random chance encounters, possibly orchestrated by Epstein, with prominent individuals who said that they knew Epstein. Over the course of many years, he carefully used his acquaintance with important individuals to curate an aura of legitimacy that he then used to expand his network of acquaintances and apparent credibility even further. The other life he led, that we now know is full of unthinkable crimes, he most carefully and fully hid from me. He knew that I would have never tolerated such horrible behavior. Not any of it. At no time did I ever witness that side of Epstein's life for which he was now infamous. I am the father of 2 girls, now women, and the thought of what he did makes me sick. I think... Is there any more? There might have been, but I think we got the gist of it there. Yeah. So I'm willing to believe the part that he was conned in certain respects, but I don't believe that he had no clue about the things, especially because Virginia says that She was assaulted by him on numerous occasions and in his mansion. He's guilty of that, and he's probably guilty of some kind of involvement in those crimes. And not to mention, he had mob connections too. So it's not like he's some innocent old man. Yeah. But I do think his description of his relationship with Epstein, they did seem to have a falling out, and there was some kind of con. Like, there was always a con with Epstein, but that doesn't mean you're innocent just because you got conned. But yeah, there was this letter that Epstein sent to himself, and he had this habit of sending himself letters that he was going to send people that he was kind of on the outs with. He did this with Bill Gates. I found it. So this right here was a letter that Epstein sent to himself after Wexner's falling out with him. And this is why I tend to believe that there was probably some bad blood between them. And this is what kind of leads to some of my theory about how Epstein had some kind of dirt on him, was blackmailing him. The blackmail could have been related to what happened with Virginia and others. Yeah, actually, I think I could probably find the email, because this is interesting to kind of give some insight into their relationship. Yeah, I found it. So, all right, this doesn't give a date. This was in the DOJ files right here, but it doesn't give a date. Wait. Let's see what it says, though, because I read it on stream before, but now that I have this other context, I'm kind of curious. Let's see. It says, Les, I am truly sorry to hear that you have been the target of an extortion attempt by the same girl that has tried to extort Ehud Barak. This is definitely talking about Virginia. So Alan Dershowitz and Prince Andrew. I guess that she is either using bottom feeder or she is being used by them. I don't know what that is. I am certain that John Ziegler has transmitted my suggestion to you as I sit down together. I was told that family had no interest in a meeting. As I did not ask for a meeting with family, I find that answer unsatisfactory. I have never once, not once, done anything but protect your interests. I owe a great debt to you, as frankly you owe to me. I was not surprised by your reticence to sit with me when my bad judgment with women became a cause of celebre. As I'm sure you recall, you didn't sit with your mother or sister Sharon when a conflict arose, as I did for you. You didn't sit with Jack Kessler, Stanley, or Stanley's son. I did it for you. I never asked to see you. I never sent a request. Jack Kessler was that name that came up in that tweet just a minute ago. Abigail and I sat. So many questions. Oh, sleazy lawyer is bottom feeder. Gotcha. She made many unfair, aggressive, and false accusations, none of which have been fully answered without violating a confidence in you. Many of which I did not answer, some that I did. You and I had gang stuff for over 15 years. Yeah, I don't know what that meant. You and I had gang stuff for over 15 years. I don't know. Like, I feel like that might be tied to the blackmail or the trafficking thing. Who knows? A great deal of it she was unaware of. See, this is what I'm saying. Remember when I said Epstein got busted? He things started looking sketchy with him. He was running Wexner's finances and had blackmail on Wexner that his wife did not know about. When his wife gets the books, sees that all this money is missing, wants to know why, Les can't tell his wife it's because I'm being blackmailed because he has videos of me with this 15-year-old. So I think that's what happened, is he just decided to take that opportunity to try to get out of the situation, figured Epstein was getting in trouble for what he was going to be accused of. So he was trying to clean his hands of it at that moment. And that's kind of how this is reading. And mixed with the grains of actual real stuff that I could get from the bullshit of lies that he had in his statement, that does seem to be what happened, because he said that she got a hold of the finances, and then he's talking about she made unfair accusations. When we read this a couple weeks ago, it made no sense. It just seemed like he had something, you know? A great deal of it she was unaware of. I had no intention of divulging any confidence of ours, no matter what accusations she made. So he's saying, you know, she came at me with all these accusations from after looking at the books, and I didn't give up any of your shit. And she's saying all sorts of crazy stuff. And she made quite a few, as I'm sure she told you. I didn't argue with her, threaten her, or you in any way, did not behave as I had always, putting your interests first. I always told you I would never under any circumstances give it up or put you in harm's way, no matter who, what, or when. I would guess that if things had not changed as much as I know you, things had not changed much as I know you, that you will find a need to show this letter to Abigail. If so, I would ask that you not raise your shoulders, purse your lips, and tell her that I have no idea what he means. Is Jeffrey asking for something? There must be more to it. We don't know what we don't know. That last part was a little bit confusing. But I think what he was trying to say was that, you know, it seems like you tell Abigail everything except for the things that you're guilty of, and I'm making insinuations to it in this letter. So if you show her this letter, don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about or something. That kind of seems to be it. But I'm glad we were able to find that, because I was kind of curious. So that, mixed with Wexner's statement, it makes quite a bit of sense about their relationship if I'm reading between the lines, you know what I mean? Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. Hope you're all doing well. Good to see you again. So tonight we're going to pretty much be looking exclusively into some of the new information that has come out about Epstein's death and the possibility that he is either still alive or didn't take himself out, which the latter we kind of already knew, and the possibility of him still being alive, there's kind of been more evidence stacking up in that realm. But yeah, let's just get right into it. Let me just pull up my chat real quick so I can look at it off. Good evening to y'all too. Hope everybody is enjoying their Friday. All right, so there has been actually, let me cover this first, because there have been some things happening with the files that are kind of sketchy that I want to talk about. First of all, we've been noticing that a lot of files have been disappearing, and this has been happening since the beginning. Many of them involve Trump. Some of them involve other powerful families like the Rothschilds, or people like Elon Musk that we know has been taken out of some of the files. So let me share my screen here. So right now we're seeing that at least almost 10,000 documents in the Epstein files have been taken down. Now, the DOJ is saying that this is due to concerns from victims, that documents were identified of victims based on identifiers not previously known to the department. So, you know, that's a possibility, because thank you. Appreciate that. I love this, Eddie. Yeah, they were exposing victims, and they should definitely be doing something about that to fix it. So maybe that's a possibility, but we've also been noticing that the number of searches for Donald Trump have been lowering, and the number of searches or results on searches for various powerful people have been dwindling. So that's an issue. I also saw there was, well, oh yeah. There was deletions happening on Reddit too, because people have been trying to archive things on Reddit, and some kind of mods have been going through and deleting them. Now, if you'll remember, Ghislaine Maxwell was a very prominent moderator on very large political Reddit pages, just like Epstein was involved in many 4chan pages as well. So this is looking like something is going on here. Why don't they want this information to be cataloged? Why are Reddit mods taking this stuff down? And let's see. There's also some good stuff here with the redactions that people have figured out. So look at this right here. You see the bottom redaction? I was going to take polo lessons in Calgary, but I redacted think my body can handle it. Right? That's weird. It's, if you're good at playing those games where you can fit the context in, you know what I mean? You can probably tell that the word is don't there. So why are they redacting don't? The first 3 letters of don't are D-O-N, Don. So they're more than likely using some kind of AI software that is scanning all these files and flagging various words, whether it be Don, Donald. And then we noticed in one of the emails about Elon last night, there was his name was redacted in multiple points, except the person that was emailing Jeffrey spelled his name wrong and spelled it Elan. And you could see that it was clearly Elan, even though we already knew that from the context anyway. And I think Elon was not redacted in another reply down the line. So obviously, we all know that AI has hallucinations, makes mistakes, is incredibly useful, but still makes a ton of mistakes. But this could be what's happening here. And why else would you be redacting don't? It's obviously something automatic happening. So in the light of this, there has been a whole lot of things coming out in regards to Trump's involvement and his family's involvement as well, and Mar-a-Lago. So despite all these attempted redactions, there's still things leaking out. Next week, some of the politicians on the other side that are a part of the oversight committee are going to be able to look at the unredacted files. But I'm pretty sure they're going to have a time limit of some sort. They're going to have a lot of restraints on them, but they should be going there armed with the the exact documents that seem the most suspicious, and hopefully they'll be able to identify some people from that and actually bring some justice to this. But there was this Epstein recruiting a 15-year-old from Mar-a-Lago. She would not have been required to have an employment verification issued, as her job description did not meet what was required. My notes of the interview with her indicate she was recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell from Mar-a-Lago. If you still talk to Ghislaine, she should be able to verify if she recruited her or not, and then work backwards from that. So this was with Bill Riley and Riley Kyrley, and this was 2011, so that's likely about Virginia Giuffre, because that was when, yeah, exactly. That was around the same time. Can we find out when she worked at Mar-a-Lago? She says she was 15. I don't think so. Would have had to have had an employment card for underage. Yeah. So we've seen this referenced in other emails, but this is the first time that I had seen this email in particular. There's this other one I found. To Farkas Andrew. So let's see. Can we do a coffee with Don Jr. Thursday, Friday? Only F easy. As you know, I like people that are funny. So this is 2019. Jeffrey Epstein is trying to set up something with Don Jr. Are there any other Don Jr.'s that I don't know about, or is it just this is the guy he was emailing with? I mean, there's only one Don Jr. that I know about that he'd be talking to, and that's 2019. So that's pretty interesting. And you know, these are, you know, a lot of this we already knew. It wasn't like the very intense accusations that we've had in some of the files, but regardless, these are pretty there's not much you could do to wiggle out of this, out of the fact that, you know, that was probably Don Jr. and that Virginia definitely worked at Mar-a-Lago, and that Trump apparently spent hours at Jeffrey's house with Virginia years later for some reason. Real quick, though, before we get into the dead or alive thing, this is pretty wild.
Was very powerful. So, like, if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like, to be honest, like, if you're not in those files,
Tom
it
Starbrick
would be an
that not
insult
being named in
because
the
it just
Epstein
means that you
files
were a
is
bit of
an
a
insult.
loser.
It
Right.
makes you a
So
bit
the
of
people
a
who
loser.
aren't in the file.
He knew everybody that was very powerful. If you were on the scene and you were powerful, like, to be honest, like, if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right. So the people who aren't in the files are losers.
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist that wrote about it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? You're the loser because you're not in this. I find that jaw-dropping.
He knew every.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think this is like the last defection that they have, because at this point it's like, you know, everything else that they have tried has been proven wrong by what has come out. So now they're just like, you know, it was cool. It was no problem. Just like the Megyn Kelly excuse of a couple weeks ago, where it was like, oh, you know, they were just barely legal or whatever, which is not the correct term for that. No. And also not correct. But yeah, this report came out today that has had everybody talking. Who entered Epstein's jail tier the night of his death? Newly released video logs appear to contradict the official accounts. Newly released Department of Justice documents show that investigators reviewing surveillance footage from the night of Jeffrey Epstein's death observed an orange-colored shape moving up the staircase toward the isolated locked tier where his cell was located at approximately 10:39 p.m. on August 9th, 2019. That entry in an observation log of the video from the Metropolitan Correction Center appears to suggest something previously unreported by authorities. A flash of orange looks to be going up the L tier stairs, could possibly be an inmate escorted up to that tier. It also appears, according to an FBI memorandum, that reviews by investigators led to disparate conclusions by the FBI and those examining the same video from the Department of Justice's Office of an Inspector General. The FBI log describes the fuzzy image as possibly an inmate. Look at this highlighted part here. A flash of orange looks going up the L tier stairs. Could possibly be an inmate escorted up to that tier. The inspector general logs it as an officer carrying orange linen or bedding, noting that in their final report that an unidentified corrections officer, noting it in their final report as an unidentified corrections officer. I don't know. It says it is possible someone's carrying an inmate linen or, but I don't think so. That I think this is the video right here. Let's see. Let's take a look at this real quick.
That appears to contradict the official account of CBS News has uncovered new evidence that appears to contradict the official account of what happened in Jeffrey Epstein's jail the night he died. We've studied surveillance video showing a glimpse of what may be a person in orange near Epstein's cell. FBI and Justice Department logs refer to it. Authorities have insisted no one entered Epstein's cell tier at night before he died. Scott McFarlane has covered this case for many years. Scott, good morning. What are we learning?
Hey, Vlad, good morning. More than 6 years after the death of Jeffrey Epstein in a federal prison, the mystery over how he died remains very much alive. A new analysis of surveillance video by CBS News shows a partial view of what may be someone possibly headed up to Epstein's cell tier the night he died. Notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his cell in the early morning of August 10th, 2019, inside this since-shuttered federal prison in Manhattan.
What? And you could just see them clearly walking with somebody.
This was the vow of then Attorney General Bill Barr.
We will get to the bottom of what happened, and there will be accountability.
There is wild shit in here, including in the files. They say that they put a bunch of boxes on a gurney or something like that and wheeled it out in front of the cameras and they said it was his body, and it wasn't actually his body.
Epstein's death was quickly ruled a suicide, but a technical failure that left only one working camera near his cell that night has created conspiracy theories about what happened leading up to his death. At the time, the Attorney General said no one entered Epstein's housing tier the night of his death. But there's been scrutiny of a particular moment on the cell block surveillance footage where an orange-looking flash could be seen at 10:39 p.m. A report from the Justice Department Inspector General notes the flash, quote, "It is possible someone is carrying inmate linen or bedding up the stairs." And the final report refers to it as, quote, "an unidentified corrections officer." But now, newly released Justice Department documents reveal an initial FBI review of surveillance video on the cell block says the flash could possibly be an inmate. And independent video analysts consulted by CBS News say the movement was more consistent with an inmate or someone.
Yeah, that's a whole person there. That's not a wad of linens. You're not carrying around a thing like this.
Wearing an orange prison uniform than a corrections officer. And prison employees tell CBS News it would have been highly unusual to move an inmate at 10:39 p.m. Jeffrey Epstein was found dead at 6.
The tattoo is missing. Are you talking about Tupac back in the day? I remember that was one of the things that they were saying.
It's 30.
They were the one that broke the story, and they have
last year. Then Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino insisted.
There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
A separate CBS News investigation last year also cast doubt on how the prison preserved the crime.
And I'm shocked too. I'm shocked that this was out on here. Like, what the hell?
Crime scene and why Jeffrey Epstein's body and some object were moved before the FBI arrived. This does not change the assessment Epstein died by suicide, but these new details raise further questions.
But yeah, that's definitely sketch. Let's see if there was anything else in here. Oh, yeah, this was the one. Thomas told investigators he discovered Epstein in his cell shortly after 6:30 a.m. on August 10th and that he ripped Epstein down from the hanging position. Investigators asked what happened to the noose. I don't recall taking the noose off. I really don't, he replied. I don't recall taking the thing from around his neck. What? And so there is no noose. That's the other thing. Noel, who remained standing at the cell entrance, told investigators she saw Thomas lower Epstein to the floor, but did not see a noose around his neck. The noose Epstein allegedly used has never been definitely identified. What? According to the Inspector General's report, a noose collected at the scene was later determined not to be ligature used in Epstein's death. So how did he get strangled then? Thomas also described Epstein as shirtless when he found him. Evidence records indicates a shirt believed to have been cut from Epstein's body was later returned from the hospital in a bag of personal belongings. The new documents also show that New York City's Office of Chief Medical Examiner reviewed the jail surveillance footage 6 days after Epstein's death as a part of an investigation and concluded the video was too blurry to identify any individuals. Hours later, the office publicly ruled Epstein's death a suicide. The medical examiner did not provide an estimate on how long Epstein may have been dead before his body was discovered. So, yeah, we're going to look at Tartaglione as a possibility. We're definitely going to look at that tonight. Dr. Michael Baden, a forensic pathologist retained by Epstein's brother, previously told CBS News that Epstein had likely been dead for several hours and he was found, but because the body had been moved, determining the time of death was impossible. And then there's also the matter of the hyoid bone in the neck that was broken that is highly unusual. To happen in a suicide. It would usually be in cases of homicide. Bonhomme declined to comment. Yeah, okay. But yeah, that is a wild one. And I'm shocked to see this actually reaching the mainstream and CBS News nonetheless, which is like even more in Trump's pocket than Fox at this point. So that is definitely quite shocking. So this is another angle of this that I hadn't seen picked up in the news, and that is this document right here. This is not a like a random FBI report. This is a like an interview with a FBI special agent and a report from that, like highlighting what was discussed. Was interviewed by FBI Special Agent, Office of the Inspector General and Assistant United States of the Southern District of New York, yada, yada, yada. Let's see where it was. I wish I could have highlighted it. After being advised of the identities of the interviewing agents and provided the following information. Okay, here it is. So this redacted person has worked for BOP since March 6, 1994, and has worked at MCC since May 4th, 2019. Prior to the MCC, they worked at BOP's Federal Correctional Facility. Okay, it's their career. Does not have a BOP-issued phone. Currently supervises. Each day, there are 3 working watches at the MCC. The day watch begins at 7:30, ends at 4 p.m. Typically, the SHU CO has keys and therefore can't go downrange and interact with the inmates. One opens and closes the door and completes paperwork, provide the inmate with food. In the SHU, inmates are... Okay, here's the Epstein stuff. Did not remember when Epstein first came to the SHU. Figures Epstein must have been housed with the prison's general inmate population at some point because approximately 1 month ago, while Epstein was already in the SHU, an inmate in the general prison population told Epstein that he wanted to speak with him without providing a reason. Redacted never had an in-depth conversation with Epstein regarding this matter because Epstein spent 12 hours a day from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. meeting with his lawyers. Anytime Blank ran into Epstein, he appeared to be in a good mood, and Blank thought he was just a happy guy. Blank does not know that Epstein was housed in the SHU when he attempted to take himself out in July, was in the elevator with one of the MCC's doctors, said he was en route to the SHU to tell personnel that Epstein had always needed to have a cellmate as a result of this incident. This information was not provided in writing or listed anywhere in writing in the SHU office. It was instead passed on to each watch word by mouth. Days prior to Epstein's death, Blank ran into Epstein as he was being escorted downstairs to meet with his lawyers on either Wednesday or Thursday. Epstein told them he needed to set up his pack and pin, which allows inmates to make social calls. However, Epstein had been unable to set it up because he was always to assist him, locked in the system. Epstein told Blank he wanted to make a call to his mother, but had not yet been able to set up a pack and pin. He views ensuring his inmates have family socialization as part of his job, so he allows inmates having technical problems with their pack and pin a single 15-minute phone call. They told Epstein to watch. His watch was ending at 7 p.m. that day, and he would only need to be able to make a call was if he ended his meeting with his lawyers earlier than normal. Blank checked and confirmed that Epstein had not yet set up his pack and pin. At approximately 6:45, found Epstein waiting for him to make the call. Epstein was handcuffed, searched, and brought upstairs. Blank did not know which cell Epstein's and instead put Epstein in the shower on tier G. So what, he was out of his cell and he wasn't supposed to be? He was just wandering around? And that's why he got handcuffed and searched? Because, like, why are you going to get searched? I mean, I haven't been in jail long enough to get a lawyer. I've been arrested plenty of times, but I've, after court, everything's always been all right. So I'm not sure what that process is when you like see your lawyer and then you go back in. Like, do you get searched and handcuffed? Like, you were already handcuffed, I think. And who knows how it works for rich people. But again, the way this is written, it appears that he was just out wandering around and they were like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? The phone cord barely reaches into the shower, where the guards are also physically present with Epstein. Use the outlet on the left, which is legal and fine. Oh, maybe it was because they were allowing him into a different area to use the phone. Maybe that's it. Epstein heard him say, hey, how are you doing? How's everything? On the day Epstein was found deceased, he was scheduled to work from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. as the duty officer. Prior to arriving at work, Blank received a phone call from Blank, who said Epstein had attempted to take himself out. He took the train, and by the time he arrived at MCC, the news media reporting that Epstein was deceased. I think we're starting to get to the part that I had discovered. Upon arriving at the MCC, he completed some tasks before assigning him to the hospital on Park Row, which is separate from the main MCC building, and where Epstein's body was being guarded. When Blank arrived at the hospital with case management coordinator, Blank was responsible for taking Epstein's fingerprints, COs, where Epstein's body and had secured the scene. Sorry, it's difficult to read it out loud with the redactions and have it make sense. I hope it's still coming across okay. Blank remained with the COs, Blank and Blank, until personnel from the Office of Chief Medical Examiner arrived to transport Epstein to their facility. All right, here it is. Here it is. Due to the large media presence outside the MCC, a male official called and said he would be arriving at the loading dock with a black vehicle. In order to thwart the media, we used boxes and sheets to create what appeared to be a human body, which was put into a white OCME vehicle, which the press followed, allowing the black vehicle to depart unnoticed with Epstein's body. What? That is insane. That doesn't sound like right? What am I reading, man? It sounds like some getaway. Like, this is what one of the prison employees says. They put a bunch of boxes on a stretcher and wheeled it out in front of the media. There's something wrong with that. After OCME departed with Epstein's body, Blank returned to MCC and wrote a memo containing a timeline of events and a recount of the previous night's phone call. That's wild. Trying to see if there, but that I'm pretty sure that was the part I was looking for. But there were a couple other things interesting in there that I hadn't picked up the first time too. That's definitely pretty crazy. What is up with that? And then, of course, I saw this going around this week. Unfortunately, we did find out that this was AI, because this was very convincing. This had a lot of people convinced. I saw a bunch of videos about it. I saw, a whole bunch, and I was ready to do a video on it. But it turns out this is the original, right? And you see down here at the bottom by the guy's left boot there is a Gemini symbol right there, if you can see my mouse. And apparently as well, the Hebrew on the signs doesn't make sense, people have said. So why is that making you wish you were still a smoker? I haven't hit it on screen yet. I mean, I often do, but a lot of times I'll take down my so I don't get demonetized, but I can't monetize stuff about Epstein anyway, so I smoke all I want tonight. Yeah, so I was, this is why it talks about it not being AI, or why that originally it said it was. But Grok has also, that was Grok's analysis, is that it wasn't AI at first, until the one with the watermark showed up. And it was pretty clever of them too, because this got community noted at first, and then they just cropped it and started sharing this version without the watermark until that eventually got community noted as well. But this one's real, and this one's old though. The one I used for the thumbnail, this one was out way back in the day. This was when some people took drone footage over his island and right after he died, and saw this guy. Now, this guy, Sheila's video, which one? She has a lot of them. If you share it, I'll watch it, because I wanted to check that out. So yeah, this was that's pretty convincing, I think. You know what I mean? Like, this was like a month or two after he allegedly died. Yeah, they should do better with that. Yeah, they looked identical, and they were also walking diagonal across the crosswalk. Hold on a minute. You could kind of see it in the long one. They're like walking diagonally across the crosswalk. It's like they would be knocking a bunch of people out of the way if they were actually, but whoever did that, well played, like well played. Yeah, let's go back up here and see. So I couldn't find it, but there was also somebody in a truck that looked like him outside of Zorro Ranch not long after he passed too. These are some of the other drone footage or drone pictures that were taken. That definitely looks like him. These are the locks on the outside, yeah. Or I think that's what it is, yeah. He has like, oh, this must be from the when they busted the place up. So yeah, that's I don't know, man. I definitely don't think that he took himself out. You know what I mean? But I also now I'm starting to lean towards the possibility that he could be alive. Let's take a look first, though, at the Tartaglione deal, because this guy was one of his. Okay, cool, awesome, thanks. Got that link. I will. Yeah. Let's see. This Tartaglione guy was his cellmate initially. I don't think it was his cellmate like later. You know, because he moved after the initial attempt, but this guy was his attempt, I'll say. This guy was his cellmate when he first did the failed attempt, and you know, he ended up, we found out in later documents, telling telling other guards that he woke up like that and that he didn't do that to himself. So this guy's a complete psycho, a retired cop that, like, you know, has taken at least 4 lives. He is known to threaten people. He's a total nut. So let's take a look at this real quick.
Also following some breaking news at 5, a guilty verdict in the case of a retired suburban cop accused of dealing drugs and killing 4 men.
CBS 2's Tony Aiello live at the federal courthouse in White Plains now. Tony.
Maurice, this was a 3-week trial with 2 days of deliberations. This afternoon, the jury convicted one-time Briarcliff Manor cop Nicholas Tartaglione for drug trafficking conspiracy and murder and kidnapping in furtherance of the conspiracy. The U.S. attorney said Tartaglione killed 4 men in April of 2016. Martin Luna was strangled, targeted for a $200,000 drug debt. 2 of his nephews and a friend were with Luna and allegedly shot dead to stop them from talking. Their bodies were found buried at an Orange County farm rented by Tartaglione. Prosecutors say 2 men, bodybuilders Joseph Biggs and Gerard Benderoth, aided Tartaglione. Biggs testified at the trial, while Benderoth killed himself as police tried to arrest him in 2017. But Tartaglione's legal team said those others were framing Tartaglione and their...
Yeah, that makes sense. New York cop, drug dealer, murderer, definitely sounds a lot like mafia.
Will be an appeal.
Nick was disappointed. He had great hope that he'd be exonerated. As everyone knows, guilty verdicts are what precedes every wrongful conviction reversal. So he remains hopeful that the system will one day vindicate his position, which from day one has been he's not guilty.
So Tartaglione faces life in prison when he is sentenced in October. You may recall his name in connection with the Jeffrey Epstein case. The 2 men once shared a cell at the Metropolitan Corrections Center in Manhattan. Live in White Plains.
Yeah, that's underselling it. That's way underselling it. So yeah, they shared a cell when Epstein woke up, you know, with his being strangled essentially. And so what I'm saying is, though, even I think he was moved to a cell by himself or something like that for the night that he did his life did end. But now we're seeing that there were people moving around, moving back and forth. So I still think if there was somebody that was going to take him out, Tartaglione would be the guy, the guy on the inside to do it, especially if he was mafia too. But there's some other stuff. Let me see. I saved this. There was this guy named Clay Tiffany who was like a independent journalist back in the day. Back in kind of the early days of Tartaglione's corruption when he was a cop. And he used to, yeah, exactly. The NY reporter they killed was uncovering a gang of NYC mafia cops. Exactly. And this guy went to the police station here.
What about the years-long harassment by
and he confronted them. This was, let's see if they say in the description how long this was before. And he was beaten very badly by Nicholas Tartaglione as well. And you could tell this guy, this is like very early podcast. I don't even know. I wish it said what year this was.
Linda Mangano of Bill Reynolds. It's incredible. She's bragged about following Bill Reynolds and harassing him. So when Linda Mangano said regarding Sergeant Greenan, he should drop dead, I once again say Sergeant Greenan should pay close attention. Now let's go back to what I look like after Nick Tartaglione, whom Linda Mangano has on at least 2 occasions now asked the Ossining Village Board to give Nick Tartaglione a humanitarian award. Can my man in the other room put up the video, where the same video that you had on before? I had it stopped. And can you put on, my man in the other room, the video of what I look like after Nick Tartaglione beat me up the 4th time? All right, see that? See that? And I have pictures taken by the FBI that are worse.
And now he goes up here to confront them after this. Yeah, it's terrible.
Are there any other reporters besides 12? Are you a reporter? Which paper? Are you Stacy? Oh, hi. Tartaglione. And I'm moving back because the last time he almost killed me. What do you mean purely my allegations? It's enough to have the FBI investigating them.
I can't talk to you.
You can't talk to me?
No, right now you're rolling the camera. How are they going to use all that against me?
You got your
They definitely seem like mafia for sure.
camera on me, pal. I'm not afraid of people cameraing me, taping me. You want me to turn off the camera? I will. Is that what you mean? Think about it. Briarcliff didn't put him up on charges for assaulting and trying to kill me twice. Plus, he beat me up 2 other times. And there's about 10 or 11 victims in Pauling, New York, according to Ken Lynch. You interested? And Briarcliff protected him. Is that his father? Well, I'd like to know how he was brought up. Did you hear that? Was that a Briarcliff cop? Yeah, here it is. Wait, I'll get the guy. They don't even have to hide it in Briarcliff. It's Klan country.
Now, I don't know if I have this pulled up to the right point. If I do, I'll continue it with, but not, I'll continue on something else.
According to Janet Gongi and another eyewitness, Andy O'Rourke Jr. shoved Janet on one.
I don't think this is it.
It could happen to you. And why did Gail Gorman, a putative editor, object to my possibly taping her reply? Because she said, "Oh, are you taping me? I'm going to hang up." After she said to me for the 2nd day in a row that the reason that they weren't writing about this was because the tenants refused to talk to the newspaper. Former mayor of Briarcliff. But we're on to another subject. The other day, Tuesday, July 28th, 1997, I had an appointment to see Detective Sullivan of the Ossining Police Force to show Detective.
So it was in the 90s that this
Sullivan
was going down. So this wasn't even internet. This was like probably public access TV. Well, at least I got that detail. I don't want to fish around in an hour-long video for that part, but let's get a little bit on to this other potential angle. Oh wow, this video from Sheila has been taken down. Violating community guidelines. What happened there? Yeah, he was running after another cop that was like yelling at him. That guy, and they definitely ended up taking him out. I'm sure of it. Like, you know. Let's take a look at this from the Mortician, though.
I'm going to
We watched
show
one
you.
of her videos one time, and I have 2 of them now. I'm not sure if either way, they're only like a minute or 2 long, so they're both really interesting though, and I think important to this side of the debate.
From a mortuary science standpoint, why this photo does not show a deceased body. So when I saw this, the very first thing I noticed wasn't the weird looking table he's lying on. It wasn't his body positioning. It was actually the mouth area, his mouth. This is one of those things that families are always kind of shocked by because no one really talks about it. But when someone dies, every muscle in their body relaxes, all of it, including your jaw. And when the jaw relaxes and someone is lying on their back, gravity takes over and the mouth opens, laying flat on his back with his mouth naturally closed. No tape, no visual support, no tension. My brain immediately goes, okay, well, the muscle tone is still there, and muscle tone does not exist in a deceased individual. Then I move on to skin color. When the heart stops, circulation stops, and the blood is no longer being pushed throughout the body. Gravity takes over. Blood settles into the lowest parts of your body, and we call that lividity. So if someone is lying flat on their back, I expect to see that settling, that purpley-ish color start showing up in very specific places. The back of the head, the neck, even the ears, face, shoulders. What I do not expect to see, his face is evenly colored. You can even see pink in certain areas of the face, and that color matters because deceased bodies don't hold facial color like that while supine. That kind of color suggests ongoing circulation, or at the very least, very recent circulation. Either way, it's not consistent with a body that's already gone through post-mortem changes.
Yeah, and I would definitely agree with that. I said this on stream, and thanks for that, Danny. I'll pull that up after this next one. Or Daniel, I'm not sure if you go by either or, but word, I appreciate that. I said this on stream before, but when I was yeah, they did take it down. Like, I guess when I was in my early 20s, late teens, I was an apprentice mortician, like when I was just getting out of high school for a couple of years. And then I quit my job at the funeral home to go throw raves at the bar down the street. And then the rest, I guess, is history. Let's check out her other video, though. And then we'll get into the other Tartaglione essay.
When you watch movies,
his name like 3 different ways about this. Let's take a look.
And they suddenly pass away. Movies lie to us. Television lies to us. Dead people on screen always look peaceful, mouth closed, perfect, calm. I always think of Snow White. She looked beautiful, right? Her mouth is just perfectly closed. But that's not reality. Reality is gravity. Reality is relaxation. Reality is the body doing exactly what physics tells it to do. So right out the gate.
Same one. Word. Well, look, we got this Tartaglione essay here. Is pulled up at 15 minutes, I guess.
Serious liability. Seems like everyone realized it, but him. He would have no choice but to continue to stay out on disability. As mentioned earlier, Tartaglione was known around the local gym scene as a hulking figure during his time on the force. He would continue that reputation post-police career. I'll revert back to Clay Tiffany's footage and show you his physical stature once more. You can clearly see his massive upper body and huge biceps, refusing to be hidden by his button-up shirt, his size far outweighing that of his police counterparts. It's reported that sometime in the early 2000s, Nicholas Tartaglione would come up with a new way to supplement his income while hoping to return to work. That supplementation coming from his peddling of steroids and other illegal PEDs to local individuals in the gym scene who were looking to bulk up. And while I'm sure Nicholas Tartaglione was gifted with superior physical genetics, just looking at him, one could also assume that his appearance was also aided by performance-enhancing drugs like anabolic steroids, that same medicine he was dishing out for profit. If so, it could also offer an explanation for his violent fits of rage. One of his early customers in this business.
Roy rage being a thing too with that for sure. I wonder why he got convicted though. You would think like he would be getting something in return, or maybe he does get convicted and then they just take him into jail and then take him out the back door and are like, "Yep, thanks for taking out Epstein for us."
Was a man by the name of Joseph Biggs, another hulking individual who called upstate New York his home. In 2000.
This one's a bit long, so I'm gonna move on to this other interesting angle here. So you might have seen this, but Jeffrey's Xbox or some kind of gaming, let's see, Fortnite. The profile has been made private now. The player has changed their in-game settings to make their profile private. Wow. Well, this is a screenshot here. And yeah. Little Saint Jeff 1. And it says it's from Israel. I've seen a couple of things about this. And the interesting thing there is people are like making jokes about is Epstein gaming, but there's actually another potential. Yeah, F. Maxwell's gaming in her cushy prison now. But you can communicate over those games, you know what I mean? And it's actually, from what I understand, less surveilled than your typical phone connection. So I know that there's some surveillance taking place in online games, but the chess one too, yeah. Epstein chess account. Let me see if I could find that, because that was another one. So this is 3 months ago. Chess.com has been created with Epstein's confirmed email 2 years after his death. Well, now it turns out you can just create an account without email verification. Still though, and the other thing is that his account was hacked too. So that is the potential thing with this is it could have been one of the hackers. That's one of the other theories that are going around to surveil this or to I was reading and looking at the same time, and so that's definitely another weird anomaly on the side of him potentially being alive. Let's see. See what else they put on here today. If there's anything. Peter Thiel ignores reporter while being asked about Epstein.
Comments about Palantir's surveillance of the American people, sir? Or any of your connections to Jeffrey Epstein? I think people are rather concerned about that last particular one. You're setting up a big brother surveillance system, and
I have heard that. Yep. I've heard about like cartels and stuff using Xbox and stuff like that too. It's crazy.
Do you think the American people want this surveillance tech being used against them?
He's just walking away. Oh yeah, apparently there's people trying to like unredact the images, and this person is like they're trying to crack them, which is really not a good idea, I don't think, with at least with the images, because you know you're gonna get yourself into trouble with that shit. Because who knows what the hell is going to be behind those redactions in some parts. Yeah, like in some parts you might see Trump or Bill Gates or whatever, but you know, that is not a good idea. Yeah, the don't redactions, those were one of the really significant ones. But yeah, let's take a look at this. This guy had a really good breakdown of the whole, and he posted this months ago, and now a lot of the things that he has posted have been confirmed. This was, let's see when this was. Yeah, this was July 8th. So says Epstein video debunk part 2 Linengate. Debunking the lies of CO Noel, the FBI, and Bondi about the linen excuse. Yesterday, in my original thread, I pointed out that the man believed to be Epstein could be seen ascending the stairs at 10:39 p.m. The OIG report, however, claims that this was just CO Noel carrying linens up to cell block L. But there are a series of problems with this statement, number 5 and 6 being some of the most damning. Number 1, no other tiers had linens carried up. 4 cell blocks have stairs in perfect view of the camera. If it's procedure to carry up new linens, why didn't we see that here? So it's these 2 different places that are circled. Tova Noel claims that she did her prior rounds at 10 p.m. and at 10:40 p.m. carried up linens, but she didn't. Security footage shows she started her rounds at 10:30 p.m., starting with L tier Epstein's, where she was for 2 minutes, then crossing the hall. What you'll notice is Noel spend less than a minute or so in each tier for their head count, and more importantly, her hands are empty. No linens are being delivered to these tiers. The lack of any orange linens is notable. We also know it wasn't the case that these cells were empty, which could be an argument for no liners, as the count slip was 73 plus 1. Amount of linens. We know that at least 8 prisoners, he's going into every detail on this. We know at least 8 prisoners are in upper L tier, as inmate number 7 was the highest number of prisoners listed in the interviews. The crime scene photo shows 3 linens in the hall of the same side of his cell. This suggests that in L tier alone, Nova would have been carrying up to 8 plus bulky prisoner jumpsuits and blankets if they were replacing the linens. But that amount of linens and nowhere to be seen, except of course in Epstein's cell. Which, why are they all in there? What is that about? Like, that seems like an excessive amount of blankets in a prisoner cell. They don't give you much, you know? Hatman timing, but here's where it gets weirder. The official explanation of Hatman is that he was delivering flesh linens to 9 South. He arrives at 10:05 p.m. or 12:05 a.m. Hatman. I love how he's calling him Hatman. Hatman then grabs a bag of old linens that was placed there around 8 p.m. and throws them into the hall, before carrying a small bag of new linens downstairs and out of sight. Hatman's bag can't hold any more than a few linens. Hatman's delivery is at 12:05 a.m., nearly 2 hours after claim to carry fresh linens up to L tier. If Hatman is delivering the fresh laundry, How did Tova Noel already carry it upstairs at 10:39 p.m.? That's damning enough, but then it gets worse. Second Epstein sighting. Yesterday, we established that an orange blur ascends the stairs at 10:39 p.m., which OIG assumed based on Tova's statement was her delivering linen, which also proves is not a visual artifact. Yeah, and you can see in this, like, it looks like there's a head there and maybe even a hand or something there reaching out. I don't know. I wrongly assumed that this meant Epstein was out of his cell for those hours because we never saw him come down the stairs until I was watching the footage back again to see when Tova Noel did her count and noticed another weird moment. At 10:29, something causes Tova Noel to move from her desk and approach the L tier stairs. She stands out of view. A screenshot 2, you see the empty stairway and back wall circled in green. Okay. You start to notice a shadow on the wall at the back of the stair, and the brief orange flashes as if a prisoner is standing there is shifting. Zoomed in, we could get a glimpse of the orange at the bottom of the stair before it disappears. Ah, yeah, right there, I think. And you can definitely see it there. 7 minutes later, the now infamous 10:39 screenshot, the orange suddenly appears. That is, if the timestamps are to be believed. And so, this blur at 10:32 p.m. could be Epstein leaving his cell. Yup. Whoops. Here's a brief sample, zoomed in, of some of the swaying in video format. It's much easier to see on a desktop in slow motion, but you can see the consistent color changes and shadows that do not appear at the stairs any other time. Uh-oh. There's shadows that appear out of nowhere? Let's take a look at this. Where are we looking? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There are definitely shadows on those walls. Like, you could kind of see it moving around. Am I tripping? It seems like it. And this is like frozen, or this is like it very, very slowed down. And yeah, this is the CPAP machine that he used to sleep, apparently. Tova Noel noted in her report that Epstein was laying on the mattress on the floor and without a cellmate, and yet she made no mention of the excessive amount of linens that were found in Epstein's room. Yeah, exactly. That was one of the first things that I thought when I saw it. Were they not there yet? Why wouldn't they come up? And if Tova said that it was her 10 p.m. check that she plugged in his CPAP, why do they continually note that it was that he was last seen at 10:40 p.m.? We know that Tova lied about the timing on her checks, but she recorded them as 10 p.m., not 10:40 p.m. What the prisoners heard. Even more perplexing is what the other prisoners saw and heard. 2 different prisoners heard noises in the tier sometime around 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. that they assumed was a guard count despite it being 2 hours ago. Given the prisoners are used to the sounds of walking and the tier door, it seems likely somebody was in the tier at that time. It also is around the same time that Hat Man comes into the tier with new linen and disappears towards the staircase. But neither of those prisoners, nor prisoner 7, who claims he saw no one enter Epstein's room all night, including at 10 p.m., mentioned the 10 p.m. to 10:40 p.m. interaction of plugging in the CPAP, which would be obvious as they would have had to open Epstein's cell door. So what he's saying is that they're lying about plugging in his machine or even being in his room. It seems odd for the prisoners to not mention a benign interaction such as Tova Noel plugging in Epstein's CPAP machine. Epstein was just moved to his cell that day, so his door being open late would be a notable event, unless they knew mentioning it was trouble. 7 missing minutes. Astute observers will realize that if we look at the video timestamps, there is a total of 8 minutes missing from the length of the video versus the camera timestamps. One of those moments is when the tape rolls over at midnight and said to be a system glitch. That's fine. I managed to confirm most of those analog DVR systems do have a 1-minute nightly reboot, but this leaves us 7 minutes unaccounted for. And it turns out that these timestamps have been doctored. Using a stopwatch app, I checked the pace of each minute. The first discovery is that it wasn't consistent, which is a clear sign of the post-edit manipulation. When clocks are out of sync, they are too fast or too slow consistently. So inconsistent time suggests editing. Damn, yo. On average, each minute I checked, 59.35 seconds, but some were longer and some were shorter. At first, I thought maybe it was compression losing FPS, but then I remembered someone pointing out yesterday it was a screen recording, which makes tamper analysis harder. Rather than upload the raw file, we for some reason have a screen recording of playback, which we see at 3:39:21 when someone accidentally moves the mouse. Yeah, so somebody accidentally moves the mouse, and you see that the files that we have, the videos that we have of his cell that night are just a screen recording, not the actual raw files from the cameras in that prison. So what did and why the 59.35 seconds? Because it's exactly that amount of time you shave off each minute to cut 7 minutes out of 11 hours, but still have timer show each. Oh, I'm going to read that again. Because it's exactly the amount of time you shave off each minute to cut 7 minutes out of 11 hours, but still have the timer show each second. Wow. So you cut an entirety of 7 whole minutes out, and then later, when you just have the screen recording, you cut it like that. Each minute is 59.35 seconds instead of a minute. That's crazy. The way that they are playing with shit ever since they have released this, it's like their back has been against the wall. They have all this evidence, and they are just doing everything they can to obfuscate and obscure it. That means if something was cut out of the video, we'd be looking for a point in time where between time A and time B, the timestamp changed by 7 minutes, but there were no events on screen. It seemed like they're trying to find a needle in a haystack until I remembered at 10:32, orange pixels are seen at the bottom of the stairs, and at 10:39, we see orange pixels go back up. That's a difference of 7 minutes. Wow. But that wouldn't make sense, as we'd expect an instant jump skip if this is what the time they cut out. This is what I was thinking. Unless the actual footage was longer and they only cut out parts when people were visible on camera. And even this seemed like a coincidence. For even a portion of the cut to be during that time, timestamps to be off of the testimony reported times before 10:32 p.m., timestamps of testimony after 10:39 p.m. to have improved accuracy, timestamps in the video to not match the OIG statements. And guess what? Timestamps early on in the night better match testimony when rounded down by 7 minutes, such as prisoners being locked down around 8 p.m. But the timestamps later in the night more accurately to testimony, such as the officer who said he arrived exactly at midnight, which it looks like this guy has, or 12:01, unless he punched in a little bit in a different side of the building. You know what I mean? And most of all, the timestamps from when the OIG watched the video to the current version of the video do not match, meaning the tampering happened after the OIG analysis and still wasn't in the report. So it ended up being a total coincidence that this time gap was 7 minutes on the stairs and 7 minutes were missing, but we know at least some of those 7 minutes cut were removed from the video around then because of how time skewed before and after. So what did we learn in part 2? Epstein may have went down the stairs at 10:32 p.m. Tova could not have been carrying up linens as she didn't do it elsewhere, and clean linens weren't delivered until 2 hours later. Tova claimed to plug in Epstein's CPAP 10:30 or 10 to 10:30, but made no mention of extra linens. Hatman arrives. I'm trying to look through the interesting ones. The raw file was not exported. All of this points to lies from CO Noel and others at the IOG covering up exactly what happened that night. And a deeper investigation is needed into the exact timestamps to figure out exactly where each piece of missing footage is. That's a crazy one. Like, especially the whole like 7 minutes being taken out and the way that they kind of trimmed it to make it look like all the time was there. And then when Pam Bondi got caught in that, remember, she was like, it is 1 minute, there is 1 minute taken off, and she just started like repeating herself like a robot. That is nuts. Yeah, he really went into detail. That was Adam Cochran did that research. He's apparently writing a book on Epstein right now, and this was a part of his research with that. So let's see. I wanted to pop this up too. I found a couple of other really weird things in there. These are all going to be kind of just random stuff I found in my research at this point. That's all I have on the on the life and death. If any of you have any other links on any other theories related to him being alive or somebody else taking him out, if they're short links, send them on. Interesting. This was sent at 11:11 too, 11:13. I call him now my future husband. We were talking about our daughter. I thought I would never be able to kill someone in my life. I was wrong. I might escape anyway. I miss you, Jeffrey. Big kiss. I'll know that you probably won't like to kiss me anymore. Oop. This was in 2010. Now, you know, that because of the fact that we're reading a complete monster's emails, we're automatically going to assume that this is a murder confession. I do. It could be a tongue-in-cheek thing, you know, like it could be some kind of inside joke we don't get, you know. I don't know, but it reads like a murder confession for sure. And I used a test case as well. I started with the image that I used for the thumbnail because I didn't recognize that guy that was with Winnie the Pooh and Jeffrey Epstein, as weird as that sounds. And I looked through a bunch of pictures online, and he was not, like, that photo was not labeled anywhere. So let me share the screen for the software I got. It's called PimEyes. It's one of the biggest like consumer ones out there. I got an account for it. And let's see if we can grab up that. Oh, actually, I think I could just go into the history because I already used it as a test case. So I actually did find something kind of interesting with this, because this guy in this photo, his name, not this one, his name appears in the files. Now, I'm not sure if it's somebody else with the same name, but I'm pretty sure that this picture is the same dude with the bow tie down here. It looks like the same dude. Now, click on this. I went there. Open website. Let's see. Oh, okay. It's over here now. So I came here, right? I scrolled all the way down. Reject your cookies. His picture's all the way down at the bottom of this page. Pretty sure. It's all loading still. There's a lot of images on this. Pretty sure it's at the bottom. But this, it would make sense too about who it says. I think it's Mark something. Mark Lloyd. Yep, right here. Here it is. Whoop. All the photos are still loading, so it's knocking everything down. So this is Countess Albina Dubosove and Mark Lloyd. So a dude standing next to a countess, you would think is the kind of people that Jeffrey Epstein is hanging out with, right? So I went over and I searched his name. Mark Lloyd and then Epstein, right? And it took me here to this Reddit page where it took me to another Mark Lloyd. But it says that a Mark Lloyd is all over the files, apparently. They're trying top comment in here, but it's only got 3 upvotes, so it's not, doesn't have a lot of social proof. Okay, so this is the Mark Lloyd email. An envelope with the key is with the monitor group, reception desk with name on it. Blank, could you photo this flat for me? Thanks, address, sorry, phone for your office. Oh, hold on one. Gotta get the chat working so I can see it while I'm reading this stuff. So just bear with me 1 minute. All right, I got it up on screen now. Cool. I hadn't seen anything before that. Oh, cool. I'm good. But yeah, I think that is quite interesting. Let's look at this so I could share the tab. All right, cool. So yeah, this is Mark Lloyd, goes all the way back to at least 2009 with this guy. I will be happy to arrange that. I will have a key waiting for their collection at my office. This is from Mark Lloyd, but it redacted. Yeah. So he's having a key for Epstein. If they could please return it afterwards. I would like a friend to go to apartment and photograph. Impossible to extract myself from a call. Head over to Gmail too and see if but yeah, the thing that I was saying about this guy, the first, it says British X Monitor Group, right? So I searched that and Mark Lloyd. And it came up with somebody else, I think. Let's see. Maybe not this one. Let's see. Mark Lloyd. Maybe it was the period that messed it up. I'm not fine. Well, no. You got another? Well, let's check out the Oh, yeah, I see it. Cool. So, yeah, there's that guy. But I want to find out more about this other Mark Lloyd, because I don't think that it's the same monitor group guy. Let's see. Doesn't have his picture anywhere. Continue without accepting. Hit me with the cookies, man. All right, Mark Lloyd and Harriet Edmonds, two former executives of U.S. strategy. So, like, it really seems like this is the same person. Still don't know who Mark Lloyd is, but he's showing up in other news articles. Jeffrey Epstein rented a home near Harvard in the early 1990s, records show. Let's search for Mark Lloyd. Epstein again noted his ties to the home in 2013 when he emailed Mark Lloyd, who had just attended a Dubai conference that Hayseline had headlined. Do you know of him? Lloyd asked in the email. Does he enjoy a first-class reputation? Yes to both. I rented his house in Cambridge. Interesting. So yeah, when I searched this initially, I found when I searched British ex-monitor group Mark Lloyd, like a photo of another guy came up, but I'm not finding him now. But it would have to be a pretty strange occurrence for it to not be that guy. Sent $6,000 draft to Epstein in 2015. Mark Lloyd, Barclays Bank. Oh yeah, did you? There's these emails with the guy Jed Staley from Barclays Bank, where they are like, really saying that they bought off the people who are supposed to be protesting them and stuff. Ah, yeah, without the X. That makes sense. Yeah, good call. British Monitor Group, Mark Lloyd and Harriet Edmonds. I think that's the one I just looked at. Yeah. Let's see. 700 plus Mark Lloyd profiles. So I guess it is pretty common. Regardless, it definitely seems like it is. But because it is a common name, you know, I always want to err with caution. Let's check out Jmail and see how much there is more between Mark Lloyd and Epstein. Is it 2 L's or 1? LLOYD. So he's talking a lot, sending attachments back and forth. Please call Mark Lloyd. Looks like this was probably a close friend. I mean, anybody that you're like, if you're photographed with somebody and Winnie the Pooh, you're probably pretty close. You know what I mean? To be in that environment. I mean, but them to be in that environment with the kind of people they are is like kind of gross, really. He said he would try for you again tomorrow. Nothing terribly important. 2013. Leslie Groff. Why do I know that name? That's somebody we've came across before, isn't it? Let's see if I could search for Leslie Groff. So it looks like she was an executive assistant to Epstein. Okay, that's why. Just wanted to make sure who we were dealing with. I know, exactly. It's like, why are you talking to him this much? He wanted to call and thank you for the introduction to Boris. Boris Vikalik. He will bring you dinner with Boris this Friday night. Mark says he will try to call you again tomorrow. This is the dude that Daniel was just telling me about. Yeah. That they were doing the seasteading together. Mark Lloyd he's calling for Epstein like constantly. Most of these are from Leslie, like his assistant, saying this dude called you. I fear this timing will conflict with some meetings. It's wild that this guy even had time to do business with all the fucking shit he was into. Reminder, Mark Lloyd to be in New York, 13th, Washington. Oh, yeah. Speaking of Leslie's, Les Wexner has apparently been called to testify in front of Congress. And that's going to get interesting. But a lot of people are saying that he is probably like medically incapacitated and that it's probably been hidden for a long time by the people around him because they've been trying to control his money. And of course he is guilty, but I mean, this is the analysis that I've seen. Of course he is guilty, but at the same time, he is not doing well medically and might not even be able to communicate. Mark Lloyd called per your request. He said he will. This is all Mark Lloyd calling, dude. And like, I don't know if he calls back. See, look at how many of these are there. I will be on the railroad train from Marrakech to Casablanca this afternoon for 3 hours. I will try you then. I always wondered who this guy was in that picture because he was never identified. But I think the fact that we found him in a random picture with a countess, you know what I mean? And the fact that he's in these emails, I think that those are enough connections to make me feel confident. So many, please call, please call. Let's go back a couple pages. See what's going on here. What? Well, this afternoon, Ben booked for a trip. I'm also summoned to President Zuma tomorrow for a private meeting. Do we like South Africa? Very much. You can ask him about the girl next to Mark Lloyd, Vera, my new future ex. The redacted person said, thought Mark Lloyd's gay. Epstein says he is. Well, like the Irishman who found his best friend in bed with his wife, approached them with a gun and pointed at his own head and said, I'm so upset that after I shoot myself, I'm going to take you both out. The price of food, children's clothing, and fuel bills should rise to replace a 50% tax on the super rich, the Tory-backed think tank Reform said yesterday. What? So did you just... He said the price of food, children's clothing, fuel bills should rise to replace a 50% tax on the super rich. So he says if people tax us, we'll just we'll just raise the price of everything. Ridiculous. And he said something else in here. There was another file I found. I'll actually bring it up now while I'm on the subject, even though we're doing the facial recognition. Where is it? It is... He basically said something really crazy about poor people. Where did I put it? Oh, yeah, here it is. Says, how do we get rid of poor people, like, as a whole? That's what they said. This from Barry. I'm not sure if it's from Barry Josephson. Cool. I'm excited. Also, I've been thinking a lot about the question that you asked Bill Gates. How do we get rid of poor people as a whole? And I have an answer / comment regarding that for you. When can I call you today to discuss this? So, like, you know, if you're actually gonna sincerely ask that question, wouldn't you say, like, alleviate poverty or something like that? Or how are we going to, like, solve the crisis of poverty? Or not like, how do we get rid of poor people as a whole? That sounds like some very either unfortunate wording or some real sick shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let's hop back into Jmail here, see if there's anything else interesting with Mark Lloyd. If not, we'll track down a couple more people. I also saw some pictures of some people I recognized in there as well that I didn't even need facial recognition for. Like, there were pictures with Zuckerberg. There were pictures with Michael Wolff, who I saw a video today saying, there's people are going too far with this and they're believing every accusation, or he didn't even say it like that. He said they're looking into every accusation. And it's like, yeah, like, that's what people should do. you know Doesn't mean you have to, like, co-sign everything or make a decision on everything, but at least, like, look into all the things. That is what an investigation is supposed to be. Let's see. Mark Leon just called me to say there is a 99% chance certain you are the buyer of Karna, which I neither confirmed nor denied. He went on to say that the seller is now keen to finalize, that he actually doesn't mind anymore whom the buyer is. To that end, Mark suggested if you are inclined for you to give him a call, and hopefully after this he can get closure on the whole matter. These people argue about purchases so much. What? Jeffrey, like, just copy and pasted it back? You see this? Or did he forward it? No, he forwarded it. All right. Oh, wow. He forwarded to the company. Wow. That's wild. Yeah, that Airbnb, and they lit the guy out too. The guy that was running, what was his name? Like Otis Solomon or something. They lit him out, and he owns like 36 other Airbnbs. Like, I hope they search them. What's going on with that? Let's see. So now I looked up this other guy that we found on a video the other night. Here, I'll show the video real quick. This video here. I'm not sure if I'm getting the correct result with this guy, though. Because this guy, I don't know why it's going so slow. Here he is. Right there. used his picture, and this is what it came up with. Oh, wrong one. It's like some kind of chef or something. Unless it could be this guy. Who's this guy? I don't know how similar that looks. No, not this guy. That's weird. Let's see. That took me to like some weird influencers page that didn't look anything like him. This is the chef. This looks more like him. So I don't know if this guy might have been a chef for Epstein or something, but this definitely looks a lot. All these things asking for my cookies. Yeah, Anthony Bourdain. Hello, I'm a personal chef in Miami Beach area. Okay, yep. I mean, the location works. I'm an outgoing social person that makes people happy through food. Chef Michael Ross. Let's see if anybody's made the connection here yet. Private chef Michael Ross appeared 753 times. Island manager, LinkedIn page with wife Kimberly, who also worked on the island. Facebook photo and comments confirm. So this is the guy. Yep, look at this. This is a Facebook. He's on the beach at November 17th, August 6th. The same time that video was stamped. Yeah, see, look. This is like a couple weeks later. And it looks like it was sent in an email. This is a long one, isn't it? Oh, these are the other Michael Ross. These are the emails that confirm that he was there. Oh, wow. Yeah, I wonder if this is the chef that she mentioned. That is pretty interesting. Yeah, Kimberly Ross seems to also be in this email as well. Let's see. Well, it looks like this thing is pretty good. Like, it looks like this is pretty accurate. That's pretty crazy because, yeah, I'm guessing most of these people will probably have some online footprint, you know? That's the only thing is these are all publicly available images. So let's take a look at this guy in the new files. Let me make a new folder to share these in, actually. Hold on a minute. Folder to save these into. See, and like in a picture like this, we don't really have any context for this or who this guy is, but we could, once we find his name, possibly get some details from the. He got paid $225K as a chef. I mean, those chefs for those rich people make a lot. I would think if he was hushing up, he would be getting even more than that. Maybe he was on the side, though, you know, because you can't be paying your chef $2 million and on the books. You gotta make it look, you know, you gotta make it look normal. All right, let's check out. Let's check out this one now. I wonder if I have to isolate his photo or if I could just upload it with the redacted people. Okay, yeah, it's isolating it. Nice. And it says that you could use multiple images to get better results. Is this the guy? Oh, wow. It is a Russian page. I can't find this guy. None of these people seem to be labeled either. And this was like the only image of him. All right. Let's check out another one. Some of them are going to be dead ends, but let's see. Oh, I got to get another screen up here. Yeah, luckily I've already selected some of these, so there's not a bunch of dead air while I'm fumbling around. And also there are concerns with like some of the images, if I'm scrolling through them, I could get probably in trouble in YouTube because not all of them are safe. There's a couple people in here, and this is a weird picture too, because is this the server room where they're like, you know, or is this just somewhere in MIT? Let's start with the guy in front. Let's go back here. Search. I get 75 searches a day on this account that I got. I got to go to screenshots. All right, let's see if we can get this guy. And these are not the best quality either. Oh, okay. Royal Society. Oh, shit. This has got to be it. This is that guy for sure. I'm going to have to double look at it, though. He might look a little bit younger in this. Whoops. Why when I zoom, it looks all weird. Trying to get a comparison here, you know? Let's open the website. Open image, let's say. Open website. Yeah, these pictures look a little bit more recent. That's the other thing that I got to remember is that many of these pictures were taken like over 10 years ago. So it oh yeah, it makes sense if it said Anastasia and the guy was Russian. That definitely makes a lot of sense. So it looks like in here I should be able to get a name. Ooh. I don't, it looks like I'd have to go through the whole schedule for this site. Looks like that they have multiple websites though. So I don't have to just go to that one. I could go to this one instead. It looks like that's got a more unique picture there. Oh, it might be the makeup company too. Okay. Let's see. Here he is. Doesn't tell me his name. Let's try this. I got to remember to share the screen that's opening because a lot of times I'm getting stuff like this where it's I could translate it. So, but the past couple, the people have not been. Oh, okay, here we go. Mikhail Lukin, professor of physics at Harvard University. Yeah, I mean, he was deep at Harvard. So I could see that being the server room at Harvard or something like that. So let's just type in Epstein, see if any connection has been made there yet. And if not, quantum computing, they're talking about it. Seth Lloyd, Mikhail. There are several emails in the files referencing Misha Lukin, a professor at Harvard, co-founder. But that Misha Lukin, not Mikhail. Weird. Let's look up on Gmail. See what we can get there. And so I guess I could probably safely assume that the rest of those people in that image are different professors at Harvard. So it looks like they're talking about this person a lot. I don't see any direct emails between them. Mikhail, I fund many mathematics, biology, and physics initiatives. Yam, Chomsky, Novak. I would like to fund some of the more esoteric areas of your work. Category theory applied to biology, your choice. I can Skype when you like, if convenient. Skype name. JEE vacation. Oh, Misha's a nickname. Okay, thank you. So right here, he's talking about funding some more esoteric areas of your work. That's an interesting thing to hear from Epstein. Masha Gatrova. That is quite interesting. I think it helps piece some of these things together because a lot of times we're like looking through the emails and don't know who is who. Because there's just such a sea of emails. And you also don't know who was even in proximity with him until you see the pictures, and then you're able to connect it. There are just, and here's Boris Nikolic popping up again. And it's just in articles he's sending to him about that science in particular or something like that. A lot of times people will pop up in articles, multiple times throughout the, and sometimes they do know Epstein and he is talking about them amongst his friends because they all know the same person. But yeah. All right, let's move on to another one. Yeah, I think most of these guys are Harvard scientists. So we'll come back to them. I think I'll save that one. Come back to them if we run out of other leads. Let's see what we got. Funding into telepathy, yeah. And cloning and designer babies and all sorts of crazy. Oh, Boris. Or this guy. I don't know who this guy is. And that's interesting. Not sure where that is, what city that's in. It seems like some kind of monument. I'm guessing somewhere in Europe. All right, we got this guy. Let's go back over here. Do a new search. Yeah, like, what do you mean by esoteric? For real? It's like, are you doing some weird kind of... because of the fact of all the stuff he was into, from the human cloning to the race science to all that stuff. Definitely seems like they got a match here. This is a Serbian webpage. Yeah, Deepak Chopra. That was one that was... I mean, I always thought the guy was a little bit of a hustler, you know what I mean? But I didn't think that he was like that. Russia's permanent representative to the EU, Vladimir Shizgov, at a meeting with EU Special Representative for the Belgrade Pristine Dialogue, Miroslav Lajjak. So I think this is probably Miroslav. Let's see if this is Miroslav here. Yeah, that looks like the guy. Oh, wait. Yeah. Let's see what he's got going on. Member of the Communist Party. He's got everybody in his pocket. Epstein does. Slovakia voted against Kosovo's membership in UNESCO. Lajčák lambasted as anti-democratic. Let's see. See if there's any Epstein mentions in here. Sparked significant political controversy in Slovakia. The documents revealed that Laschek had extensive email communications with Epstein between 2017-2019. During the period of correspondence, Laschek simultaneously served as Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovakia in Fico's third cabinet and President of the United Nations General Assembly. I knew that guy looked familiar. Email to Steve Bannon, Epstein explicitly identified Laschek as the person who would lead the European project. Photograph released in December 2025 confirmed their personal connection, showing Laschek and Epstein together at the Slovak diplomatic residence in Vienna. So that's where it was. It was Vienna. Epstein attempted to dismiss any political concerns about their age by assuring Laschek, "Don't worry, they all look at least 20," with his female assistants. Steve Bannon deep in this too. It's like the leader of the Communist Party is chilling with Steve Bannon. Like everything, and Noam Chomsky. Like everything's a show, man. What's going on here? That's wild. It's possible. He's also responding by saying that he was unaware of Epstein's crimes and such. Let's see what else we got. Actually, let's take a look at see if we can find anything interesting from his emails. Confirmed to see you on Saturday. I wonder what the European project was, you know? It looks like they, like from, you know, they had so many plans. It's pretty crazy. Michael Cohen situation. So Michael Cohen used to be Trump's fixer for a very long time. And for the early days of his first presidency, I believe, as well. And he is most famous for paying off Stormy Daniels, which I think might be the reason why he went to jail. We could look up shortly, like what the specific reason was that he initially went to jail for Trump. But he ended up basically like falling on the sword for Trump. And ever since he's gotten out of prison, he's been one of these anti-Trump guys, which always happens when he gets in a fight with one of his friends, which is exactly why Epstein was beefing with him and stuff, because they were, you know, you don't end a friendship on good terms with Trump. I don't think. I just think that that's probably how it works. But yeah, he ever since he's been like a left-wing kind of, not left-wing, liberal podcaster. And he's been one of them like conservative liberals, though. I mean, they're mostly conservative. But he's been clearly anti-Trump most of the time until all this Epstein shit started happening. And then he started getting really, really weird. He was interviewed by Tara Palmieri, I think. And he this was months ago, I think. It was when the Epstein files first started to heat up. And she asked him a couple questions, and he ended up revealing something pretty wild in that line of questioning without even realizing it. Because she started asking about Trump's involvement with Epstein and started asking about Katie Johnson, who was the accuser that said that she was assaulted by Trump and Epstein, and that she kind of disappeared right when she was about to make some kind of press conference. And when Cohen was asked about that, he got super defensive, and he was like, she didn't even exist. She was fake. We traced her back to this address, and it didn't even exist. She gave us the address or she gave her lawyers the address for an empty lot. And she was like, hold up. Why were you trying to track her down? Like, were you trying to silence her, or what was the deal there? And then he like blew up on her. And ever since then, which was like 6 months ago, he's blown up on anybody who has tried to ask him about Epstein. And now more recently, he's been discovered in the Epstein files. I don't know how this got tracked down like a month after any have been released. But while he was trying to get out of jail, his lawyers contacted the prosecutors, I'm assuming, we'll probably read it in a minute, and told them that he had information on Trump and Epstein. So let's take a look at this. This was the top post, I think, that went viral. Yeah. So breaking news, the Epstein files just blew a hole in Michael Cohen's story. What Ellie Leonard has just uncovered is explosive, and it demands answers now. For years, Michael Cohen has gone on TV, gone on podcast, under oath, said the same thing. He knows nothing about the Epstein files, never heard of them, never discussed them, never spoke with Donald Trump about Epstein. Except now there's an internal letter involving the U.S. Department of Justice that tells a very different story. According to the document, in 2019, Cohen was prepared to provide testimony tied to Epstein and Trump. Testimony significant enough that a Rule 35 was discussed. That is not nothing. That is not, yeah. So Rule 35 implies substance. I gotta see what a Rule 35 is, but I think that's like a, you're gonna snitch on somebody, I'm guessing. If Cohen truly had nothing, there would be nothing to negotiate. Cohen needs to come forward and tell the truth. Let's see what the so this was from the emails. Mike Monaco and Barry Spivak called on behalf of Cohen. They asked whether we would file a Rule 35 and requested a meeting to discuss it. I asked what changed since then, and we told them on April 17th that we did not intend to file such a motion. They said that Cohen has heard Trump say things about Epstein, but would not get into the details at this time about what those were. They then attempted to rehash our April 17th conversation about Rule 35 and asked for specifics about what Cohen had done to undermine his credibility. I said I would consider whether we were willing to provide more specifics. So this has come out. Let's see what this is. In addition to... Cohen reportedly helped settle a number of cases against Trump, not just Stormy Daniels. WMR received a list from a reputable Republican source of these settlement claims, all of which involve male and female minors that he has assaulted. Michael Parker, Kelly Fuhrer, Charles Bacon, Rebecca Conway. These are 10, 12, 11, 13 years old. Where is this coming from? I don't know if that's legit. I do want to see what else he has done for Trump as a fixer, though. And let me put on this video of him being confronted by a couple people. This was the journalist that originally kind of cracked him on this a couple months ago, which, I mean, it was kind of obvious because, he was Trump's fixer during this time, but she was the first person to really question him on it.
When he was President Trump's fixer, when he was dealing with the Karen McDougal case and the Stormy Daniels case, and he was the one who was dealing with the women who were coming forward with the counts of sexual harassment, he denied it.
I have no knowledge of anything with Jeffrey Epstein. Zero.
So somebody else handled the Jeffrey Epstein.
I didn't handle it.
I
didn't handle it.
Then, after some pressing, he finally cracked, admitting that there was one case that he dealt with involving an infant Jane Doe.
As far as the only case that I was involved with was a Jane Doe, an infant, by and through.
He admits that later, like after he first said that there was no involvement.
Her mom, Mary Jane Doe, right, as legal guardian. That case was dismissed not because of anything that I spoke to the lawyers, and I've talked about this a million times. I turn around and I receive this summons and a complaint, and the averments in it are awful. They're despicable. It talks about basically rape of an underage female, claiming and alleging that Donald was involved in it and all that other nonsense. I ended up taking a private investigator and trying to find out who this person was. And we went to the address that allegedly this minor lived at in.
She's like, but yeah, he's like straight up admitting this. And I don't even think he realizes what he's walking into at this point. This was like 6 months ago.
The Bronx. Well, lo and behold, the investigator responds back and says the only thing that's there is an empty parking lot.
Ever since we did that interview, Michael Cohen has trashed me for asking the hard questions that no one else was willing to ask. But here's the thing. The reason that I asked him to come on my show and the reason that I wanted to hear from him is that he kept going on TV and he kept saying that he just knows that President Trump had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't believe that Donald Trump was on Epstein's island. Why? He said it more than 5-6 times, and he says it very openly.
Can tell from his voice. He just knows from knowing him, but didn't give any real evidence. And none of the journalists that I saw interviewing him on TV actually asked any follow-up questions. And I felt like I had to do it.
I just find it hard to believe that at no point during the time that you worked for him, you never spoke to him about Jeffrey Epstein.
No.
When this guy, Brad Edwards, who is just a lawyer,
I don't know who he is.
was like, it's infamous that they hate each other. Like, that's why
I'm sure they do hate each other. I'm just telling you, I have no idea.
But there's a reason why my gut was right. This latest file shows that he believed that his information was so valuable that they should discuss, quote, Rule 35, okay? For those who don't know what Rule 35 is, and frankly, I didn't know what it was either until I did some research, it allows the government to file a motion to reduce a sentence if a defendant provides substantial assistance in investigating or prosecuting another person. So basically, he wanted to be a witness, a star witness to the prosecutors. He wanted to be...
I'm going to jump ahead to his recent blow up, which you can see right here.
Here is Cohen's explanation for what this email means.
It all started with Tara Palmieri when she asked me a question about the Jane Doe case that was dismissed. And I said...
This is this week after the email came out that we just looked at.
To her, the facts.
Why did your lawyers submit that letter saying, in essence, Michael knows a lot of stuff here on Trump?
Well, no. That's not what the letter says. What the letter says is that that there's information that he can give. The information is exactly what I'm telling you about, which is the Jane Doe case.
That was the information that you said you could provide on Jane Doe.
Right.
But let's not forget that Cohen told me back in August that the story of the Jane Doe was bullshit.
He told me it was bullshit. Take care of it. I said, okay.
So how could that information be so valuable to the feds in 2019 that he could request Rule 35, meaning that his information was so substantial to another case that it would reduce his sentence? Doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how I have anything to do with it. I'm just asking questions. I just hope Michael Cohen will come clean and tell us what he knows, because this isn't about...
Yeah, so I think we should look a bit into some of the other things he was involved in, because I think it's pretty obvious here that he knows more than he has let on. And yeah, I've heard some things about him paying off other people and him making other things disappear for Trump, which I'm sure he did quite frequently. And if he did this in cases like Stormy Daniels, for example, which he went to jail for, then why wouldn't he be doing it in other cases as well? Let's take a look at this article here. This is from GBH, which seemed to be at the top of the results. What even is this? I think it's a British thing, perhaps. Let's see, though. This was interesting in this, though. That wasn't the only questionable work that Cohen did for Trump, though. He also laid out how he worked in conjunction with David Pecker, the CEO of American Media Inc., which publishes the National Enquirer. to catch and kill potentially damaging stories about Trump by paying sources for exclusive rights to their stories and then never publishing those stories. The practices went far beyond paying former Playboy model Karen McDougal, who also claimed she had an affair with Trump and was paid $150,000 by AMI shortly after Trump won the GOP nomination in 2016. Trump has denied McDougal's allegations. There were other unverified stories that Pecker, a Trump ally, worked to bury such as possible Trump love child and a rumored videotape of a fight between Melania Trump and the future president in an elevator. Of course, Cohen said it was untrue, but he's been saying that about everything. Still, Cohen said that the Trumps were very worried about the treasure trove of documents Pecker had accumulated over the years that predated even Cohen's time working for president. Wow, this is an angle that I have not even thought about yet, because the National Enquirer is a very important piece in Trump's whole career. That's like this tabloid, but he was very good friends with the owner of that from the very early days. So he has had favorable coverage with them. But they've also been doing this catch and kill thing for him where they buy stories and then don't publish them. But if they were to be doing that, then they would have likely collected a ton of blackmail on him over the years, which is quite interesting. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just checking up on the chat real quick. Yeah, and the fact that he admitted that he had a private investigator track down Katie Johnson is pretty messed up. Is the Catch and Kill book by Ronan Farrow about this? I think I remember getting that on audio way back in the day. This is another article that from back in the day. David Pecker, former publisher from the National Enquirer, took the stand for a second day of testimony. Pecker explained that starting in 2015, he, Michael Cohen, and Donald Trump had a deal involved with the National Enquirer. Yeah, that's explaining that. Prosecution also, okay. Nothing new there. Very interesting deal, though. Let's see if there's any news stories about this. There wasn't this morning when I checked. It was just her podcast was pretty much and a couple of posts. Let's see what the conversation is in the Epstein Reddit here. A lot of people, I think, just doubting Cohen. Yeah, and giving her props for actually asking him that. He's like on one of the top like liberal podcasts or something, isn't he? It's wild. They're just like, yeah, we'll take you. So, all right. Now let's get into Sascha Riley. I think I hit a dead end on that, but this week is going to be bad for Michael Cohen, I think. So we're probably going to have more to talk about him there. So Sascha Riley is a very interesting case. It's one that people are having a hard time with because the allegations are the most extreme that have come out about Trump and Epstein. And there are also some timeline discrepancies and some things like that. But I don't really think that that's a deal breaker because, you know, it's definitely hard to pinpoint every exact time frame for every memory that you have when you're in abusive situations. Memories are often fragmented and things like that. So it's not within, you know, it's within the realm of possibility that some things are mistaken from time to time. And his story has been consistent through many years. He didn't just come out with this out of nowhere. And he was also saying this during Biden's term when it seemed like Trump was never going to return to office. There are also some new developments that I think start to at least support some of his most serious allegations and some of the most extreme things. He, accused Trump of just torturing animals for fun and all sorts of terrible things. And he said he was in snuff films. And one of the very extreme things is he said that he kind of like, put a stake in Trump's ass, quite literally, and in a very gruesome way. You know what I mean? To the fact that where like surgery was needed. And apparently there's some support for that. I won't say confirmation, but I will say support. And that's just happened in the past couple days. There's a lot of claims that he has made about his father being a pilot, which is accurate. He claims that his father has flown Epstein's plane. That has not been confirmed, but he was a pilot. So, I mean, what we do, we were able to track down a pilot's license. So there is that. But let's see what we got here. This one was actually sent to me by I See All of You in a comment earlier. I hadn't seen this. I had seen the doctor update, but one of the other things about Sascha is that they were in various types of terrible films when they were a child, and that one of these films was seen by superiors when they were in the army. So there is actually a record of that, and somebody interviewed this officer, this high-ranking I'm not good with my military ranks. I screwed up a title last week, and one of y'all called me out on it. But yeah, I'd like to get it.
I just had a conversation with Sascha Riley's first sergeant, and you're not going to want to miss it. First and foremost,
First sergeant, that's it.
while he did allow his name to be used in this, he has asked for privacy from the media. He does not want to be contacted. He's already been contacted by Snopes. So please don't bug him. Michael Bayless, retired U.S. Army. I introduced myself and asked if he would confirm that he was the commanding officer at Fort Carson. He corrected me that he was the first sergeant, not the commanding officer. I asked if he would confirm the existence of the video mentioned. He asked where I got Mendenhall's name because he didn't hear it in the podcast, but it's in there. He said, as first sergeant, you don't get privy to things like that. I did not see the video, but was in the room when the commander asked him if he was in a video. I'm not sure the commander saw the video. I cannot confirm that. Riley, I assume, saw it. I did not. I would have remembered it. Is this for your Facebook page? I see several videos focusing on this. Do you think it will make network news? The Sascha stuff, I mean. I said, thank you. I'm an educator as well, and will do everything I can to stop this kind of thing from existing in the.
So yeah, this is apparently the sergeant that he had in the military that saw this this video. So and now Sascha is also saying that they'll testify and take polygraph and all sorts of stuff like that. So even though these accusations are very extreme, there is a person out there saying these things, willing to go on the record, and there are enough things that line up for it to be taken seriously and an actual investigation into it to happen.
This world. He mentioned that the podcast is disturbing and he didn't know about any of it. I asked if I could share this and said that I'm followed by some media folks, so it might get some traction. He said he didn't want his name to be in the news, and I explained that I understand and recommended he made his page private. We talked. He said heard from Snopes and has already answered some questions from them. And then he asked if I had to use his name to post. And I said, in order for it to have any credibility, I would have to, but I could also say that you've asked for privacy. I made sure that his page was private before I posted, and we ended our conversation.
So, yeah, she's asking for people to respect his privacy, and, you know, which is understandable because people get a little bit wild. I'm glad that she was able to have this conversation with him and get this on record. This was apparently the name that that Sascha put out in that interview. It was like 5 hours that we went through, so I can't remember every name, but people are verifying this. So that's it's just another wild thing lining up. And then I saw this, which kind of tripped me out. Wait, where is it? Is it the wrong one? No. Here it is. That's the next one. So look at this. From 1980 to 2018, Donald Trump had a primary care doctor who specializes in gastroenterologist. Specializes as a gastroenterologist. Dr. Bornstein had his office raided in 2017, where officials took all of Trump's medical records. He later passed away in 2021 due to undisclosed reasons. We gotta look this guy up in a minute. What's this say? Oh, okay, that has Wikipedia entries that we can look up ourselves. Let's see. Because this would go along with that story that he caused this injury. And like I said, this is the, like, it's not the most extreme, like, you know, the things that Trump is accused of doing to other people in those recordings are more extreme than what Sascha allegedly did to him. But at the same time, for some reason, that's the one that's the hardest to believe. It's easier to believe that Trump is you know, hurting animals and just for fun and stuff like that, than it is to think he has been walking around all these years after something like that. But let's take a look at this guy. Gastroenterologist. Trump's personal physician. Response to questions about his health. Trump asked Bernstein to issue a full medical report, predicting that it would show perfection. 2 days later, Bornstein signed the letter full of superlatives, saying that Trump's laboratory results are astonishingly excellent. He was the healthiest individual ever. So yeah, this is like, I remember this coming out. This was like very much like a propaganda report, and I just figured he's got this guy paid off. Speaking to the New York Times in February 2017, revealed that he was invited to attend President Trump's inauguration. On May 1st, 2018, Bernstein told NBC News that 3 Trump representatives had raided his office, taking all of Trump's medical records. He said he felt frightened and sad over the event. He identified 2 of them as Trump's longtime bodyguard and Trump's organization's chief legal officer. 2 days later, he told the reporter that Trump took a prescription hair growth medicine, Propecia, after which Trump cut ties with him. I mean, is that all that he knew? You know? This is, I mean, the fact that he is a gastroenterologist and he was Trump's main guy, it does tell you something. I mean, my main guy doctor that I go to is an oncologist because I've had cancer. So, I mean, you still need a primary care provider, but I never see them. So, like, something probably wrong with his gut, or some kind of intestine situation. So that I did not expect these kind of developments to appear this quickly in this case. This is pretty crazy. So there is, let me see. There is another thread here that I found that had some interesting stuff. I also wanted to look into, who else was it? Yeah, it was this guy and somebody else. I'll figure it out in a minute while I play this from this TikToker that's figured some stuff out. Let's see, put this on 125.
Important to note that Sascha is telling the public that they do not need to be believed based on this testimony. And them sharing this testimony is to further push for the release of the files. And Sascha has offered to do a lie detector test and testify in front of Congress, which are all things that I think Sascha should be accommodated with. And I will preface this, just for transparency and acknowledgement of any unintentional bias I may have. I do have a couple of concerns about some of the comments made by the author of the Substack post, including the comment that she made in the first recording that went along the lines that if you question or ask questions about these allegations, then you don't really have integrity. And I don't think that's really a fair place to put the public in.
Yeah, that makes sense. One other thing that I wanted to say about the timelines not matching up that people were saying, something that I was thinking a lot about, especially in regards to Putin, people were saying that, Putin couldn't have been involved at this point because he was only a KGB agent. But one thing I think that may be misunderstood here is some people get into the party because they're successful or they're a billionaire or they're in politics or something. But what if some people get into politics or become billionaires because they were at the party? You know what I mean? Like, what if, as a shady KGB agent, through knowing Epstein, Putin was able to rise through the ranks much quicker and become president? Very similar to how Trump was able to go from reality television show real estate developer to president twice. It's an you know what I mean? Like, I feel like people are automatically dismissing that a little bit too quickly for that reason, by saying that these people weren't far enough in their careers enough at this period of time. I don't think that everybody, I don't think everybody at the party got there because they were already at that level.
And I also don't think that is what Sascha was trying to communicate when Sascha stated that the public didn't have to believe the story if they didn't want to, but releasing the files would prove that Sascha's telling the truth. And again, that's not the fault of Sascha by any means. That's maybe just me being a little bit hypercritical, and I acknowledge that. And I also want to preface this by saying that we know that right now this is an incomplete testimony. This is not the full story. This is just the beginning of a story. We've been told more audio files are coming. We've been told there are a bunch of receipts coming, so I do anticipate those in the future. So here's some key pieces of information to know about the Sascha Riley situation. So Sascha Riley was born in 1973 and has shared paperwork showing that he was adopted in 1975 in Germany by a pilot named William or Bill Riley. And according to Sascha, Sascha's adoptive father worked as a pilot for Jeffrey. Sascha Riley is a decorated Iraq veteran and has been sharing on social media for quite a few years now, and recently sat down and shared testimony with a journalist on Substack. And Sascha has detailed that they were a victim of Jeffrey's operation from around ages 9 to 13, which would have been between 1978 and 1986.
If you want to listen to the whole recordings that he did, I have a couple days ago, there was a live stream that I did that was about 3 hours long. We went through all of them on stream. We looked people up when they were mentioned and gave context when we could. So check that out if you haven't after this.
memories that Sascha recalls is when they were stationed at Fort Carson in 2008, and a fellow soldier was allegedly caught with explicit material of a child. According to Sascha, their commanding officer came directly to them, allegedly wanted to show Sascha this material because the child victim in the material looked strikingly like Sascha. Sascha has named figures including Donald Trump, Lindsey Graham, Andy Biggs, Jim Jordan, and Clarence Thomas as being responsible for the consistent harm of many children, including Sascha. He basically claims that they were all co-conspirators within Jeffrey's ring in this 1978 to 1986 timeframe. Sascha claims that there is video footage of the aforementioned powerful figures and many other powerful figures harming children, and even audio and video recordings of children and animals losing their lives at the hands of these men and others.
So we have a lot of confirmation now that these videos exist to some extent. And there is at least record of people getting in trouble for having them in the military. And we all know that the Pentagon has a giant collection of that stuff, apparently for record keeping purposes. And, of course, which I doubt with them. But regardless, there are some records lining up there. And I think that when it comes to the types of parties that he described, at first it sounded really weird to me because it was very different than the kind of very fancy parties that were described from the other Epstein victims. So, it was described as like on farms, but I feel like there were possibly different levels, different types of events. And then we found on stream the other night a video of essentially the news talking about this kind of event happening on a farm, kids in an underground bunker. I could look that up in a couple minutes because it's only a 1-minute clip, but I think it does work to confirm what he's talking about because those events, the ones that got busted, were in the part of the country that he was describing. And I don't know if they talk about it in this video, but I think he lived on Trump Lane or something, Trump Street or something crazy. I'll look up the exact one, but I know in the trailer park he grew up in, there was a Trump Street.
Powerful men. Sascha claimed that figures including Donald Trump harmed him physically in various ways. Sascha also claimed that Donald Trump would take the lives of small animals while Sascha watched in order to instill fear and force compliance. Sascha has shared.
That's the other thing about the animal torture thing. I'm not sure. I'll try to look for it. I don't know the exact link, but there's a compilation going around of all of the different weird ways that Trump has used dogs in like catchphrases or idioms or whatever. He says choked like a dog, which is not an expression that I've ever heard anybody use. And he uses that a lot, apparently, because there were a bunch of different clips of him saying that. And then it died like a dog is another one. I don't know if I've heard that. That doesn't seem, but apparently he has on stage said all these twisted things. That's when coming out of his mouth, it seems like it should be kind of a saying, but it's not. It's not something people say.
That his CPS records and his medical records, as well as military records and Donald Trump's medical records, would all help prove that Sascha is telling the truth. One of the reasons Sascha says that Donald Trump's medical records will prove that Sascha is being honest is because of a story that Sascha recalled of when Sascha was about 10 years old. They were being harmed by Donald Trump, and at one point Donald Trump requested 10-year-old Sascha to do an act upon him. And instead of doing that, 10-year-old Sascha picked up a wooden tent stake from the corner of the room and put protection over it, then allegedly forcefully put it inside of Donald Trump, which caused him to become injured. And that is allegedly what caused Donald Trump to seek the long-term care of a gastroenterologist.
It's painful just to even like imagine it every
legit and
time.
have to permanently wear diapers. Sascha also shares how there were children around the same age who would be harmed at these festivals of sorts that were catered to the ultra wealthy. And according to Sascha, at these days-long festivals, children would be harmed and it would be filmed. Children's lives would be taken and it would be filmed. Children would fight until one of them passed away and it would be filmed. Animals.
And this sounds crazy, but these films do exist. It is a crime. There are people who go to jail for this. It's not an insignificant number, sadly, that there is a market for this, but apparently there is. I wonder if we could look up statistics on that in a minute.
Lives would be taken. It's just all very graphic. Sascha even recalled that there was a fully staffed workforce who were paid to deal with the cleaning up of bodies, the transportation of children, ensuring food was catered for the ultra wealthy, janitorial services and cleaning up. Like there was a whole staff who did all of that. And Sascha states that these festivals mostly occurred in Tennessee, Texas, Alabama, and Florida. In the audio recording, Sascha recalled multiple instances where they saw other children's lives being taken. Sascha also stated that they believed that Donald Trump was a bigger player in this whole operation than Jeffrey, and it almost seemed as if Jeffrey was the one working for Donald Trump. Sascha also shared how the trauma that they endured as a child caused them to have the out-of-control behaviors in their youth, and because of this, Sascha recalled that Jane Goodall was called out to their foster care to work directly with Sascha. There are a lot more allegations, and they get a lot more graphic, and I do implore you to listen to the full audio tape so you have full context if you can stomach them. Like in a nutshell, those are some of the key allegations and things that were said.
Shit, sorry about that. I was muted. I found the video of Trump saying died like a dog.
He's dead. He was the founder and leader of ISIS, the most ruthless and violent terror organization anywhere in the world. He died after running into a dead-end tunnel, whimpering and crying and screaming all the way. And he died in a vicious and violent way as a coward, running and crying. He died like a dog. He died like a coward. The world is now a much safer.
And then this one too has a couple. Yeah, he died like a dog. And I think choke like a dog was another one. Let's take a look at the let's take a look at the part 2 real quick. Because I think this has some of the other details that I was missing. No, not that one. Here it
you
is.
discussing the Sascha Riley tapes. First of all, it is true that Virginia
This is about the names and the timelines.
Frey did testify in a case against Ghislaine Maxwell. A man named Bill or William Riley worked for Jeffrey. It is also true that Bill Riley was called or supposed to be called as a witness in the same legal proceeding. And it is true that the name Bill
Oh, is this audio? Okay, this one's better. All right, cool.
Riley comes up multiple times throughout the files that we have access to and Jeffrey's emails. Keeping that in mind, it is important to note that there was an attorney who worked for Jeffrey named Bill Riley, who is not the same man as Sascha's adoptive father. Second of all, it is true that Donald Trump did have a primary care doctor who was a gastroenterologist for many, many years, and his name was Dr. Bornstein. And Dr. Bornstein had his office raided during Donald Trump's first term, and shortly after, Dr. Bornstein passed away under very mysterious circumstances. Now, third of all, I want to talk a little bit about the timeline because I think that's where I personally have some questions. Not saying I don't believe Sascha. I'm not trying by any means to be negative or harmful to survivors in any way, shape, or form. All of my questions could probably be answered with clarity given within this timeline. I'm not trying to question the allegations that Sascha is making. I'm not.
1 minute. I did find that article that I wanted to bring up about the children held in the underground bunker. Let's see here. Because that will give some insight into what these parties kind of could, the ones that he described would be more like. Because they're quite a bit different than the ones that are described by other survivors. Let's see if I could find a good one here. Let's go to this one since it's not that long.
The Bibb County Sheriff's Office says 10 children ranging in age from 3 years old to 15 years old are known to be victims in a child sex trafficking ring happening off of Aaron Drive. Sheriff Jody Wade believes that this all began in 2022, even though an investigation wasn't started until 5 months ago.
No child deserves this. That's the most horrible thing you can do, the power and control of it, the stealing the innocence of a child and the horrible victimizations they went through with these monsters.
The Bibb County Sheriff's Office released these pictures from inside of the bunker. You can see a bed with a dirty mattress and a few chairs, as well as a small chest of drawers with a kitchen appliance on top. Sheriff Jody Wade says the children were not kept permanently in the bunker, but the timing of how long they were in there at one time would vary.
It depends on what point in time the offenders had. Sometimes the children would be there, tied to a pole that was there, bound to a bed that was there, or in a chair that was there. Sometimes there would be multiple people that would come by and victimize these children on a nightly basis. I know God's forgiveness is boundless, but if there was a limit to it, I think we reached it.
According to the Bibb County Sheriff's Office, the investigation began in February after the Department of Human Resources received a claim of child abuse at a home on Aaron Drive.
This is a lot of things kind of line up with this of what he described. And I'm not saying that this was the same place. I'm saying that these networks typically operate in similar ways. It's like if you have one drug operation, it looks very similar to another drug operation. And when you're doing things underground, like and you have an organized crime element, it's just like a corporation where your shops look the same.
The Sheriff's Office discovered sexual abuse was happening in a partially underground storm shelter detached from the house, which is what investigators refer to as the bunker.
It was built for a good thing and used for a horrible thing.
Wade believes this case could have ties to the Serrano gang, a gang he says gets most of its money from child trafficking. According to the Sheriff's Office, the suspects could make up to $1,000 a night victimizing the children.
For the younger kids, I'm hoping this is a blurry memory because...
And like those people in the mugshots, like obviously they're not chilling on Epstein's Island, you know what I mean? But there could be many layers to this as a business, there could be different levels of clientele that Sascha described the Trump Epstein ring as something that was much bigger than Trump and Epstein delivering young girls to rich people. That was one specific part of it, according to Sascha, but apparently there was a whole greater network that spanned the country.
Some of the statements of the children, they were unable to remember certain things, and then things would come to mind. And some of the older children, yeah, they'll carry this vividly for the rest of their lives.
Wade says the lead investigators on this case have been working nonstop since the abuse was discovered. He says they're all fathers themselves.
It's been heartbreaking. It's very sad. We don't want to see any children ever have to go through this. God puts us at the place that.
But yeah, let's get back to that timeline. I just wanted to make sure that I remembered to bring that in.
Putting any of the things that Sascha has alleged past these evil, disgusting men. I just want to make that like so clear. So let's talk a little bit of the timeline of it all. The timeline in which Sascha alleges that they were directly impacted by this harm from ages 9 to 13, which was 1978 to 1986. So where was everybody? 1978 to 1981, Jeffrey was working at Bear Stearns for Alan Greenberg. This is where Jeffrey first heard of Robert Maxwell, as Robert Maxwell had an account at Bear Stearns, but he did not meet Robert Maxwell until later. From 1981 to 1987, Jeffrey started his own intelligence firm and was working with clients around the globe. He was doing a lot of work abroad at this time. This is the era where Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi arms dealer, was one of Jeffrey's clients. This is actually the era where Jeffrey made a lot of the intelligence contacts that he maintained until his passing. In this era, he made connections with defense contractor Douglas Lease, U.S. Attorney General John Mitchell, connections with Stephen Hoffenberg, who would go on to introduce him to Robert Maxwell. In 1987, he officially went on to work for Stephen Hoffenberg at Towers Financial Corporation, which later turned out to be one of the largest Ponzi schemes in American history. There's no record of Donald Trump and Jeffrey crossing paths or knowing each other during this time period. What was Jim Jordan doing in this era? And honestly, I could talk about Jim Jordan all day. I think he is a very scummy person, and I think it's very alarming that as an elected official he went to great lengths to try to downplay the horror of the Ohio State scandal, a school that he was an alumni of. In the 1978 to 1986 timeline, Jim Jordan was in high school for a good portion of that. If I'm not mistaken, Jim Jordan graduated from high school in 1982, and then he graduated from college in Wisconsin in 1986, and he went on to get his graduate degree at Ohio State in 1987. And I'm not saying that like this exonerates anybody, I am just giving you context of where everyone was during this time period. Then there is Andy Biggs. In 1978, Andy Biggs had just returned from his LDS mission and began college at BYU, and he would graduate from BYU in 1982, and then he would graduate with his law degree in 1984. So he was a college student and working his early career as an attorney.
And yeah, a lot of these people were allegedly in college at this time when when these allegations are supposed to have occurred. And like I said earlier, I do think that kind of matches up, because I remember from back in the day, the whole skull and bones thing with Bush and Kerry. And people used to say that they would have to like do messed up stuff in front of their whole fraternity. Like it was a fraternity kind of situation. And it would kind of keep them all bounded by their secrets. Yeah, a kind of form of hazing where they were bounded by secrets. And there is a possibility that there was some kind of fraternity that they were involved with that was doing all this sick shit that we don't know about. But that is just, you know, a Hits Blunt thought.
During this time period, basically. And then there's Jane Goodall. What was Jane Goodall doing during this time period? During this time period and after, Jane Goodall was mostly based in Tanzania, where she spent most of her time enthralled in research and observing the chimpanzee community. Jane Goodall did start a youth advocacy program in 1991, and the first location was based in Tanzania. It wasn't like a troubled youth program. It was like a youth advocacy program having to do with nature and animals and immersing children and teens into the world of animals and nature. And to my knowledge, I've personally never heard of like Jane Goodall doing behavioral work with children. That would be new to me. I'm not saying
the Jane Goodall thing is quite interesting.
It did not happen, but I've personally never heard of her dabbling into like the pediatric behavioral care. And there's Lindsey Graham. During this time period, Lindsey Graham was mostly a college student in South Carolina. He graduated with a psychology degree in 1977 and then received a law degree in 1981. Then Lindsey Graham went on to.
After this, I'd also like to take a look at Threads and see what Sascha has been saying over the past day or so, because that's where they've been posting.
He joined the Air Force in 1982, and he was stationed mostly in Europe during his service until he left active duty in 1989. And Clarence Thomas was another figure who was mentioned as someone who attended these parties, these festivals. In 1978, Clarence Thomas was working for the state of Missouri after receiving his law degree 4 years prior. From 1979 to 1981, Clarence Thomas worked at the U.S. Department of Education, may she rest in peace, under the Reagan administration. In 1981, Ronald Reagan appointed him the chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, where he served until 1982. Then from 1982 to 1986, Clarence Thomas served as a private attorney to government officials and politicians. So he was absolutely heavily involved in the government during this timeline of allegations. So then we have Donald Trump. Donald Trump was not a politician during this time period, but he could be considered one of like the ultra wealthy elites, and he obviously still is. As we know, Donald Trump's so I share those timelines with you not because I don't believe powerful men or these powerful men did something awful to Sascha. And I'm sure.
So yeah, some of the time, it's not that the timelines don't add up. It's just that they don't add up to a point where these people were extremely successful at the time, which I don't think puts it out of the realm of possibility. That clip is getting a little bit quiet again. For some reason, but I found more of the chokes like a dog thing, and it got so ridiculous that apparently the Washington Post in 2018, I think before Jeff Bezos bought it, said, like a dog, Trump has a long history of using canine insults to dehumanize his enemies. And then there's another one here of the choke like a dog. Let's see. Is it the video? No. Well, we know he said it. Let's take a look at Threads and see what Sascha's been up to on there. This was the last post that I remember from the other day, but there's some stuff in the replies. What are people saying about the Jane Goodall thing? Plausible because a conference room in a hospital in Houston was named after her, while Sascha said he was in the hospital in Alabama. I have literally never seen. Well, I guess they're doubting, but I mean that is a weird coincidence. I mean, come on now. A wing of the hospital is named while he's that. That could also be him transferring a memory too. That's what I was saying earlier. A lot of times with abuse victims, things are jumbled up, so they can make mistakes. You know, that doesn't mean that what they're saying isn't true. Let's see. My birth father was in the Air Force. His name was Manuel Joseph Barros. That's why they're calling themselves Barros now. He and William Kyle Riley served together in Wiesbaden. My adopted dad was in the Army. So this is the video we just watched. And that confirmation, I think, is going to be the biggest one. The fact that that military sergeant remembers that video coming up as an issue. I don't know if there's anything new on here. We looked through some of these last night. Let's see if any mainstream media has picked up on this yet. All of it's social media. There's a whole they removed it from the Epstein and they made people, the Epstein Reddit made people make an entirely different Reddit just for Sascha Riley. That seems a little bit weird. A lot of people are waiting on updates, it looks like. Let's see. Properties and geographic sleuthing. What is this? What is this house supposed to be? I'll look at the comments in a minute. I just want to see. New Albany, Columbus, Ohio. Let's see what this allegedly is. I've been looking at all the old geospatial files to identify owner records from prior to 2010. Specifically, I'm using my skills to try to locate possible places where events took place. From Sascha Riley's interview, I found a location in New Albany, Ohio. The property I marked, simply from the description and lack of a Google Street View layers, is pretty obvious to find. What was surprising was after I noted and looked into the listed owners, I found a Les Wexner mansion. What? I'm in the process of using my expertise in LiDAR or imagery to investigate the properties for any oddities. I'll update with some maps in a few days. What? This was 5 hours ago. So how did he find this house? Looking for old geospatial files. I don't know what that means. If you know what that means, let me know in the chat. From Sascha Riley's interview, I found a location in New Albany, Ohio. So this is apparently a Lex Wexner mansion when he ended up looking it up after tracking this somehow. That's insane. Wow. Let's see. I want to jump back into this conversation, see if I could skim anything here. It's not very good journalists or reporters if this isn't on their radar, don't you think? They're absolutely intentionally avoiding this story. Yet people are scared. I did see one comment that was reasonable that said that people are afraid that if this gets discredited, then it will discredit other legit stories. But I don't think that we're that. I think we're so deep in this that people realize that it is the president. So, of course, not everything that comes through is going to be legit, but everything that comes through is still worth investigating. You know what I mean? Especially if there's a human being attached to it that exists and is putting themselves out there and saying, "Hey, I'm gonna risk my whole life because it is you're risking your life when you're coming out with information like that." So I think a Lex Wexner mansion, and this was just like I said 5 hours ago. So this is quickly developing. If they can actually tie one of Lex Wexner's mansions to this story of Sascha, if he didn't have any way of knowing, that is pretty wild. Unless he looked up the address and described the place, I don't think. Like it just seems. I'm trying to, play devil's advocate, and I can't even really do it for that specific issue. Um, let's see what else we got. Yeah, I mean, I think it's important. It's not that it's important to try to verify the things, but they're definitely going to be covering stuff up, and there is going to be that. But I still think investigating it is important. 1,200 victims. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them probably are scared. LiDAR will show if any backfilling has been done. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I want to know how he says he did that too. That's why I'm gonna keep an eye on this thread here and see what the deal is. But yeah, wow, Justice for Samantha, for Patricia, for Sarah. So that's the Patricia name again that you were asking about, I think, Rowdy, right? Um, who is Maria? Katie John. I remember hearing this, but I can't remember where. Same with the rumors of snuff, but before Substack interview, and I can't remember where. Do you remember where we learned more about Maria? So other victims have said that there was physical abuse involved as well, which which would go along with what they were saying. Um, with these like bare knuckle, uh, both children and adult brawls that apparently happened at this place. And there is no doubt that something that Sascha was at these places. The details might be jumbled, uh, and I think that's the thing that people are going to need to investigate and iron out. And you know, they're responding on social media. I'm just looking through here to see if we could find anything else. But yeah, they're responding on social media and are offering to testify to Congress about Epstein. Let's see. Yeah, Maria and Katie Johnson. He threatened her with deportation. Oh, during I remember that one. Yeah. I can't believe like that thing being linked up to Wexner is insane. I really want to figure that out. Uh President Trump has been allegedly identified as a major client. Let's see. This was 3 days ago. I'm gonna keep an eye on that one. This is a good. I guess it's not a bad thing that they separated this out into its own Reddit because there's so many stories. At first, I was thinking like it was the censorship thing, and it might be, but it is actually easier to sift through at this point. There's and this is the Jane Goodall connection. Let's take a look at this. Goodall Programs co-sponsored. The Houston Psychological Association co-sponsored the recent appearance of Jane Goodall, the noted primatologist, at a program on mother-child bonding conducted at the Houston Museum of Natural History. A story in last week's Discovery on Goodall's appearance failed to report the association's role in the program. The program, the co-sponsor was West Oaks at Cypress Creek, a new psychiatric hospital. New psychiatric hospital opens, provides care for children. Okay. And I'm guessing that Sascha was in at this time. Goodall chimp studies useful. Goodall, in a speech Wednesday at the benefit, said that while animal studies can't be applied directly to humans, they can suggest other worthwhile research. She cited her chimp studies that found less protective mothers raised young less socially adept than others, and chimpanzees who grow up without mothers are later unable to mother babies themselves. Okay. Wow. I can see the connection here. So the thing we just read with the person who was skeptical in that thread, they said that Goodall is never known to work with humans. Well, right here, she's talking about like the bond that a mother has with a child. Sascha is adopted. I can 100% see Jane Goodall taking like an intellectual interest in the case of Sascha. That, you know what I mean? It's not like you're going to do a study on him, but you're going to want to, if that's something that you study, you're going to want to see how somebody outside of the typical control group behaves in certain situations, how they think, what they've been through. So perhaps he did have interactions with Jane Goodall because she was involved with this program, apparently. She was at least, let's see. She at least appeared there. So let's see what else is in this. There's a couple of other posts. Has been in town house guesting with West Oaks at Cypress Creek Psychiatric Hospital. Is this the Cypress Creek in near Miami? I don't think so, right? Not Fort Lauderdale. No, I think it's a different one. The doctors were impressed with the similarities between chimps and humans when it comes to the mother-child bond. See? Like, I can totally see her having an intellectual interest in adopted children. As it turned out, Jane added a spontaneous move that kept it all from quiet, big staircase. I'm just looking through this for some interesting details. Oh, it was the Houston area. Okay. Well, oh, I missed your comment about what Jane Goodall and what Sascha said. They said that they behaved so animalistic that they brought her in to help. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that making sense. Did the CIA pay for the hospital? Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, yeah. She was. I'm seeing the comments now. That makes sense. Yeah, and that is the thing about Katie Johnson and Maria. What happened to them? You know, did they go dark or did something really messed up happen? Goodall compares chimp development with humans. So this is still talking about West Oaks. One element of therapy for such adolescents is to help them learn to use. Yep, that's pretty interesting there. Let's see. What's this? I think that might be it. Mormon Monarch. Is anyone familiar with Mormon Monarch? No. Jim Jordan, Ohio State connection. Jim Jordan claims to know nothing about the 177 male athlete victims of SA, which occurred while he was the head wrestling coach of Ohio State. Both Les Wexner and Epstein were on the board of trustees and also invested in a mansion together. Ohio State received millions of dollars worth of donations from billionaire Jeff Epstein and his associate organizations. What is this? Let's take a look.
Growing up in Ohio, everyone wants to be a...
I wonder if they're going to hit me with copyright for this. What is this?
You walk into a room and Doc tells me to turn the lights off.
Surviving Ohio State. Let's see. Let's look at the they're probably going to clap me for that, so I'm just going to look up the actual. It's only a trailer that's like a minute long and probably doesn't really say much anyway. Ohio State, Jim Jordan. Let's take a look. I wasn't aware of this. Any y'all aware of this one? This was apparently reported earlier a couple months ago, 2025. Apparently there is a Jordan Wexner connection. It's just pretty crazy. Wow. Let's see. In new documentary, former Ohio State wrestlers say U.S. Rep Jim Jordan knew about Strauss abuse. Survivors of Dr. Richard Strauss say Ohio Republican Jim Jordan knew about the abuse and student athletes suffered, according to HBO's new documentary, Surviving Ohio State. Jordan declined to be interviewed for the documentary, but his name is frequently brought up by the former Ohio State wrestlers and a referee. The documentary came out last month. Over the years, Jordan has repeatedly denied any knowledge of the abuse. To say that Jordan never knew anything, that nothing ever happened, is a flat-out lie, former Ohio State wrestler Danny Ritchie said in the documentary. Strauss abused at least 177 victims between 1979 and 1996. Okay, this is within the range that they're talking about. During his time as a physician for Ohio State's athletic department and the university's student health center. According to, yeah, I'm not seeing a conflict with Jim Jordan, especially with this, because this doesn't only match up with the behavior, it matches up with the time frame too, of when you would be into weird stuff like that. And if you're into weird stuff like that, yeah, you're going to be in some backwoods kind of freak party like this, and, you know, maybe make connections that get you into Congress or Senate or whatever he is. What, Congress, right? Strauss retired from Ohio State University in 1998 and died by his own hands in 2005 when he was 67. Jordan was an Ohio State assistant wrestling coach from 1987 from 1995. So I find it interesting that a lot of, and I'm still like not sold on, I haven't made up my mind, but I'm saying the people who are being really skeptical are pointing to this fact that Jim Jordan was just an assistant wrestling coach at the same time, but he was an assistant wrestling coach who was covering up for massive abuse that was happening. So maybe, what's his name? Richard Strauss. Maybe Dr. Richard Strauss was at these events. Maybe he took Jim Jordan with him. I'm just speculating, of course, but it seems kind of realistic, right? Am I being crazy? Let's see. Yeah, and he had access to children. That's exactly right. That's a very good point. At one point in the documentary, Ritchie said that Jordan claimed, if Strauss ever did that to me, I'd snap his neck like a stick of dry balsa wood. In the documentary, wrestling referee Fred Feeney shared his experience with Strauss. He said that he told Ohio State wrestling coach Russ Hellickson and Jordan that Strauss was being a creep. Jim Jordan looked at me straight in my face and said, "It's Strauss. You know what he does." Jordan turned to politics after coaching, serving in the Ohio. I don't know why I had a problem with that. Ohio House of Representatives from 1995 to 2000 and the Ohio State Senate from 2001 to 2006. So yeah, like he wasn't in politics yet. But he was in creep business already. Former Ohio State wrestler Mike Stick also said that Jordan would help the Strauss abuse survivors. Really, Jim Jordan is a pit bull, and so I figured, why the hell would this guy step up for us? Let me see if I read that correctly. Said he thought Jordan would help. Okay. The documentary shows television clips of Jordan adamantly denying he knew of the abuse. I stood up to the FBI, Jordan said when pressed by NBC reporter. I've stood up to the IRS. So if I thought something were wrong and if I knew something were happening, I would have stood up for them. Unless you actually were also a creep. There is no truth in the fact that I knew any of the abuse, he said. I've talked to the other coaches and they don't know anything about it. Well, the survivors say that that's a lie. So, yeah, that's something I did not see. See, I think people were too quick to dismiss some of this, because I do think that some of these things are lining up just because they weren't at the top of the top. I it is different from the description that other Epstein survivors have given. But that does not mean that there was not other things going on. And also, Epstein had things quite compartmentalized. It's just now that these survivors are coming forward and starting to share notes with each other that a lot of things are being discovered. And like I said, it's a whole different level of clientele that is being described at these kind of festivals, I guess, because he said that there was a band playing, it was outside at a farm, and that they would have the snuff films over here and the animal cruelty over there, and and then the fist fights on the other side. So it's definitely not a posh island. So, yeah, I think that was all of the main things. Let me check up on the chat here. Yeah, I think the Wexner's house thing is something that it was only 5 hours ago that person posted it, and they said that they're going to be doing some more research. So that's definitely something that we got to keep an eye on. See if I got anything else. But the Ohio State stories keep being squashed, covered up even. And yeah, Wexner was the Ohio Mafia guy. So let's look into this Richard Strauss guy on like a Wikipedia level. You know what I mean? Because even though like Wikipedia is quite a surface level thing, it still gives you the basics where it's like, where did they work? Where were their first jobs? Like, et cetera, et cetera. And sometimes some very interesting pieces can kind of come into view from that. It just says the abuse scandal here. I'm not seeing, here it is, that he doesn't have his own Wikipedia page. I guess they didn't think he was, he deserved one. Received a medical degree from University of Chicago. And see, the thing that I'm looking for right now is potential mob connections that this guy might have. Because if he has mafia connections and he's in Ohio, then him and Les Wexner definitely knew each other. And if Jim Jordan worked under this guy while he was, at that time in college, then there's another compelling connection there. Strauss was hired as an assistant professor in the OUO College of Medicine in September 1978. Athletic department knew that he conducted unusually prolonged examinations on male athletes. Wow. Larkin Hall, let's see. A lot of this is about that specific. I mean, this has happened on so many like teenage sport things. I remember the one, what was it? What was the guy? The Penn State guy. I want to say Joe Paterno. Is that the guy's name? That was like 10 years, 15, maybe even. According to the note that he left on his passing, he had a significant escalating medical and pain problems. Yeah, I mean, we all know why he did that. Let's take a look, just out of curiosity. Nothing might come up, but let's look in the mafia. Nothing. All right. So let's look at organized crime. Strauss investigation, Ohio University. Let's look up what Lex Wexner, right? Yeah, that's Les Wexner. I always get it. Yeah. That's it. Let's see. Oh, what? 5 days ago. What? Hold up. Judge grants Ohio State abuse victims motion to use alternative means to subpoena Les Wexner. Ohio billionaire Les Wexner, who is being compelled by the House Oversight Committee to give evidence about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, also faces a subpoena in his home state to testify about another man accused of being an offender, former Ohio State University physician Richard Strauss. Okay. So this connects Epstein to Jim Jordan for sure. I don't know if we had any other connections between Jim Jordan and Epstein aside from Sascha's allegations. So let's see. Federal judge presiding over a lawsuit against OSU brought by former students who say that their alma mater failed to protect them when Strauss has granted their motion to allow Wexner to be served with a subpoena by email through his lawyer or via his bodyguards. What are they alleging? Let's see. The Strauss survivors filed a motion in November alleging that Wexner's security and lawyer had repeatedly thwarted their process servers. Attempts to deliver subpoena directly to Wexner that would have had him testify to turn over documents. What do they want him to testify about? Watson's ruling came to a week. Voted to subpoena Wexner over his ties to Epstein. We know that. House Oversight spokesperson said the subpoena had not yet been sent to Wexner. During the time period at the heart of the case when Strauss preyed upon hundreds of students, Wexner was one of Ohio State's top benefactors. Wexner has not been accused of any wrongdoing. They always have to say that so they don't get sued. Ohio State has been battling lawsuits since 2018 when a former wrestler named Mike Sabato went public with allegations that Strauss abused him with hundreds. Okay. Mr. Wexner's sworn testimony is essential to understanding what university leadership knew and how... Okay. Wexner and Epstein in an undated photo. So that's... The lawyers of the plaintiff have also deposed other prominent Ohioans with ties to OSU like Rep. Jim Jordan. I mean, I'm surprised nobody's talked about this in regards to, let's see. Hold on. Am I showing the, let me show the screen here. Right here. Judge grants Ohio State abuse victims. Ohio billionaire is being compelled to speak on this issue with Ohio State. So there's quite a connection here. And I guess this is the Richard Strauss guy. I did not expect to see that. Let's see what the...
Tom Lissy wearing his Ohio State class ring, but it's a constant reminder of some of his darkest days.
But I can tell you that it's going to go back.
So the title of this is Ohio State Abuse Survivors Call for Les Wexner Subpoena in New Federal Lawsuit. This was 1 month ago. So this was before Sascha Riley's tapes went viral, or the interviews went viral, but after they were recorded.
Back in my dresser drawer.
That's what I keep. You don't put it on too often.
No, I don't. And I don't wear Ohio State gear either. It's just I can't do it.
A small but determined group of Dr. Strauss's sexual abuse survivors bravely standing in front of the OSU Board of Trustees. Gary Avis told me he suffered decades of alcohol and drug.
Oh, I'm catching up on the chat now. I gotta go back and forth between the screens. I'll look up for it for the next thing.
Abuse from his trauma.
For me, this ruined my dream of going to Ohio State, being on an athletic team.
A new federal lawsuit filed this week, reviving questions about who knew what and when during Strauss's 20 years at OSU. Michael DiSabato, the very first to bring the abuse to light in 2018.
Been 7.5 years of dealing with mental health, making sure that I've stayed on a positive course.
This newest lawsuit seeking to subpoena prominent businessman and former university trustee Les Wexner, raising questions about whether he had any role in covering up abuse or why attorneys say they've been unable to reach him at all. Trustee Pat Tiberi calls the history of sexual abuse terrible.
Is there a concern from the board that Les Wexner has not been present in legal proceedings?
This is a legal matter. We have attorneys, there's a federal judge involved, and there's little I can say about it.
OSU says Wexner is the largest donor to the university, tossing them more than $200 million. Wexner is represented by the same legal firm trustee chair John Zeiger founded.
You think there's a conflict of interest there?
There's little I can say because this is a legal matter.
Zeiger not speaking with the media as tensions rose after the meeting.
What am I looking up for? I'm looking, but I can't find it. The Simeon, is that what you're talking about? Put it in the chat again. Sorry, I'm actually looking now. I was trying to read, and let's see. J.D. Vance, Les Wexner on the board of trustees at Ohio State. Yeah, so that is a major connection. Let's see. Yeah, Simeon. I was just looking that up. Simeon. Dr. Richard Strauss. Simeon, let's say. I'm not seeing that in any of the search results. Was there somewhere I should have been looking for that? Let's see, doesn't this dovetail? Simeon Mogilovich. All right. Let me check it. I'll spell it wrong, but it'll correct me. Yeah, there it is. 2 months ago. Let's see. See what this says. This is just the top ranked thing here. I don't think that this is related. Scenes from an arraignment, billionaire art scion, Hilly Namad and pals in $100 million Russian mob gambling case. Okay. And this guy's connected to Jim Jordan or the other guy we were looking at? Or Lex Wessner? He was the most wanted list and then forced to get removed. This is suspicious that Dr. Bornstein died in 2021 because of unknown causes. His relationship soured with Trump. Yeah, I do want to... That was something I definitely wanted to look into. Dr. Bornstein's mysterious death. What was the deal with that? The place and cause of death was not disclosed? Any details were given? And it is weird timing for sure. Was it before or Trump got after Trump got out of office? If it's 2021, I guess it was after. But I mean, that doesn't really mean much. The cause and location of his death were not disclosed. That is so weird. Huh. Yeah, that is definitely a strange one. They wanted Bernstein dead to keep him from speaking out about death, and Trump's goons stole the medical records. Interesting. He's Ukrainian but works for the Russian mob. And Trump is definitely very deep in the Russian mob. And I'm not just saying that as the whole Russia thing or whatever, but like seriously, in the real estate business in New York, in the 90s, the Russian mob was heavily involved. They still are, but they used to be more so. And it really does line up. Let's see. Let's finish this up real quick and see if they say anything more about Lex Wexner.
I have no comment. Thank you.
Later in the day, Wexner's legal team told ABC6 they've spent months asking plaintiffs why they believe Wexner is involved. They say the plaintiffs have not answered that question.
How a man who was served on the Board of Trustees from 1988 to 1997, was chairman of the board at a point 2 years during that time frame, had to have knowledge, you would think had knowledge.
Ohio State accepting accountability to victims in recent years, an apology that comes with $60 million in compensation to nearly 300 victims. But survivors want all potential parties to be held accountable, one subpoena at a time.
It's a systemic problem here at Ohio State, and it's ongoing, and it doesn't go away.
Reporting on your side.
So yeah, I think that's pretty wild. So we got Wexner. What about Clarence Thomas and Epstein? Was there any connections to there or any connections to Les Wexner? Oh. Okay, and no, he's first time disclosing controversial 2019 Bali trip with billionaire Harron Crow. I don't know about that one. Wrong one. So not a direct. Let's check Les Wexner. Lex Wexner. I keep on saying Les Wexner. Clarence Thomas, Les Wexner. No. Always worth. Who was the other one? You say Jim Jordan, Clarence Thomas, Donald Trump, and there was another one, wasn't there? It was Biggs, right? What was it? Jim Biggs? Or it's something Biggs. I always forget that guy's name. Oh, Lindsey Graham as well. I'm pretty sure Lindsey Graham knows Les Wexner. Oh, yeah, there was one thing I wanted to check out, too, before I signed off. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. But I want to check out EpsteinSecrets.com to check out Michael Cohen, because this is just the a very easy way to search the Epstein files and who is in them. So far, the Epstein files so far. Of course, there's many more people that have many more entries, but so he's so far in the things that have been put out, he has 433 mentions or 145. I don't know why it said 400. Michael Cohen appears in 145 mentions across 118 documents, primarily in news emails and government records. Okay. Most references are unrelated to Epstein. The name appears in various contexts, including Brett Jeff of Cohen and Grisser, Maxwell's lawyer, Oscar producer Bruce Cohen. So I don't think this has not been updated, because he does have at least one significant with this Rule 35 thing. Multiple unrelated individuals named Cohen occur. So, yeah. Did we look up Jim Jordan as well? Let's look up Jim Jordan. Midas Touch didn't drop him for no reason. Did they drop him? They should. Really have no idea how depraved. Ogden said something about bogus complaint on the Tara Palmieri show. Been trashing her ever since. Yeah, he has. I'm checking up on the chat now. Andy Biggs, that was it. That was it. Thank you for that. Andy Biggs, Les Wexner. What's this? This is the top. Oh, okay. Andy, oh, all right. I don't know why that's at the top of the search. That's interesting. Congressman Biggs. All right, so let's take a look at Andy Biggs and Jim Jordan on here. Right? Andy Biggs not mentioned yet. But that could be he's held back, you know, in the Jim Jordan not in here yet either. Lindsey Graham. Is it A or E? Yep, it's E. He's only mentioned 7 times in the thing so far. But they only, like, this isn't necessarily indicative of anything because the most damning documents probably haven't even been released yet. But yeah, that's quite interesting. Yeah, I think that's all I got for today. Yeah, I do think they are, definitely. They kind of came out of nowhere, Midas, and just blew the hell up. I don't really watch much of their content. Occasionally I see a clip or two. But it is kind of sus that they had him on the payroll for sure. But yeah, I'm going to be back here at 10 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Probably have some updates on these stories and more. Check out the full video essay that I just put out. The Cold War was World War III. It's my first major video essay on the channel. It basically talks about kind of a different way of looking at history that makes it make a lot more sense, where the time that we're told was the Cold War was actually the Third World War. It was directly tied to everything that came before it. It reshaped the world into what it is today. And I think there's some interesting pathways in there that people haven't put out there that much. I did a lot of searching around before I put it out there, and I didn't really see much like that. The other thing is definitely give a subscribe. I see a lot of new people in there tonight. It definitely helps out. I'm just getting this channel started after many years of writing books and hiding away from the camera. Now I'm figuring this is the way to do things. And speaking of books, my most recent book is a memoir called Paper Squares and Purple Stars, My Life as a Rave Outlaw. It is about my time in the music industry when I was throwing raves between like 2008 and 2012. There are some interesting stories in there for sure. I think I'm going to go through the book a little bit in the future, like maybe on a weekend or something like that, one of those weekend nights where we chill. And because I have a free version online that has a bunch of pictures and videos from the events that I talk about in the book. And I think that could be interesting to go through. Yeah, I'm in East Coast. I'm in, I live in the middle of the woods, but I'm like right between Baltimore and Philadelphia. And when I was throwing parties back in the day, I was in Baltimore mostly, Philadelphia sometimes, DC sometimes. I did a few shows, like as far south as North Carolina, as far north as like New Hampshire. But most of it was in the DC, Baltimore, Philly region. But yeah, I got that, and it's all right. It's not bad, Maryland. But yeah, I think I might go through some of the visual stuff because that is kind of cool with the book. Yeah, I occasionally, I think I did one or two things out in Anne Arundel County for sure. Yeah, it's called Paper Squares and Purple Stars: My Life as a Rave Outlaw. Like I said, I have a at hive.blog/John Vibes or at John Vibes. I can't remember if the at symbol is in there. Is where I have it for free. And I just basically did a different blog for every chapter. So I did it over time. So at the very top of the list, like it starts at chapter 35. So you have to like scroll all the way down to find chapter 1 and then go up. But it has a bunch of pictures from me back in the day when I was throwing parties and just the shows. And, it was one of those stories that ends with, us getting busted and everything. And that was one of the main things that pushed me into activism was our club getting shut down. So yeah. But anyway, I got a couple other books that'd be cool to check out. But yeah, it'd be fun to go through those blogs online on stream. And yeah, thanks for joining me tonight. Check out that video, and I'm working on the next one, which is about government drug trafficking. And I am loving DaVinci Resolve. It is a little bit more complicated to work with, but the things that I'm able to do with it are so much better, and I'm really excited about being able to learn a new skill there. So yeah, definitely please hit the subscribe. I'm trying to get a 1,000. Very small channel starting out all over again after many years. But I appreciate y'all joining me, and have a good night. Peace. Hello, good to see y'all again. Gonna do something a little bit different tonight and watch this video that's been going around of Epstein and Bannon. We've been waiting on this one for a long time because he's been hiding it basically. He has like 15 hours of footage or something like that. And, his story initially was that he was making this documentary about how much of a terrible person Epstein was. And then it started to come out that actually he was trying to rehabilitate his reputation. And in the pieces of this that I watched, it's very obvious that he's being media trained. Hello to everybody in the chat. Welcome. Yeah, it's very obvious he's being media trained, and also just he's a crazy person for sure. Yeah, so it's definitely quite interesting, but I think that it's gonna be pretty bad for Steve Bannon because now like there's nothing he can really say. And he is really, really kissing his ass throughout the whole thing. It's really crazy. So let's take a look at it. I'm going to put it on like maybe 1.5 speed or something like that. Because, but if it's too fast for any of y'all, let me know. And I will slow it down to like a more normal speed. But, with these two people, But I think that this is the first time that I think he has spoken publicly on an interview. I think that's why it's kind of interesting. And I think that there are some things that I noticed throughout the deal where like he's making all of these excuses for the things that rich people do, and how everybody got screwed over in the 2008 financial crisis. He was like, they had no choice because they would be accused of discrimination if they didn't sell subprime mortgages and then bundle them into derivatives. Like, even if it was true about them needing to serve certain populations, the derivatives part, it's not like that it was held, their hand was held for that. So let's see.
Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What
And yeah, definitely let me know if it's too fast for anybody.
was it about the time at the math? And this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part, right? We're going to go both ways?
It will not be on the video, but we do have it recorded.
Fine. Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit, you got to repeat in your answer, you got to repeat what my question was.
Oh, right. Okay.
Santa Fe.
So he's setting them up. Good to see y'all too. He's setting them up and explaining him exactly how it'll work. And basically giving him media training, telling him that when you answer me, my voice is not going to be in the final video. It's just going to be certain clips of certain important things you say. So
why, when you're at the top of your game on Wall Street, do you decide to finance, which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting edge group of mathematicians in the world? Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller University, formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was again subject.
He really glosses over the importance of the Rockefeller thing. Like, how do you get involved in that? You know what I mean? Like, how do you just start off work? How does your resume start with Rockefeller? That's odd.
Right to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most,
how did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. Like, I think 80.
There he actually asked the question. I didn't catch that last time.
1991.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How did they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think I was on the board of Rockefeller. There was a money manager who said Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time.
See, now I believe is when he starts with the word salad, because he is avoiding the question, I think, because that's a very important question that he's really, really like not trying to answer.
And up until the mid 80s or sort of early mid 70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation. It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid 70s, so basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple, almost like your accountant. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but things.
Remember, the question that he is answering right now is how he got on the board of Rockefeller. And he's talking about the calculator and the calculations. Like, dude.
That could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee, Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was this unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague. Not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. They didn't know that my father told me he would not leave me a dime, no money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends at school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission.
This is another important point. This is one of the most prestigious international think tanks in the world. And once again, like, how did you get involved in this at like an entry level?
There's some spooky stuff. People said it was some of the people that the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this Trilateral Commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? No, I was 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese.
I want to do more to figure out those pathways because, you know, a lot has been talked about his history at Dalton School and Bear Stearns and all that, but not really the Rockefeller board and the Trilateral Commission and how he got involved in that. That's definitely an interesting angle.
And with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, just a good kid, which I thought was funny. Nobody else did. So answer to your question, at that time, I recognized around the world that monies and currencies were not really well understood. But again, it was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. Numbers are very good.
Are most people even on Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate? Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person. They were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money they don't have expertise. They have no degrees in finance. And this is one of the major problems. Their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example. If you, Mr. Bannon, if I said your assets increased last year, you'd say, that sounds pretty good. And I said, what does that mean to you? You'd say, well, I have more money. I guess I'm wealthier. I'd say, yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer?
This is so ridiculous. The fucking tangents that this guy is going on.
You say, well, I don't want
from simple questions.
Have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better.
There's a good chance that he's just good at talking about math and not actually good at math.
However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy. So if the bank goes from $2 billion of assets to $10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, as many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money, which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible. Why? Bannon Bank, I give you $1, just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much can you lend out to your friends? And your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my dollar, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so,
yeah, that's
not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket.
That's fairly well known now, I think, for the most part. It's a lot more well known than it used to be because now our country is facing serious economic problems because partly due to fractional reserve banking and the way that they can manipulate our currency. But yeah, it's like the way he's describing it. It's just like, oh, it's just the normal thing. It's just how our system works.
Next question.
Wait, how does this?
And he has nothing more to add to that.
And understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time 8 years from teaching at Dalton, right? You're Dalton. 10 years teaching at Dalton.
Yes.
Walk us through. I mean, put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. You got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. And you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
It's a great question. So, what did it feel like?
I'm in the business of asking.
What did it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those are two extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story. The first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, "Would you like to buy ATV?" And I was looking in the brochure, and I couldn't figure out what stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, "Well, I can't find it," and they said, "What's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV?" Which is he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island. But what I found was most people, what be it in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, we want more money, but we don't want more debt, which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal character.
At the first Trilateral.
What's this?
Or something. Just give me approximate. You joined the Trilateral Commission,
it might be
and we'll be able to show that we'll pull down the chart of where your name was. But
it looks like they took a quick break or something, and he's guiding them back to the question.
Just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got on the Trilateral Commission and had the first, do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo. In what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day?
Three-day event. And
walk me through the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring.
It was boring.
You had any stars in your eyes?
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out.
It is wild how disconnected his answers are to the questions.
But these guys have to have great ideas. They're the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world: North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders.
I think there's this situation that happens when severely mentally ill people get rich. It's just there's all these sycophants around them, and they just continue on with it like they're geniuses.
Become world leaders because they're popular.
I mean, look at Elon Musk.
And they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians. in general. They're not scientists. They're not intellectuals. They're not.
Politicians are politicians.
Great thinkers. They're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo in sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen. How do you control inflation? And I, as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's U.S. dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. I don't have. It seems that everything is great, but in fact, my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you, and you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because
that's why I want to answer the question. That's my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were
he is glazing him so hard throughout this whole thing. He's like, you're a genius and shit. Like, this is so obnoxious.
The great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid 70s. Before we go to explain inflation, why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood. And most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how a digestive system.
Stop. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making billion-dollar bets every day, the legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Vassalin brothers.
Lou Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Lars Poker?
Yeah, Lars Poker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, the guy that ran the desk. That eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
He's talking about the Big Short guy. Neither one of them know what's the guy's name? Michael Burry. That's what the guy's name is. That's the name they're searching for. Neither one of them, as they're talking about the 2008 financial crisis, these geniuses can't remember the only guy that actually that called it and bet big on it, and they can't even remember the movie that he was in. I mean, come on now.
Lunar is big, but those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation? Most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. One of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so, because they want to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So and I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy.
Yeah, I'm going to get to the actual, I'm just going to talk about a bunch of abstract bullshit. But your question about why I bought a ranch in Santa Fe, I'm going to get to eventually.
And your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. They're the guys in the room making the decisions. They're the party of Davos guys. You're sitting there. You don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect with the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back, Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition, but there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands.
Complex systems are complex, and politicians are politicians. Some of the
hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group of or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now, you asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets. The term simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you, because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net? Can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty strange.
He didn't ask you how AI works, man.
Strange. They take the same neural nets now and they put it in front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They say to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play.
Let me jump on this.
I'm glad you asked that question.
Here we go.
In with the Secretary of Treasury about in the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman, they decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put into bankruptcy at the opening of the market in London the next day.
He's asking him about the 2008
How did you hear about what was going to happen?
Financial crisis now, which was the one of the interesting parts. This was I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure it was before it maybe 2017. I think that this was around that time. It was when Bannon had a falling out with Trump. It was during that time in the first administration.
The Lehman Brothers. And what did you immediately think when you heard that was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come until months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place that was called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in an 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they'd take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing? I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing? What's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified. We're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh, no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was the company I had a very large investment.
He worked there and he had an investment there. But if he worked there and he was as high up as he was, it means that he probably was one of the people that orchestrated the 2008 financial crisis or was among the 100 or few hundred people that were involved in that shit.
So, there's a great story. I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on.
So that means that person, that president of Bear Stearns that he just named, was aware that one of his top people was in jail, had to have known why he was in jail, and is still picking up his phone call in the middle of a financial crisis. That's just something to definitely point
So
out.
my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked your thinking by the most prominent, important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call.
The glazing that he's doing is gross, man.
To somebody, did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
As one of the smartest financial people in the world, didn't you think it was very dumb to be in prison?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make one collect call, 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number two would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number three, it would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed into a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at JP Morgan, who was then, I didn't know at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had two phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between two phones talking to Bear Stearns and JP Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life? I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million, the greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the president of the United States to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that that never happened?
You're suggesting I was somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation?
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
no access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact,
it was because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing.
Did you just hear that? He said that people wanted to kill him in prison, not because of the crimes that he was in there for, but because he was wealthy. And then Bannon is like dancing around the issue and saying, not naming the crimes that he's in for, and then just saying, oh yeah, people that do your kind of thing, like
why I would have to go for my medical. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
And
in the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to go long.
Yes,
you're telling me in solitary confinement.
That's why they took out the lost profits guy too, I'm sure, because he's rich.
They're interested in going long.
Yeah. They wanted to know
what does that say about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after This crisis now is on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, 6 months before?
No, this is the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought no. Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's
Right,
6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns, but Bear Stearns was still a zombie.
A shell of its former self.
A former self, but they had quote unquote saved it. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go because your gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis because
it was 100% the derivatives. Like you were creating like money out of thin air. You were using people's houses to gamble. Like, I mean,
derivatives got somehow out of control and like in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes. But derivatives were not the cause.
Yeah, and he's pointing out right there that your path to a billionaire was caused by derivatives, and his defense is that, well, derivatives didn't cause the crisis, so therefore I had nothing to do with it.
Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what was the cause?
There isn't. Let me say, there's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when they have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say, what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. They say, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? That's the financial crisis. Many people said, well, what caused it? They wrote like on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I think it was Monday morning when you made your two collect calls and you're talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other.
JP
Morgan. That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey, being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers going into bankruptcy, the domino effect, that by Thursday, the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you,
I don't want to answer a question in a way that would implicate my guilt in this extreme financial crime.
What? He was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe. It was a bad situation. He could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits, or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes, but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So in a 6x9 cell
the phones were outside the cell.
In Palm Beach County, California?
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
That's what you just died.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington, D.C. to talk to some deputy secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone in Treasury. Right. And that does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone. So I said, I can talk. It makes no difference where I am. In fact, I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach. But I'm here in jail.
Home in Palm Beach.
I can dial my own phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you got to make one, and he's got to take.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me because I would have called 20 people.
And what was the advice you gave?
I said, you have a sick patient, and it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like a car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again.
He repeats some of the things he said previously. I'm going
to trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's like Woody Allen said, you can't beat the bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time when the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the.
He's talking like somebody who's guilty. You know what I mean? And I think, that may be another part of this angle that they want to cover up, is that the whole financial system almost collapsed. There was billions of dollars in bailouts. People were mad about it for years. I was one of those people. And yeah, I mean, of course, his other crimes that we do know about are terrible, and it's probably even worse than we do know that we're starting to find out in the things that are coming out now. Like, it goes into even the murder territory. So, yeah.
Before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Okay, so this, I believe, is rehearsed, because we got to remember what the purpose of this is. And I don't like Clinton either, like, trust me. But what they want to do here, if you remember the emails that went between Bannon and Epstein, they were talking about how we're in this anti-culture cancel culture era, and we're going against people who want social justice and all this. This is what they said in their emails. And they said, so we can probably bring you back out here in this kind of like anti-Me Too culture that has developed in the MAGA world, and we can actually turn you into a figure that the MAGA demographic will actually be happy with and actually like. And there were even talks about him having a cabinet position in a future Trump administration. And there was also, definitely emails where it was discussed that he had something to hold over Trump's head.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you, no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have an ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you're right on the border. Maybe you're not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay? Let's be honest. And it's not my fault. It's not Bill Clinton's fault. But whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good.
It actually probably is specifically your and Bill Clinton's fault, actually.
Good. Now, normally, you come to me and you want to borrow money. I'm a bank. And I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yeah, sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime.
See, there's two aspects of this. Like, you could either focus on the subprime mortgage fact of the fact that people can get lower rates, or you could focus on the derivative part, which is the extremely crazy. I don't know what word other to use than derivative. It's like a fake instrument, a fake financial instrument.
Subprime is not good credit, less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow. And we'll tell you what, we're going to have people lend you money, though you are a subprime borrower, and I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan, though I don't think you're a good risk. So the banks say, no, we don't want, initially. The banks say, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President, for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking us to lend to people who are subprime. And he says, here's the key, if you don't, Mr. Bannon, I'm going to make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory lending because you refuse to lend to my subprimers. In business terms, you should never lend to. But
I don't think that was an actual law. I don't think that was an actual law. You could, it was discrimination for, not selling people of a particular ethnicity or race, but not because they didn't. Yeah, that's weird.
What we'll do is I'm going to form an agency called Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae, just another agency names. They'll guarantee your loan. So don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though and maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to articulate it, Rainbow. They bundled a lot of mortgages together. No one could sell them because no one knew which ones were good, and they all became toxic assets. Yeah, so like if it was just the subprime mortgages by themselves, the ones that couldn't be paid wouldn't be paid, and the ones that could be paid would be paid, and there wouldn't have been a problem. But because they bundled it together and created this fake financial instrument, it created a nightmare.
These players, these two big firms, Fannie Mae, will guarantee the fact that that bank will receive its money. Now, the bank says, wow, best deal in history. I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother, his Uncle Sam. He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says, I'm guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me, because Uncle Sam is the best credit in the world. Not only that, it's the United States government. We'll take it all. We'll take as much subprime as we can handle, because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because it has politics that has inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the markets, but now we're going to have, I want the votes. We'll make guarantees that you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history. We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers, and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the
What do you mean mired? Is there too much supply? Is the supply-demand problem? You get too much supply?
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get the people, go back to your first question to me. Government leaders. Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages?
Yeah, this
The
is
banks say we've been valuing them the same way. We've always
Let's
valued
go to
them.
the wardrobe change here. Yeah, like they got the.
Yeah, great. I think we're gonna have all kinds of changes.
I'm experimenting.
When did you get a feeling? Did you ever anticipate before it happened something like 2008 could happen?
No.
How could that be?
It's the word I can beat it to death. Is that it's very much like would I anticipate I'll have a heart attack tomorrow? Unlikely.
Was 2008 a heart attack or a stroke? Debilitating.
It's a better. I don't. It was both. Why was it both? Because in fact, as I said, the blood was getting dried up in the system, and the head, which is sort of the central bank, wasn't working.
It does get a little bit better towards the end because things start to get a little bit more contentious.
So to some extent, it was a combination. It was a crisis.
Did you see that building up over time?
It's always been lurking in the background. I mean, if you have an older parent, would you say it's possible? Did you anticipate him having a heart attack today? No, you hope things are going to go better and maybe they'll fix it up. The system was getting too complex, and it wasn't based on derivatives, because what people keep forgetting, and as I'm just explaining, Wall Street, and in many professions, including Wall Street makes it sound complicated. They don't want
the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lectures at Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No, sorry. We all don't understand it. No one understands it. It's a miracle. It's this, that's
Yeah, that was like 5 minutes of him talking about like how nobody understands finance. So I just had to.
part of the problem. It's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. It's very, in complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease out some level of predictability?
So
no, in fact, you would ask the question, it's a great question, which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people don't know that before they're going to have a stroke, they have a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations. It might sound good. And if you're talking to the working man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So he's just like going to his doctor. He says he has a gastrointestinal problem, he has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomachache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal everyman terms. The system had a stroke, but we don't know why.
But you just, okay. Hardworking people, and there's a great social benefit, would you not agree, with people having ownership in the system?
When you say ownership in the system, it doesn't mean.
Let's start over.
Okay.
So flip over your phone too, because
Yes.
I don't want anyone to
Yeah.
on your phone. So maybe flip it down. Or something.
Yeah.
Who knows what the fuck comes up with that?
That's correct.
Which one has any?
KSA.
I can't.
Did you just hear that?
I cannot believe I've got the magic moment when you're in fucking prison or jail, wherever the fuck it is, in
Crazy.
solitary.
He said, "Who knows what will come up on my phone?"
Now, there's a funny part of that we missed, which is said. The funny part is what you asked me.
Is there anything funnier than that? For black humor,
I don't make any black comments. Sorry. You asked me what I was wearing.
That's right. You're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
Yes. So I was wearing a brown jumper and a brown pair of pants given to me by the jail with the word trustee.
That was a weird comment.
On the back.
Because you had qualified to be a trustee?
Well, the funny part was it was spelled Trusty. So I wasn't really sure. I'd been a trustee in many different operations, but it was the first time it was actually printed on my back and spelled incorrectly.
Probably had a higher level of being a trustee at that than you had at all the boards that you were trustees, right?
Yes, because if the trustee meant you get two devices to clean your toilet as opposed to one.
Yeah, but it also meant that you had some sort of personal fiduciary own responsibility for oneself, right?
In the jail?
Well, that's what being a trustee is. That's what they give you too.
Yes, you get two cleaners. I was a trustee in the jail because I was able to teach some of the kids to help them get their GED. So that's how they gave me a trustee job.
I don't know if I believe that. That might be another fiction that they created. Maybe he did, but maybe that was a term of his release or something. But like, it just sounds a little bit weird.
Time. I got to go back to this because I'm like a dog with a bone in this thing.
Yes.
You can't. There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film, but you cannot possibly have to sit there knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance, to sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday and Black Monday, whatever it was, in the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment, triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well and created much of your initial net worth because of, and know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day, you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? It's
not amazing. I don't want to say it's not funny. Oh, I thought
I wasn't funny.
Right.
But
Not amazing.
it was incredible.
Incredible in what way? Incredible, like how do I do this to myself?
No, it's as incredible as me sitting here in this house.
Trump's drawing about the where he drew the women and wrote on her, or the girl, basically, is what he drew. It became even more messed up in the last release of files when there were literal pictures of girls with writing on them. So it's like Trump knew about that, participated in that somehow.
They're both just two sides of the coin.
Something like that.
That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No, I consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy.
Being a hermit then, being in that 6x9 cell, being in the cell, qua the cell was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
Eating the almond joy bars.
Because you couldn't eat the food.
No, right. And but remember, my life is.
Did that ever strike you that I can't eat the food because somebody might have done something to it? I got to live off an almond joy bar, one a day or two a day or whatever. How many ever sneak in a day?
No sneaking in.
Your one almond joy bar, it did not hit you at some time? How the fuck did I do this?
No.
Let's go back to the spring of 2008. Were you so wrapped up in your personal issues at the time you were not spending enough time on the financial markets, or were you deeply involved in the financial markets like you normally were?
No, I was involved.
So we're saying that the smartest guy in the room didn't see it coming.
No, of course.
The bankruptcy of Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns problem. You didn't see it as systemic.
I know you keep hopping on it, but it's not.
Because you're a mathematician and understands systems. It seems that anybody understands that they had a systemic problem, you would at least be the first on the early search radar. If you're not going to see it, then I'm really afraid, because that means that I always assume there's at least a set of guys out there that have some sort of sense that something's not right.
Imagine the guy who has a stroke or had the heart attack. When you ask him, did you feel funny the day before? He's going to tell you, yeah, I didn't feel right. Something was off. I didn't feel right. I had my stomach was right. I felt a little dizzy. I felt a little weak. But if you asked him the day before, do you think you're going to have a heart attack tomorrow? He'd say, no, I just feel a little weak. I'm a little dizzy. My stomach hurts. So these systems, and that's the issue of complexity. What complexity says is that, in fact, everything seems to go along, and people have seen it. One of the great examples of complex systems is sand dunes.
Complexity again.
In fact, the sand keeps building up. People have seen some, and all of a sudden, one more sand drop, and all the sand starts running down the hills. That's the way I see the financial market.
When you funded Santa Fe in the early 90s or late 80s?
I believe it was early 90s. I can get back to you.
But early 90s, Santa Fe was funded for the study of complexity theory.
So let's back up. So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
And Los Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons program, the bomb.
That's where the Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project was Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were they cut the funding for high energy physics. But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided it was maybe not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark, but it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that in our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm. It was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was. Just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that?
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your concept of the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
So that's what I'm trying to get at. The foundational thought, the organizing principle of Santa Fe in the high physics lab at Los Alamos, which had been the headquarters of Manhattan and the Trinity Project, right, the bomb.
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
of physics.
Of physics.
Yes, sir.
Which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics. Isn't
yes, they're both similar.
Project out. One of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy and a lot for the good of mankind, but also to be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter than the mid-aughts 15 years later than you had been then because of work that was done at Santa Fe?
No, it was great. But in fact, most of my philanthropy in the area of can you describe things that appear to be unexplainable by mathematics, and can you fund people who have new ideas? And unfortunately, when someone thinks they've been able to, there's a man, Stuart Kaufman, when they think I figured out how to be able to predict the unpredictable, what appears to other people to be unpredictable. But my system, in those days it was called genetic algorithms, can predict what things will happen, and they all want to make money. So they use their systems to try to figure out, they know they have figured out the way to make money because they figured out the unexplainable. They try, they go bankrupt, and we start again. So with a cold view, what I've come to realize is that the attempt to mathematize, formularize, or what in your prior work, to understand what really is, in today's world, still unexplainable, is impossible. They're miracles.
Your first head of Santa Fe was Christopher
Langdon.
Langdon from Australia.
But Murray Gell-Mann was the funder. He was the rock.
Yes, he was the rock. He was a Nobel Prize winner?
Yes.
Yes, and a wonderful guy. He came out and helped us with the Vice for 2 project. He came with Chris Langdon. Yeah. Chris Langdon was the operator, the day-to-day.
Chris was doing artificial life. Right. Murray tried to lead his own artificial life.
Yes. When Chris came to Vice for 2 for the first big conference we had in 1994, he was one of the most impressive guys there among all the world's elite.
The other thing to notice is you could tell because of the fact that he knows that the moments where Bannon is speaking and when he is not, those camera things are not, those clips are not going to go in the final documentary. So you can see him constantly change back and forth from what he is probably really like right here to the fake face that he's putting on for the camera, which is actually quite interesting because it is the raw footage. But I also think that since there is 15 hours, I do think they put out the least incriminating one, probably. At least incriminating for Bannon anyway.
Kew Gardens, the Lawrence Livermore lab, the labs at Sandia, all the major universities, Lamont Doherty, all the big Earth observatories, Woods Hole. What set Langdon apart, I thought, and the reason I invited Santa Fe to be part of it, was Langdon actually made a presentation that everything, and he was making this to scientists, a lot of marine biologists, a lot of people that were just beginning, Wally Broker and people were just beginning the study of climate change, at that time called global warming. That he made this compelling presentation that everything's really mathematics. Yes. It's all just back to math. And you have to, all these experiments you do, you're not, one of the reasons they're not considered by the high priest in physics as being real experiments is that they don't have a mathematical basis to it, and everything has a mathematical basis to it. Langdon seemed like a radical visionary. What happened to that concept?
You go back 350 years. So you have Isaac Newton, you have Leibniz. Move forward, you have people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's something with...
I know, like, this reminds me of the interview that Putin did with Tucker Carlson, which was also two terrible people on an interview. But he would ask him a question about like something recent with Ukraine, and he would be like, well, let's talk about 300 years ago.
Numbers can describe certain things, approximate certain things. But in fact, trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly. So 300 years ago, they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans, they were the occults, they were the astrologers, they were the con men.
Alchemists.
Yes, well, no, alchemists was in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons.
People can be right while still being evasive. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these people that are in the public eye are really good at not answering questions.
Electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules, transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he said, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I'm confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how.
There were 3 other major ones to get us to Santa Fe.
Well, it's a long journey.
This is the heart of what we're trying to do.
Let me take a bit of a detour just a second. What if you went to high school, and the last year in your high school, you took calculus? So Isaac Newton sort of invents calculus. Well, that sounds mathematicians
to torture seniors in high school before they graduate.
Yes, but obviously no. Yes, the answer is yes. Certain people can never do calculus.
Why is it? Why is calculus so? Why is that the dividing line between, to me, people who can handle that and can go on to do certain things, and people just hit the wall, even if they know math? It seems to me that there's that calculus is the thing that changes. It bridges. That's because it's about the theory of change and the theory of how things change.
It's a great question, but in fact, what calculus does is it's somewhat philosophical.
See that somebody just popped in the back?
Newton wasn't
I
a
think
mathematician. He was called a geologist.
This is Bannon's house, though. So, or no, from his home. I feel like this might have been Bannon's house, though, because he did say He did say thank you for bringing me here or inviting me here. But I just saw somebody pop in the back. You can't really see him because it's blurry, but
what Newton understood is many problems were like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit, but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close, it was almost there. And we can do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important.
somebody else popping in the back there.
Important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach the limit. You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, it's like, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's undefined. It's not able to be determined. There's a bunch of things.
Zombie, that comment. It does look like that.
But in fact, 1 divided by 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange. And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. We can have a convention to say it's X, Y, or Z. But in real life, we don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit. So Newton thought the same concept, is that the limits were God. You got close to God, but you can never be God. He had this sort of religious interpretation.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big dividing line in mankind's history? What is it about Newton? What is it about what he's trying to solve? What did they not know beforehand? And because we live to a degree in a Newtonian universe, although I realized later subparticle atomic physics, but at least for a while it was Newtonian. So what's the dividing? Why is he so important? Why is he an inflection point in mankind's movement from the swamp to the stars?
That's a great question. The stars by Kepler. What Newton starts to allow us to do is to make accurate predictions. Remember that we've talked about that with money, about the things in our physical world, how cars didn't have cars, how horse carriages move, things in the physical world, and that was great advances. It also, you wanted to move very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially
force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. There's obviously the questions in the past, even
because people would normally think you were soulless. So
thank you.
To have you talk about you actually believe in it and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz thought.
So Newton was at Cambridge, and he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially. Yes. But Leibniz, was Leibniz a German professor?
Yes, but what Leibniz said is the soul is so strange because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like pebbles, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but there's some way it was put together that this material substance is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious.
Thank you for the accusation of soullessness.
It's to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you'll try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays, you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology, complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it. That's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. Something, I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black, but I see it being drawn this way. So I say, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone that there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
But no, with Newton, with all his chemical studies and things he worked on the spiritual side, Leibniz has just talked about the soul. Schroeder talked about what is life. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms,
there are certain points where Bannon pushes him, like with that soulless comment. And he also says, like, are you the devil or something at one point? I'm not sure if it's one of the things that I skipped through, but he does say, like, are you the devil? And I think what's happening there is he's pushing and testing him to kind of see how he will respond to adversarial questions in an interview. And because he's going to, if he's going to do this interview and come out, he's going to do other ones. And he's going to need to be prepared for the types of things that people are going to throw at him.
They would be considered to be a wingnut today, wouldn't they? They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics, they could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics?
It's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician or geometer then and philosopher. And as time went on, those disciplines seemed to move apart. We had philosophy. Some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into two categories: people that solve problems. Those are more like geometers in the old days, just problem solvers. And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics. Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should, unless my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics. So they create it. This table appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes, it appears solid. If instead of eyes that responded to wavelengths of visual light, our eyes responded to radio waves, the radio frequencies, it's not different, it's the same type of frequency as light with different speeds, the table's invisible. We know that our phone works in this room. So the waves are coming through the windows, the waves are coming through the walls. So the walls are invisible to that type of radiation, that type of energy. The walls I can see them because my eyes, a physical system, determines that the walls are there.
You, with Murray Gell-Mann, you founded, or were the original donor, and had the idea of Santa Fe Institute. In 10 or 15 years later, that effort to study the complexity of systems mathematically.
Yes.
Was
a total failure.
Yes. A total failure.
Total failure.
Why is that?
It's the failure of science because, in fact, if to some extent science doesn't describe romance. I don't know why I'm attracted to somebody. I don't know. People are attracted to each other, and everyone has the same feeling.
That's a weird thing for him to say. I think that's a weird thing for that guy to say.
Seen someone walk in the room and they said, "Oh, that person gives me a creepy feeling." Science has tried to describe.
That's another weird thing for this guy to say.
Science doesn't describe what creepy feelings means. They just know it's a creepy feeling. I think women, as I said the last time, have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable. Women have intuition. Men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything. Women are not really that interested in measuring.
In what you're saying in macro terms, you actually think science, mathematics, maybe ultimately
I hate gender determinism always, but that was a ridiculous one for sure.
Technology is moving to that more intuitive.
I think science and math are old-fashioned. And unfortunately, people are still taught that they have to learn algebra in school and certain things in school, as opposed to learning to
Is this what Larry Summers was trying to get at? Maybe he didn't say it perfectly enough, but what he was trying to get to.
Remember, Larry Summers is the creep guy who used to work for Obama in the Obama administration, and he's also was working at Harvard until his Epstein emails came out, which were horrible, and about how he was trying to hit on his mentee and all this weird stuff. Yeah.
In that system, the systems we study today, the way mathematics either taught or understood, that women just haven't gotten up to the highest realms of engineering or physics or mathematics because of that. And you're actually implying that there's either new branch of science, or we've hit an inflection point like in Newton that's going to go in. Newton took mankind in a different direction because he was able to measure. Then you had subatomic, non-Newtonian physics later. Are you saying that you think there's another developing field that's coming up that may take us, I don't know how many decades to get our hands around, but that's what's evolving out of this?
Yes. Yeah. In fact, I think that mathematics, it's not the end of science. Every year someone says it's the end of, we can't discover everything. There's lots to discover with relationship to the physical world, but we know a lot already. In respect to the unexplainable world, we almost know nothing. Women, again, sense it. And instead of Larry Summers, I won't digress.
Here's another nugget of wisdom. All of the things about the explainable world we know, but the unexplainable world we don't know nothing about.
Too much. But Howard Gardner early on said, there's not one form of intelligence. It's not mathematical intelligence. There's emotional intelligence. There's kinesthetic intelligence. There's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better.
That seems a bit problematic.
It's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people, and the people have different intelligences, and they excel in some intelligences usually, and less so in others.
When did it come to? Because the world of high finance is a world of.
It is weird because Epstein is extremely racist.
Pure reason, or is it a lot of emotion and gut checks and on trading desk and central banks when these decisions get made? Is it that high church, like the high church of science of high energy physics, or is it as much emotion that comes in as much as the mathematics and the reason?
That's a great question. I think if you talk to really experienced and successful traders and you ask them how they know what's going on, they can't give you an answer. They don't know. They feel it. They can feel the way the market's moving. They can feel the way the stock's moving. And that these are not very well-defined terms. It's difficult to put in mathematics terms. How did I feel it? You could look back and make guesses what I was seeing. But great traders feel it and then act on their feelings. That's the difference. Many people feel it but are afraid because they want a mathematical justification before they take that next step.
When you first got on the trading desk at Bear Stearns in the late 70s or mid 70s, were you shocked by how little actual understanding of mathematics that the traders comprehended?
Yeah, well, again, we had the Texas Instrument Calculator. Most stockbrokers, especially before 1975, if they were good stockbrokers, could add. That's about it. They could multiply. If you could multiply, you were already in the top 15% of stockbrokers. Stockbrokers simply meant there's a story. When I went to the first person, I had no money. And I said, how much money do you make a year? And he said, $400,000. I said, impossible. I'm making $10,000.
That's probably more than your family had made in its entire existence.
Yes. And he makes it in a year. I said, what do you do? And he said, it's too complicated for you to understand, which is what the main thrust of Wall Street people, they want to tell you it's too complicated.
This theme, again, he returns to these same themes throughout this whole thing. And I really, really don't, I really hope that the other 15 hours is not just the same.
Because if you understood that that person was simply, he had a brother-in-law, in fact, in this case, who ran the pension fund at General Motors. His brother-in-law would call him and say, buy 1,000 IBM. He'd hang up the phone, he'd write it out on a ticket and walk it to a window. That was his entire skill set. Hello, write what my brother-in-law says, walk it to a ticket window.
Give me an example when you were on the trading desk in the early days of Bear Stearns of a time that you felt either complete uncertainty or you saw total panic, where something was happening that people couldn't foretell and that they were like in an airplane cockpit where it's going wrong. Walk us through that.
In 1978, I think it was, across the news wires, there had been a collapse of the currency in Thailand. On the other side of the world, had no relationship to me. I wasn't sure where Thailand was. But the fact that a currency, a country's money, had all of a sudden dropped tremendously in value affected the rest of the world's markets. And people panicked because they'd never seen that before. A very small part of a very complex system had a shock throughout the whole system. So prices on Park Avenue apartments, the bond markets, the stock markets, every started to gyrate. You know, there's an old mathematical expression that if a butterfly wings in Mexico make the wrong turn, it spins out, and eventually, by the time it gets to Canada, it turns into a tornado. So these are part of complex systems. So yeah, Wall Street in certain parts.
Santa Fe Institute was supposed to actually come up with a formula for that, for the butterfly wings. Why in 15 years did you reach the end of at least that experiment?
Every attempt to, that's why it's so exciting now, because I think certain people are starting to realize that there's so many things that are unexplainable that we have to think about them differently. Music is a great example. It's a common man's example. You know, when you hear a certain song, it makes you feel a certain way. How does it do that? We don't know. We can't mathematize it. And even that music, Steve, nowadays we compress music. When you have a violin, it's compressed onto your iPhone. So what does compression mean? I'm taking lots of information and I'm cutting it into lots of pieces and squishing it together. And when I squish it or compress it, I have to take out lots of pieces, but I say that they're not very important pieces. It's those pieces that we take out when we compress.
The other thing is when media training, they tell you to use your hands a lot. So like that's why when you see people like on the news, they're always going like this all the time. And it seems like he's definitely overdoing it.
Press data, to me, are the most interesting parts of life.
You just said a while ago, so part of this new search for science may go back to when people were actually talking about a soul, and you said there's no doubt in your mind that there is a soul. Describe for me what you mean by that. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean soul different than the physical analog body that we're seeing on film right now?
It's difficult to describe in words. I mean, I'm not a poet. Poems get a little closer to what that really means. But even the concept of what is life becomes complicated when you deal with plants and seeds. Is a seed alive? I don't know. If certain people say, no, it's dead. When you're a banana, one of my favorite examples is the banana that's sitting on the countertop in your kitchen today. Is it alive or dead?
What do you think about human life? Tell me about human life.
But your banana is alive. That banana is breathing. It's on your. You said that's impossible, Jeffrey. No, it's not.
Is the banana conscious?
All these words. These are words. So everyone's trying to fit very complicated concepts into a very small box called conscious or alive. These don't fit in that way. So if you put your banana in a bag and put another fruit in with it, the fruit ripens faster because the banana breathes with it. We don't understand most of those things. So you asked the big question. Sorry.
You talk about the life. What about human life?
What about it?
Tell me what do you think? What do you think human life is?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And when I say miracle, I can't explain it, and I make no attempt to explain it at the moment. We don't know how to think about it. And anyone, again, another one of the Feynman quotes when he was talking about quantum physics. He said, anyone, Jeffrey, who says they understand quantum physics and quantum mechanics and quantum behavior, they're lying.
Let's talk about it. That's post-Newtonian. Talk about what's the difference. Who founded quantum mechanics? Why is quantum mechanics taking Newtonian physics and taking it to the next level?
It forms a much broader category.
Let's go back to this desk. You use the thing of Newton using this desk. Why can't Newton's theory explain everything? Why did subatomic quantum mechanics or quantum physics have to come in to explain this?
Well, so let's go right back to square one. Why is it called quantum physics? So quanta is a word that simply means packet, small amount. So it's quantized. So when we recognize it.
He goes with all the basic shit. This is where he starts getting pissed off.
This table appears, another very complicated word, solid to us. It's really made up of molecules or atoms. And atoms, we've given lots of names to what some of the behaviors. If you were in school, when you and I were in school in the 50s, the model was a little center thing in the middle, and an electron went around and around it. It was seen as a ball that went around and around it. And as we started to look at, say, well, let's see what this ball looks like. I want to be able to examine that little thing called an electron. We found that there was nothing there. There wasn't the thing. It was simply a cloud of energy that we can call an electron. So we already start to see mysterious things as we go into very super small quantities, quantum physics. So quantum physics started to go into the very small and at very small distances. So we see things that we can't explain. We just cannot explain.
How am I doing time?
4 minutes.
Fine. And to summarize,
let's go back to human life. When do you think human life starts?
It's not these. So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's the disease.
Can't be measured. You just hate making commitments.
That's why I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and happy target can't be measured.
That's not why you're not married, bro.
Measure like that is that to say measure it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you answer a question.
I don't.
Is it saying in golf, commit to the shot?
I don't know what it means to be measured.
You do know what it means to be measured. You're one of the leading currency traders, hedge fund guys, or stock market financial wizards. You're in the high priesthood of high finance. You certainly know how to measure. That's why you're a billionaire. Any other answer besides that is total and complete bullshit, and you know it.
I know very few things.
You know things to be measured. You measure every day. You weigh and measure every day. You weigh and measure people. You weigh and measure leaders. You weigh and measure economies. You weigh and measure politics.
It's a very
you weigh and measure. Hang on. Your whole life, in fact, is measuring.
So what you've now done is a great thing. Is you've used the word measure, a mathematic term, in the common vernacular and abused it. So I don't even recognize what it means. It's so abusive to my field.
Why? Let's go there. In mathematics, measure means what specifically?
There's no specific. It's an approximation, or giving something a number. If Einstein,
we're not asking you to go to the 9th decimal point.
Oh, you didn't say that before.
No, you're not going to the 9th.
I don't even. If I say measure, how tall are you? You'd say 6 foot.
6 feet.
But is it 6 foot 1 inch?
Give or take. Between 5'11" and 6 feet.
But what's that? But I want. So the question is, I want an accurate.
I got Zeno's paradox.
I don't even know what it means to measure you. Am I measuring the top of your hair, the top of your skull? And the finer, the more
you're being rabbinical. This is like.
I shake my beard off.
No, my point is, isn't that going through the Torah where you're parsing every definition? No, however we broadly define measure, your life literally is about measurement, is it not?
It's about putting numbers on things so that I can try my best. You can call it whatever you like. If that makes you feel better.
I want to relate it back to your scientific inquiry.
No, even a number. People don't. A number is a complicated.
When did you come to this inflection? When did you come to this aha moment? Was when it was in your solitary confinement, when the biggest financial crisis in world history was going on, in your 7x9 jail cell with your metal bed and your 2 brushes because you were a trustee with the brown uniform on, trustee spelled wrong? Is that the moment of clarity that you had about science and Newtonian physics and everything that we can measure is really not going to be the way we go forward? It's going to be much more esoteric, emotional intelligence thing. Was that your moment of clarity?
I wish it was, because it would make such a great story for this interview, but it's not. It's the fact that I lead such a privileged life to come across.
But when did you? If it didn't happen then, when did it? Or did it happen before?
I was going to hopefully get to the. Okay. I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects. And I finally realized that the thing that they had most in common was there was this area, no matter how smart they were, that when I asked them the questions, they said they'd have to resort to a 500 or 1,000-year-old response to that question, which was, I don't know.
You know who else found that out? Socrates. That's what Socrates kept doing, right? Socrates kept asking all the experts. He would go through, question after question after question, and realize at the end they didn't really know. They really didn't basically understand what they were talking about.
And one of the things that people won't enjoy, it turns out that potentially one of the bad things to teach children is how to write.
This is one of the dumbest things. This is like an Andrew Tate take. Like
it's impossible.
Like reading is dumb.
Writing, reading, and arithmetic was everyone's supposed to be taught. But writing forces you into a very narrow channel of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern. So your thinking becomes somewhat narrow. The reason I brought up writing is one of the recent discoveries of mine with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle is they never wrote anything. They spoke, and people around who could write wrote. Socrates could think. So that was
Jesus of Nazareth was the same way, right? Never wrote anything.
I thought he was a carpenter.
He was a carpenter.
Didn't he need like a little carpenter? I don't get it.
But at least his written record. Right. One last thing.
Sure. Thank you for having me to your house. Vegetables.
Let's go back.
Vegetables.
When did that? The beginning of that. Was there any one aha moment in all these great thinkers? Did it happen before 2008? Was it after that came up over? I know many years, but when did you actually realize, hey, something new's got to be developed?
Yeah, that's great. Is that because again, I'm privileged enough to have people around me who've given lots of philanthropic gifts to institutions of higher learning. And when I said to the impact, how do you judge the impact of your giving? And we sat down and said, no really new ideas have come out. And I realized that, of course, it hasn't come out because we've been looking at using science and mathematics, and it's the wrong tool. It's obvious.
Institutions that are set up and try to put forward knowledge and understanding and truth, should they take your money?
Derek Bach at Harvard said taking money for good causes is a good thing.
So if Hitler took all the gold out of the teeth of the Jews and said, I want to give this to Heidelberg University to fund the Leibniz chairs so that I can study high energy physics, Derek Bach would say that was fine.
He's comparing him to Hitler.
And these questions are questions where good people on both sides, like your Charlottesville, could differ. I don't know the answer.
So tell us the two. Give us the two answers. The one answer.
That was an interesting answer too. There's good people on both sides, like your Charlottesville answer. What?
It shouldn't be. And then the one answer. Derek Bach says, I'll essentially take cash from anybody because I got so many projects, so many good guys, and this is the way I'll do it. So I'm indifferent to where the cash comes from. Money's money. And if I got good guys, I'm the fiduciary says these are good people. This is good research. Okay, I'll take the cash from any source, including you. What's the other argument?
Let me give you. I know in my case,
is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just ask a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it. We went back to this before. You earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
Do you think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no question. Because I think ethics is always a complicated subject. But I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people.
If we walk into, you're a mathematician. We walk into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
What's tier 1's the highest and worst?
No,
I'm the lowest. You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probability. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, if I told them the devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil. Somebody knows the devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is he is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay, you have to go.
Okay, good. That was good.
That was quite interesting. I think, even though it was nauseating, I still think it was interesting to look through and examine their relationship with each other. And it was the first time that we actually got to kind of get inside of his brain, and it is a empty and dark place, it seems. You know, he is very good at stringing words together and make it seem like you know, he knows what he's talking about. But if you know what you're talking about, you know, it's like, you know, it's a lot of yeah, I definitely think it was good to watch. If more of them come out, I'm probably just going to stick to the highlights. But because the last like 5 minutes of that was quite interesting, just like how he was reacting to being pressed. And it was obvious the way that Steve Bannon was like testing him. That end there was obviously a test. He was not speaking because they, by the end of it, they were laughing with each other, and like, you know, right after he said, "Are you the devil?" So, but yeah, I thought that would be good to watch. I appreciate y'all having the patience to watch it with me, because I thought, you know, I've been curious about what those interviews have looked like for months since I found out that they existed. So, you know, it's but like I said, I really feel like they have only put out the most the least incriminating video of the whole Bannon series. Probably there is probably things that make Bannon look a lot worse on there, and you know, let's see, I'm just catching up on chat. Yeah, it's definitely good to see how he moves and reacts to things, for sure. It's and it's obviously fake, for sure. And I think it was cool for us to be able to point out where he was lying, what the fake parts were, what didn't make sense, which things were pointing to specific ideologies and stuff that he had. So, but yeah, tomorrow we'll get back into the actual files, because there's still a lot more to look through there. And I'm sure a lot is going to be happening over the next day, as far as, you know, a lot of research has been done. I'm sure that there are going to be some more names that pop up. And I know I have a bunch of links saved to look through. So there is that as well. But I'm going to sign off for now, and I will catch you all next time. Thanks for joining me. Peace. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and check out my other videos. And if you have the ability and want to contribute, take a look at my Patreon, where you can find a subscription to my books and a bunch of other cool stuff, like the ability to send links in chat and access to closed rooms in our Discord server.